At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please welcome Executive Chair and CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome to day 2 of CES 2026. You know, at CES, we talk a lot about the future, and occasionally we welcome a company that shows how innovation moves from code and concepts to concrete, steel, and even the ground beneath our feet. Caterpillar is one of those companies. Now, many of us grew up thinking of Caterpillar as the yellow machines that shape highways, mines, and skylines. And yes, they still do that. But today, Caterpillar is here because they are redefining what heavy industry looks like in the age of data, autonomy, and AI. Caterpillar is proving that the most mature sectors in the world, like energy, construction, mining, infrastructure, can also be among the most innovative. This company is transforming everything from how equipment is built to how work sites are managed. And it's doing it with the same precision and safety expectations that have defined the brand for more than a century. Think about this. Caterpillar had its centennial year in 2025. In addition to celebrating its past, Caterpillar leaders chose to come to CES to unveil their next century. This is the spirit of this show. That is why Caterpillar belongs on this stage. And today, you'll hear about how Caterpillar is embedding AI and machine learning into fleets that operate in some of the harshest environments on Earth with no margin for error. It's turning data into decisions, autonomy into efficiency, and sustainability into a core business advantage. And doing it all at a global scale. More than 110,000 employees, operations in 63 countries, and partnerships that reach from construction to energy to defense to space. The leader driving this transformation is someone who knows the company from top to bottom. Joe Creed took over as CEO in 2025 after nearly 3 decades inside Caterpillar, shaping finance, operations, manufacturing, and strategy. He isn't just running the company, he's rewiring it for the future. And today, he's going to share how Caterpillar is thinking bigger, digging deeper, and scaling smarter, and what that means for the next era of industry. So whether you're working in AI, robotics, sustainability, logistics, or infrastructure, this keynote is for you. This is what it looks like when legacy meets leadership and when industrial power meets innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in welcoming Caterpillar CEO, Joe Creed. Joe,
Thank you so much. All right, well, good morning, and thank you everybody for joining us. We are so excited to be here with you today. So, question, I wonder how many of you came to the show this morning because you're wondering, why is Caterpillar, of all the companies, here on the stage keynoting CES? When most people think about CES, they think about what's on the surface, whether that's new devices that you all have in your pocket that you're going to see this week, new chips, new screens, things you can hold in your hand or download in seconds. And when most people think about Caterpillar, they think about something very different, big yellow machines that do the hard work of building the world's infrastructure. So, to me, I think it's a fair question. Why are the big yellow machines here with the tech heavyweights? And the short answer is this. The digital world depends on a physical layer most people never think about. Every device in this room that you have depends on minerals that had to be pulled from the ground. Every data center behind the AI you're going to see this week, or you're going to hear about this week, was constructed from the ground up, and it stays online with power systems that provide reliable electricity. Every road, every port, every power line connecting our economy had to be built. That's the invisible layer of the tech stack, the physical foundation for modern technology. And that, it doesn't happen without Caterpillar. For 100 years, Caterpillar equipment has quietly built and powered the critical infrastructure that makes progress possible. So this morning, we're going to show you what happens when this critical invisible layer reaches a new level of intelligence. When AI, autonomy, and advanced analytics move from the cloud into the actual physical infrastructure that the cloud depends on. Today, you're going to hear first how Caterpillar built this layer, from construction, then to mining, and finally to power. Second, how we're making it smarter with connectivity and data, and now especially with AI. And finally, how together with partners, innovators like Nvidia, we're turning some of the harshest environments on Earth into the next frontier for advanced technology. Because you may think you know Caterpillar. By the time we're done this morning, I believe you're going to see us very differently. And you're going to have a much better appreciation for the invisible layer and the critical role that it plays as the foundation of today's modern tech stack. So let's start with how the invisible layer was built. It's happened in stages. Caterpillar's reach expanded with the world's ambitions. As Gary mentioned, we're 100 years old. We started with construction, helping to build the roads, the bridges, the ports that modernize cities and connected communities around the world. Our yellow iron became the backbone of progress. We then extended into mining, helping to extract the critical minerals that our world just cannot live without. The copper, the iron ore, the lithium, and rare earth elements behind every modern device in this room, behind every electric vehicle, and behind every battery pack. Then, once again, we expanded, next into power. Engines and turbines that keep hospitals, data centers, and essential services online when failure just isn't an option. So today, our portfolio spans millions of products and solutions across the globe, in every corner of the Earth, working in extreme conditions from Arctic cold to the desert heat, from the deep pits to the high plains. So, I think it's fine that you know us for construction equipment. That's amazing. But as you can see, that's just where we started. We've continued to grow from construction to mining, then mining to power, and power to a portfolio of solutions that quietly and reliably enable everything around us. We've built the invisible layer of the tech stack. It's a foundation that we are honored and proud to continue building for the next 100 years. So when people see the big yellow iron, we automatically think about the machines. I do too. I love the machines. But what you don't always see is that technology has always been part of our DNA at Caterpillar. Our employees have been innovating for 100 years, since the very beginning of our company. In fact, at one of our centennial celebrations last year, we had a world tour We visited all our facilities. I stumbled across a great example of this innovation when I was visiting employees. It's from our archives. It's a cartoon of all things. But it was so amazing that I wanted to share it with you today because it speaks to Caterpillar's culture. In 1930, so 95 years ago, we have to put this in context, one of our employees sketched what happens when a customer's Caterpillar tractor happens to break down with 1 day left to get the job done. That's a crisis for our customers. It was in 1930, and it is today. But as you can see, instead of driving to town, the customer stands in his living room and video calls the dealer on a television with incredible detail. In 1930, remember, this is 1930. Keep in mind, over-the-air TV had barely been invented. I think it was invented in the 20s, and it definitely wasn't widespread in homes. As you can see on the other end of that, the dealer is talking to the customer on screen, managing some sort of computer for inventory, which apparently back in the day requires a super cool helmet. A robotic arm then grabs that required part off the shelf, and 25 minutes later, it arrives at the job site. With how did it get there? To me, that looks a lot like modern-day drone delivery. Pretty early version of it. So think about that for a minute, put it in context. And the reason I bring this up is that, to me, that's amazing. Nearly 100 years ago, someone at Caterpillar imagined video calling, connected diagnostics, automated warehouses, and last-mile drone delivery. Can you imagine working with that person in 1930, what the people around him, they had to have thought he was out of his mind. But it's that kind of visionary thinking with customer needs at the center. That's what powers progress. It's the same spirit that underpins everything we do at Caterpillar today, just with a lot better Wi-Fi, and we don't need that super cool helmet to get it done. A great example of this is our autonomy systems. Back in the 90s, we started experimenting with autonomous mining trucks, machines the size of houses or bigger. You're going to see sort of a replica of that today behind us on screen, running 24/7 in massive operations on multiple continents in some of the most remote locations on Earth. On construction sites, our 3D grade control systems turn digital blueprints into GPS-guided blade instructions, so material moves to exact specifications within a centimeter of accuracy the very first time. No extra measurements, no fixing low spots, no second passes, just precision from start to finish. And our machines keep getting smarter and safer. Sensors, vision systems, and predictive analytics can help distinguish a person from the background in real time and provide a warning before a close call becomes a life-threatening event for someone's loved one on a job site. All of this rides on a connected fleet of over 1.5 million assets in the field, assets that generate data so that we get better with every hour of operation. So put simply, we're making that invisible layer of the tech stack, the physical foundation that the modern world depends on, more intelligent. Sensors, software, connectivity, and AI are turning static infrastructure into systems that can see, systems that can learn, and now can adapt. That's how the Caterpillar you thought you knew starts to look really different. Now let me zoom out and talk about the world Caterpillar is helping to build. Imagine a mine operator who can automatically push a software update to instantly change how an entire fleet of mining trucks navigates a pit wall. Or a power producer spotting early turbine or engine stress, adjusting the load automatically and dispatching a technician with the right parts before anyone on the ground even knows there's an issue. Riskiest jobs, they shift to the machines, while our people get to move into roles where their judgment matters the most. And as the system learns and optimizes in real time, efficiency increases, and so does job site performance. And that's what's most critical to our customers. That's what it looks like when the invisible layer gains intelligence, when the physical foundation can respond in real time to what's happening around it. So that's great. Why bring all of this to CES? Well, interesting, because the biggest bottlenecks in technology today, they're not in software. They're actually in the physical world. AI needs more chips. Chips need minerals that are pulled from the ground. Data centers demand power, more than today's grids can provide. And the entire digital economy needs infrastructure that can be built faster, run harder, and stay online no matter what. Those aren't software problems. Those are problems Caterpillar is uniquely positioned to solve. And solving them is actually central to our strategy. In fact, last year we launched a new strategy to the world in November. And our mission statement is solving our customers' toughest challenges. It determines everything we do at Caterpillar, from how we invest to what we build and who we partner with. And inside Caterpillar, we're transforming how we work. We're going to use AI to streamline our own processes, optimize our factories, and use digital twins to design and test before we ever cut steel. We're focused on being the advanced technology leader in all of the industries that we serve. We're combining hardware and software, sensors and autonomy, and data now with AI so our customers can work safer, do more with less, improve their sustainability, and keep critical operations running when it matters the most. So today, our goal is to bring that to life for you in very tangible ways, including a first look at something we are really excited about. It's called the Cat AI Assistant. It's an AI platform that's designed to support our customers everywhere they work. Augie's going to cover that in a minute. Then Jamie's going to come out and show you our vision for a new generation of autonomous and AI-enabled machines. But before we get to that, I want to mention our partnership with Nvidia. Behind every product and technology are companies whose contributions are often unseen, but they're absolutely vital. In my opinion, Nvidia is that for AI. You all experience the chatbot. You use the Copilot. You use the image generator. But underneath all that, it's Nvidia's accelerated computing platform that makes it all possible. Caterpillar is that for the physical world. As I mentioned earlier, every digital experience, every app that you use, every AI model that you're running, every connected device in this room ultimately runs on physical infrastructure. Minerals are extracted, data centers built, power generated and maintained. That is the foundation that we at Caterpillar help build and power. That's the invisible layer. So when silicon meets steel, the physical world becomes as dynamic and data-driven as the digital one. We're creating that future with Nvidia, and you can see it in several key areas of our collaboration. I mentioned it, and you're going to get to see it momentarily, an AI assistant that serves our customers and dealers at scale, autonomous machines that think at the edge, and digital twins that let us design smarter before we build anything at all, whether that's our own factories or designing and building new equipment for our customers. But rather than just hearing our version of that story, I thought it'd be important for you to hear how Nvidia sees this work and their perspective on Caterpillar's role as AI moves from the digital world into the physical world. So at this time, I'd like to invite Deepu Talla, Vice President of Robotics and Edge AI at Nvidia, to come on stage with me for a quick conversation. So please join me in welcoming Deepu. Deepu, thanks for being here with us today.
Joe, thank you for having me. What an incredible story from 1930. I guess it's not surprising coming from an iconic company like Caterpillar. Much of the world in the last 100 years has been built by Caterpillar, right? And, it's great to see Caterpillar bring advanced robotics and autonomy to the market.
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to bring you out. You have a unique vantage point in how AI and robotics are changing heavy industry. So I want to start with the big picture. We've all spent years talking about AI when it comes to software. But when AI and robotics start showing up in mines, in massive construction projects, and in data centers, energy systems, from your perspective and NVIDIA, what really changes?
Yeah, so the next wave of AI is physical AI, right? AIs that can perceive, reason, plan, and act in the physical world. This is an enormous opportunity, and it comes just in time as the entire world is reindustrializing. We are building factories for everything, right? Physical goods, power generation, AI, and everywhere. At the same time, heavy industries have a huge global labor shortage, skills gaps, and of course, safety requirements. Physical AI and robotics built by Caterpillar will close this gap. Nvidia, we built 3 computers, and they open software stacks for developers to build physical AI. And now, Caterpillar is bringing all of this to life. For the past century, you built the world's most advanced ruggedized machines operated by humans. Now, you're building robotic companions.
We're excited about that. So a big focus of our collaboration, Cat and Nvidia, is on autonomous and AI-enabled machines at the edge. So what happens when intelligence moves from the cloud now onto the machine itself? What does that unlock that we have never had before and we haven't even really had in the last year or two?
Yeah, so Caterpillar machines operate in the harshest environments imaginable, right? Mines, quarries, construction sites are remote, rugged, and of course, safety critical. Connectivity isn't guaranteed. Lowest latency is mission critical. This is why Edge AI matters here. NVIDIA's open robotics and edge platforms, Isaac and Jetson Thor, are built for this very specific purpose. Caterpillar can run your physical AI, perception, planning, control, and safety models on these machines. Running right at the edge ensures real-time feedback and no compromise on safety. And ultimately, you'll have a larger model running in your AI factory. You're receiving your sensor data from unseen scenarios. You're learning from these new experiences. You're improving these models constantly. And then these are redeployed and updated on your machines. Caterpillar will operate an incredible robotics fleet at massive scale. And we are super excited to see that.
As are we. It opens up so much opportunity we didn't have before. So I mentioned just a minute ago, we're getting close to being able to unveil it, the Cat AI assistant. Augie's going to talk about it, but without stealing his thunder, what excites you the most about platforms like this one as they move into heavy industry, and where do you see them helping people and our customers the most?
Joe, as we all know, AI is more than just chatbots, right? Caterpillar sees this too, and we love what you're building. Caterpillar is inventing a new software-defined industrial vision for the heavy industry. It starts with people, your cab operators, technicians, and fleet managers. This is real work done in the real world. Decisions are physical and costly, and downtime is expensive. Caterpillar has been digitalizing work for decades, and Cat AI is the next step. This incredible assistant is a robot in itself. It perceives, reasons, plans, and acts. It's an expert in Caterpillar's knowledge base and serves as a critical companion to workers in the field. Cat AI will be the digital to physical bridge that will close the skills gaps or onboard new hires with the knowledge virtually of a 100-year industry expert. This means more uptime, higher levels of safety, fewer mistakes, and avoids costly changes.
And that's music to my ears because that's solving real-world problems for our customers today. So, Deepu, I just want to thank you. Partnerships like this don't come along very often. We're thrilled to collaborate with you and the entire NVIDIA team as we truly redefine what's possible as we move forward. So, from an autonomous and AI-enabled machines to AI assistant and digital twins, we're taking innovation from concept to the actual job site. And inside Caterpillar, one of the key leaders turning that potential into real solutions for our customers is our Chief Digital Officer, Augie Redzig. Augie and his team are building the digital foundation that puts these capabilities to work in our machines, in our factories, and most importantly, on our customers' job sites. So Augie, come on out, over to you, bud.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Deepu, for a great partnership with NVIDIA. Amazing. You just heard how AI and accelerated computing are moving out of the cloud and into the physical world. At Caterpillar, we live in that world every day. Just like any good construction project, bringing AI into it starts with a strong foundation, and in our case, a strong digital foundation. That foundation is what allows the invisible layer to quickly come alive, turning decades of machine and job site data into elevated intelligence we can deploy anywhere our equipment works. Caterpillar's yellow iron is iconic, and our digital teams are proud to write the code and build the applications that go with it. Think of an equipment manager arriving at a busy construction site at 5 a.m. A quick look at our app tells which machines are ready, which need attention, and what should happen first. Think of a technician standing in the mud, miles from the nearest shop, facing a drivetrain repair on a machine that simply cannot go down. Our tools can walk him through the job, get the required parts delivered that same afternoon. All of that runs in a single, unified digital platform we call Helios. Helios is fully cloud native and event-driven. It brings together data from our global fleet of about 1.5 million connected assets. It sends and receives thousands of messages every second and triggers millions of data pipelines a day to ingest, organize, and deliver this data where it needs to go. It now houses more than 16 petabytes of reusable high-quality data. It was just recently featured by MIT Center for Information Systems Research as a case study in building digital assets at scale. And that is a digital foundation that lets us move fast and deploy new AI capabilities where they matter the most. It's across the job site, in the cab of an excavator, or on a large mining truck. But our customers' needs and expectations are changing. They have less time to train their employees. Their work is more complex, and they expect simplicity and convenience. And that is why today I am very proud to introduce to you the Cat AI Assistant. Hey, Cat.
Hey, Augie. How can I help you today?
Can you play a short video showing us how you work?
Sure. Hello, welcome to the Cat AI Assistant.
Cat AI Assistant will be a major leap forward in how Caterpillar supports customers through digital solutions. It will make it easier for customers to buy, to maintain, manage, and operate their equipment. It doesn't matter whether they're working from corporate headquarters or a remote job site. Technically speaking, the Cat AI Assistant is a group of AI agents operating together on top of our digital ecosystem presented as a single assistant. And it's multimodal, so you can engage with it using speech, text, images, or video. Under the hood, we're building this with Helios on top of the latest AI tech. We're building a fleet of AI agents that can see the state of our customers' fleets, understand what's happening, and take actions through our applications or APIs. What matters most, however, is what this all feels like in real life. For a customer, Cat AI Assistant is like a proactive partner. It flags machines that need attention, provides custom insights, and makes actionable recommendations. As an example, if a storm is coming, it can nudge you up to top up the fuel in your generator so you're never caught off guard. If you're a condition monitoring analyst, it becomes an extra set of eyes on the customer's equipment, alerting them when the maintenance is coming due, recommending the right replacement parts, and helping quickly answer questions so they can advise their customers more easily and with greater confidence. If you're a technician, it's like having a library of 1,000 manuals at your fingertips. If you're unsure about a repair, it can walk you through the steps, highlight common issues, and suggest parts required to complete the repair, ensuring that you fix it right the first time. And finally, for an operator in the cab, Cat AI Assistant is like a knowledgeable co-pilot. Can answer how do I do this or how do I do that questions on the fly, can offer tips to improve productivity and reduce errors, and that will work whether you're a seasoned pro or it's your first day on a job. And that last point is very important. This technology will dramatically simplify operating a machine. It will improve productivity and it will help keep people safe. Let me show you what that looks like in real world. Let me join my colleague Mark Perks over in the Caterpillar booth. Mark is sitting in the cab of a Cat 306 mini excavator, a machine you've probably seen at some point working along roads or in your neighborhoods, handling anything from utility work to landscaping. Hi, Mark. I know you know this machine inside and out, but what if you didn't? How could Cat AI Assistant help you get started?
Hi, Augie. Well, if I was new to this machine, I'd start by asking for help. Hey, Cat, how do I get started?
You are in excavator control pattern. Stick and swing are controlled with your left joystick, and boom and bucket with the right. Machine travel is controlled with the travel levers in front of you. Let me know if you need anything else.
You can see that kind of guidance giving you operator the confidence to get to work quickly, safely, and effectively. And let's raise the stakes a little bit. Many of us start our day by turning on the lights, grabbing coffee, streaming the news, checking email. All of that depends on the underground infrastructure maintained by utility contractors, quiet forces that keep cities running. Mark?
Exactly. And when contractors head out to repair buried cable or install new lines, they face tight timelines, live traffic, and buried hazards. And an excavator the size that I'm sitting in right now is perfect for that type of job, but it has to be run safely. Now, let me show you an example. I'm here at the booth. I hope everyone comes to visit. But on this booth, we have a simulated job site, and right overhead, I've got some power lines. Now, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely not going to get too close to those power lines. Hey, Cat, set an E ceiling to 13 feet overhead.
Ceiling has been set to 13.0 feet.
Okay, let me show you how this works. I'm going to raise my bucket, and you're going to see as I get close to that boundary, the machine is going to automatically slow down, and it's going to prevent me from getting too close to those power lines. Now, that's the Cat AI Assistant working in real time to keep me and everybody around me safe.
I'm here to assist you.
Thank you, Mark. That was amazing. If you'd like to see more, please visit Mark in the West Hall. It's right in the middle of West Hall, booth 5019, and you can see our AI-enabled mini excavator in action. So you can see how powerful this will be for operators. It will make complex machine easier to run. It will raise the bar on the safety on the job site. We're going live with Cat AI Assistant this quarter. Our in-cab applications are in the final stages of validation with plans to roll this out in the near future. And we're not stopping there. Earlier, you heard Deepu talk about the Nvidia technology underpinning this work. We're proud to have their latest AI robotics platform, Thor, powering new generation of on-machine intelligence. Thor lets us run speech recognition, advanced AI models, and control logic directly on the machine at the edge where the work is done. That means the assistant still works in remote, off-grid locations, in bad weather and tough environments. We don't depend on a perfect cloud connection. Operators get real-time, private, and energy-efficient AI support on site. All of our digital technology has one goal in mind, and that's serving our customers, keeping them up and running, providing their operators and technicians the tools to work smarter and faster. And as you've seen here, Cat AI Assistant is about real-world usefulness, seamless integration, and making AI a normal part of daily life. The adage in the tech world is to go fast and break things. We move fast at Caterpillar, but we cannot break things, not with so much on the line for our customers and our communities. That's why we're so focused on pairing rapid innovation with safety, reliability, and trust. And to share a little bit more about the future of safe, intelligent operations, I'd like to invite our Chief Technology Officer, Jamie Meinert, to talk about autonomy and how we're pushing that future forward with AI. Jamie?
Thank you, Augie. Earlier, Joe talked about the invisible layer of the tech stack, the physical systems that keep the world running. Augie just showed how we're adding intelligence to that layer. Autonomy takes things one step further. From intelligence that assists the operator to intelligence that becomes the operator based on your instructions. Imagine a machine the size of a 3-story building, weighing more than a fully loaded jetliner, moving mountains of earth without a single person in the cab. Now imagine 100 of them working in perfect harmony 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in some of the harshest environments on Earth. That's not science fiction. That's Caterpillar autonomy today. People know us for our heavy equipment, building, mining, powering, and connecting the world's infrastructure. But what most don't know is that Caterpillar has been at the forefront of autonomy for more than 30 years. Our journey started in the 1980s with a bold partnership with Carnegie Mellon, pioneering early software, GPS, and perception systems that led to our first autonomous truck tests. In the 1990s, our team's advanced capabilities in sensing, positioning, and control that became the foundation of what you see operating around the world today. By the mid-2000s, our work with the DARPA Grand Challenge helped us push the boundaries of perception, decision-making, and real-world testing under extreme conditions. And as a result, Caterpillar became one of the first to deliver level 4 autonomy well over a decade ago. Today, Caterpillar's autonomous mining fleet is one of the most proven and largest in the world, moving over 11 billion tons of material, traveling more than 385 million kilometers autonomously. That's over twice the autonomous mileage of the automotive industry without a single reported injury. Now, we didn't take on automating the largest equipment in the world just for the thrill of it, though I have to admit, working on these giants is pretty incredible. We did it because the industry was changing fast, and with it, growing demand, labor challenges, and a constant need for greater productivity. Autonomy helps our customers scale up, control their costs, and protect their people. At Caterpillar, technology always has a purpose. Our autonomous solutions move operators out of the cab and into safer, more comfortable, tech-enabled environments, delivering real improvements in safety and productivity. Driven by that purpose, we've continued to expand our autonomous solutions across surface mining and underground mining, and even into new segments. One of my favorites is the work that we've done with Lux Stone, the largest family-owned producer of crushed stone, sand, and gravel right here in the United States. We teamed up with them to bring autonomy to their Bull Run quarry in Virginia. Our experts work side by side, redefining operations, training people, and shaping a solution to best fit their site. Just over a year ago, we launched a fully driverless fleet at Lux Stone, and since then, our 100-ton trucks have safely hauled more than 2 million tons with consistent, repeatable performance. Autonomy has done more for them than move rock. It has created safer jobs, greater productivity, and new opportunities. Operators and site managers have moved out from behind the wheel and into new roles, managing fleets and optimizing site operations through data-driven decisions. The real breakthrough here isn't just the technology. It's working side by side with Lux Stone to support their people and process changes to transform their operations and unlock the full value of autonomy. Autonomy is revolutionizing mines and quarries. Now, a 400-ton truck is really something, a 400-ton truck driving itself is really something you have to see to believe. And since most of you won't get that opportunity, I tried to have one roll up here on stage with me. Turns out the stage wasn't rated for 800,000 pounds, so I did my best to bring it to life for you. That is to scale. To scale. Now, you may all not get the opportunity to stand next to one of those giants, but you've all seen our construction equipment shaping the roads, bridges, and infrastructure that move the world forward. This is where the story gets so exciting. Construction represents a far greater opportunity for autonomy. These are the job sites you see every day in your communities. Dynamic, complex environments where the work is highly visible, the volume is massive, and the impact on people's lives is profound. Construction is a tough business, tight margins, unpredictable schedules, and the constant need for skilled labor. But the safety challenge is staggering. Here in the United States, less than 5% of the workforce is employed in construction. Yet the industry accounts for over 20% of workplace fatalities. A few years ago, fully autonomous construction sites felt like a fantasy. Job sites were considered too variable, too chaotic, too hard to map and predict. But today, thanks to advances in computing and AI, many of them powered by partners like Nvidia, machines can make split-second decisions based on billions of data points. This accelerates human validation and informed oversight, ensuring speed without sacrificing control, even in the middle of chaos. This is the breakthrough that will transform construction forever, making sites safer, faster, smarter, more efficient than ever before. And that transformation starts now. Today, I could not be more excited than to preview the next era of autonomy in construction. 5 machines engineered not just to move the earth, but to move the industries we serve into the future. The cat wheel loader, the workhorse for heavy lifting, fast loading, and nonstop productivity. Our iconic dozer, powerful enough to move mountains of materials, yet precise enough to grade to perfection. The haul truck, off-road beasts that carry and distribute massive amounts of material, rock, soil, minerals. Excavators dig basements, trenches, and beyond, truly the jack of all trades for the job site. And compactors that make sure your commute to work is smooth by preparing that perfect asphalt mat. Not a roadmap, not a concept, here today and coming soon to our customers. These machines are the backbone of the invisible layer, the essential equipment that maintain and build the physical infrastructure that move the world forward. By integrating autonomous operations into them, we're not just automating equipment, we're orchestrating the workflows of complex job sites with precision and reliability. From moving material efficiently to shaping terrain to achieving optimal compaction, autonomy ensures every step is executed with safety, consistency, and productivity. At the heart of this transformation is a new level of machine intelligence and site infrastructure, a digital nervous system for the job site. Fleets powered by AI, machine learning, computer vision, and edge computing that process sensor data in real time. LiDAR, radar, GPS, and high-res cameras work together to create a constantly updated digital view of the site. With millions of hours of ground truth data, our machines don't just see the world, they understand it. These aren't just trucks and dozers, these are intelligent teammates working together, learning and adapting every single day. It's an incredible feat, and it comes from knowing these machines inside and out, from the physics of their movement to the technology that amplifies their efficiency, combined with a clear understanding of our customers' operations and how to unlock that value of technology. We are launching a new era of autonomy. Tomorrow's operators won't just run machines, they'll orchestrate entire job sites, intervening when human judgment matters most. We're creating new roles on the job site. Tech talent isn't just for Silicon Valley. It's in mines in Western Australia. It's in quarries in Virginia. And soon to be on construction sites in South Korea and road crews right here in Las Vegas. Now, we know this transformation won't happen overnight. It's too big. There's too much at stake. That's why we're investing in a range of solutions that create value today while building toward tomorrow. We're thrilled to preview a customer collaboration live from the Caterpillar exhibit this afternoon at 2:00 p.m. in the West Hall. This is an exciting event and will showcase how we're working together with WM to bring autonomy to the landfill. It's another significant step forward in the evolution of autonomous solutions of all kinds of job sites, mines, quarries, waste, construction, all developed in close collaboration with our customers to unlock the value of technology and transform their operations. The future of autonomy isn't something we're waiting for. It's here right now. And we're building it. One job site, one breakthrough, one bold idea at a time. With that, I'd like to invite Joe back to the stage to share some final thoughts.
All right, well, thank you, Jamie. Thanks, Augie and Mark. I mean, I have to admit, Jamie gets the coolest special effects of all of us. So it's pretty cool. So today you've heard a different kind of CES story. We started today talking about the invisible layer and how Caterpillar builds and keeps it running. You saw how that layer is gaining intelligence with sensors, software, connectivity, and now especially with AI. Platforms like our Helios and the Cat AI system are going to help customers see more, decide faster, and work more safely. In autonomy, it's reshaping what's possible in mining, and now, as Jamie just showed you, it's moving straight into construction. But here's what matters the most. As the invisible layer of the modern tech stack gets smarter, the people who build and run it don't disappear. In fact, they actually become more visible. New roles are going to emerge, skills are going to evolve, and our people, not the machines, are going to stay at the center of what we do. You saw it in Augie and Mark's demo. It's how a new operator can have a knowledgeable co-pilot in the cab instead of a steep learning curve on their first day on the job. That's a real-world challenge our customers have today. We have a ton of technology that's on machines, but customers don't know how to use it. And you heard about autonomy at Luckstone's quarry and Bull Run, creating safer jobs and new careers. We have a responsibility to help people grow with this change, to ensure the next generation of operators, technicians, data scientists, and managers have a clear path to these new opportunities. Because when we get that right, we help build a world that's safer, more resilient, and more sustainable for the communities that count on this work every single day. That's why today we're going to take one more step. We're committing $25 million to strengthen the workforce behind this invisible layer. We're going to fund training, education, and partnerships designed to help people transition into the new roles that are created by the latest technology. We're going to work with our customers, our dealers, schools, and local community partners to put this, thank you. We're excited about it. We're going to put this to work where our equipment operates and where the work has the greatest impact. So our message today is simple. As we make the invisible layer smarter, we're equally committed to investing in the people who make it all possible. So if you remember one thing today, I hope it's this. Caterpillar still builds and powers the physical world. We always will. But now, in partnership with innovators like Nvidia, we're making the invisible layer of the modern tech stack much more intelligent. And we're investing just as boldly in the people who make it all possible. So on behalf of everyone at Caterpillar and our entire team, I want to thank you for spending part of your CES with us. If you want to see more, I really hope you do. Or more importantly, if you want to talk to the amazing Caterpillar teammates that make all of this possible, please come find us in the West Hall. Enjoy the rest of the show and stay safe, everybody. Thank you all for joining us.
thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Please join us in welcoming the panelists of this morning's session, always on How Continuous Health Data is Transforming Care.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. We are excited to be here with you today. My name is Dr. Ami Bhatt. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at the American College of Cardiology. I'm also the head of the FDA's Digital Health Advisory Committee as chair. I'm not speaking on behalf of the US government today. Really excited for the panel we have today. I'm going to start by having each of them introduce ourselves, and then we'll dive in. But they really are, a set of great minds thinking about how do we get care into the communities where people live? How do people walk around and actually be able to think about their health and yet at the same time not think about it? Just go on with life and be able to know that they're being taken care of. And so we have a lot to cover in the next 40 minutes together. So Tom, why don't I start with you to introduce yourself and we'll go down the line.
So I'm Tom Hale. I'm the CEO of the company Aura Health. We're the makers of the Aura Ring, and it fits with the themes that you talked about, which is that it's sort of a continuous monitor you wear on your body, but it sort of fades into the background, and it's there like a guardian angel. We like to say we give your body a voice. We just need you to listen. And I think that's maybe what we could talk about today, is how important it is that you are not just having the capability of being measured and monitored, but what do you do about it?
I love that.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Lucienne Ide. I'm the CEO of Remedy. We're a digital health company that works with health systems and providers on managing chronic health conditions and that continuous care between hospital visits or doctor's appointments, and really helping to build, that ongoing narrative of what's happening with health.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Jake Leach. I'm the president and CEO of Dexcom. Dexcom is an innovator in continuous biosensing. So the company was founded about 25 years ago on this idea of making a continuous glucose monitor, and now millions of people around the world use them every day. The technology kind of started in diabetes and has expanded quite rapidly into general metabolic health, and is really driving a lot of significant outcomes. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm actually my first week as CEO of Dexcom, so I'm humbled and honored to have joined the company 20 years ago as an engineer, and now have the opportunity to lead us into the next chapter of the growth.
Fantastic. I just want to point out, engineer as CEO, right? I think that's really important, and it speaks to where we're headed now. So let's start with the engineering of it, if you will, and let's start with thinking about the continuous versus episodic. We've spent, everybody here in the audience has spent so much time saying, once a year I go to the doctor, I get my blood pressure taken, they do some labs, and then the next year I may or may not remember to go back. And that realistically, and I say this as having been a cardiologist for 20 years at Harvard and Mass General, that's not healthcare, right? That's episodic check-ins for something that may not even represent who you are. So let me start with you, Tom. Thinking about continuous monitoring versus episodic monitoring, you're making it accessible to just the average person. We don't even have to be somebody who needs a cardiologist and has a disease. So let's start there, and then not to imply that we're going to get more diseased as we go down the line, but in a way we are, right? What has that been like for you? What has been the experience of the people who actually purchase and use your devices?
Yeah, I think that maybe the thing about continuous monitoring that's most interesting is that you can see changes in sort of time slices that are not these episodic time slices. And the perfect example of this in Aura would be something called symptom radar. Symptom radar looks at your temperature, your heart rate variability, resting heart rate, looks at a bunch of factors, and gives you kind of a prediction that you might be getting sick. It doesn't say what kind of sickness, it doesn't say you have the flu or you have COVID, but it starts to say something's going on and you might want to pay attention to it. So the benefit of continuous monitoring is in that time slice of days where like you might actually change your behavior and maybe avert the course of a flu or a cold because you've decided to take more rest or take a break or fluids or whatever your treatment is. And that kind of predictive power, well, it really only works if you have continuous monitoring and understanding what normal looks like. And by the way, normal isn't 98.6 degrees. Normal is what's normal for you.
That's right.
And so being able to see that deviation from the baseline allows us to make predictions. And that's really, that's one of the biggest powers of preventative that you can provide.
That's what I want to make that point again, right? We assume normal in a lot of different areas of healthcare for people are certain numbers that we have set out as normal for you. And you will notice that this is happening across the board, especially in cardiometabolic kidney disease, which is your own run-in of 2 weeks before, 2 months before. That is what you need to be comparing to, right? Who are you? And who you were when you were 35 is not who you are when you're 55. And so it's really important to recognize that that continuous baseline being the new baseline for what you're comparing to, I think is something you're going to see. So I think the one other thing is, and maybe Lucian, you and I have talked about this before. You mentioned symptom awareness. How many times have you been run down, right? I've been just burnt out, and you say, well, I'm just tired. And then you get sick and you're like, well, I was so tired I got sick. And actually, it's nice to be validated. Like, hey, my ring tells me I'm not really doing great. I do need to slow down. And there's something about that validation, especially in culture today, that's important. So Lucian, when you think now about moving forward, what Rimidi does and continuous care, when people really may be coming up against medical illness, what's that like?
I think in those populations who already do have a diagnosis, and we work a lot in the cardiometabolic space, it really is this continuum of, where is that person in the process of their life and of that disease, and how can we help triage and risk stratify that population, because there's the consumer empowerment aspect and awareness of, by having my continuous data, I understand, the impact to my behavior or my day-to-day. But then there's the next tier up of something is going on with this individual, and at what point do they need to be escalated to a medical provider? And again, to your point, that all has to do with that individual's baseline, not just a hard threshold and guidelines. And I think that's really the exciting part moving forward, is we finally have the data and the continuity and the connectivity to be able to provide those insights to healthcare providers in a meaningful way.
So there's not enough healthcare providers, right? We don't have enough doctors, cardiologists, nurses. Jake, I'm going to look at you. I know very short time on the job, but a long time engineering. There's an opportunity to tell a patient directly, hey, something's not right, and by the way, I can help you solve for it. Here's what you need to do. Talk a little bit about closing that loop now, because you're farther ahead than many others, and you have been for a long time, in thinking about not just, am I out of range, but what happens next?
Yeah, absolutely. The power of relevant health data in the hands of a user is incredibly empowering for them to take control of their disease, right? And so it's one of the ways we're able to scale what we do. There aren't enough endocrinologists and physicians to deal with a disease like diabetes. It's a 24/7, 365 type of disease. But I do remember early days of continuous sensing, right? The standard of care for many years with diabetes was to poke your finger, squeeze blood onto a test strip, very episodic, and a lot of effort and quite painful. So there was a lot of question around, if you put continuous glucose data in the hands of users, are they going to know what to do with it? And so we ran this very early kind of pivotal study where we put sensors on people that were continuously measuring their glucose, and we didn't show them the data. We blinded it. And so for a week, they wore these sensors, and we got this basically what their glucose dynamics look like. And then the next week, they were still wearing more sensors. We turned on the display. And within a day, people started making behavior changes, not guided by a physician, but just based on their own knowledge of their disease and this information that they'd never had before. And it was incredible to see how much glucose control was driven just by showing them the continuous data stream.
I love that. I'll tell a quick story, and then we're going to talk about data, because I think it's so important, and there's so much of it. Several years ago, when COVID happened, a lot of us had to stop what we were doing. One of my friends is an endocrinologist. She had extra CGMs lying at home. They were going to expire. I was like, I'll take it. And so I started wearing a CGM. People used to complain that as a cardiologist, I ate a bagel for breakfast every day. So I put it on and I ate the bagel. I did not spike. So this is not what you're trying to teach people, which is go ahead and eat that stuff because you're okay. But in a way, it was a really interesting opportunity. I want to turn that for a second to our patients, who then get data from their Oura Ring, right? Who get data from blood pressure, who get data, it may be a little bit more controlled with Dexcom because continuous glucose monitoring has been around longer, and then say, here's all my data. What should I do with it, doc, right? So who wants to start?
I'll take it.
Yeah, you're ready.
Yeah, because I think to your comment earlier of we have this provider shortage, right? We have a nursing shortage, we have a doctor shortage, we have a everybody in healthcare shortage. And I don't know a single doctor that is saying, if only I had more data, I would be a better clinician. Right. And this is part of why I left medicine, the practice of medicine, was my, anticipation of digitizing health records was that it was going to be digital with insights laid over top of it. And up to date was the original sort of expert guidance, and I thought that would all be integrated the day that electronic health records went live. Huge disappointment. Yep. But there was an announcement here yesterday about clinical decision support, and I think that's so important because that represents the insights to that data. The so what, right? The data alone really isn't going to change outcomes or behavior by a clinician or necessarily by a patient, but it's that insight of, hey, this is happening, and in the professional, medical world, here's what you might consider. Here's what the evidence would say. Here's what the guidelines would recommend for this patient given this data.
So let's go off script. We had planned some questions. We're going to go off script, so if they look nervous, it's my fault. If we're thinking about data coming in now to the clinicians, and we don't have space for it. Right? You're no longer in medicine for partly that reason and partly because you had to do what you did and you're amazing at it. But we don't want this data. Somebody's got to process the data, assess what's out of range, right? We said 3 months in range, these things are out of range. Decide what those are, give it to somebody else who's going to then act on it. Whose responsibility is it? Tom, I'm going to start with you and then go to Jake. Whose responsibility is it to help set up the infrastructure to use all of that data?
So, we hear this from doctors a lot. They're like, we don't want more data. In fact, one doctor told me, I asked him what he wanted to see in the product. He said, well, what I want is I want the Oura Ring to give me information as if it was written by another doctor. So basically a consult. Here's what I know about this patient in clinical terms, and this is the information you need, and everything else is noise, don't pay attention to it. And so I think it actually is a little bit the responsibility of companies like ours to take responsibility for how do you not waste a clinician's time? 100%. At the same time, one of the ways that you can save clinicians' time is you can actually educate their patients. And if you can actually get their patients to be, of the 23 hours that they're not in the doctor's office in any given day, to have a better understanding of what's going on, to understand the context, to have connections with other data sets. And I'll use what we're doing with Dexcom as an example. Part of what we're taking is the power of Oura is you're paying attention to that data. You wake up every morning, you pull out your phone, you say, how am I doing? Oh, I'm gonna have a good day, I'm gonna have a bad day. That attention asset coupled with a separate data set, which is your blood sugar, becomes far more meaningful for the patient. Right. And if the patient comes into the doctor's office and says, I've been looking at this in the past 30 days and this has changed and all that, that's actually information. When I asked a doctor, I said, well, what is your job really about? He said, well, my job is to ask the right question. That's right. To get to the right sort of diagnosis so I can come up with the right intervention. And if we can shortcut that experience, and by the way, wouldn't it be nice if there was some kind of technology that could provide, human comprehensible information about health that sounded like you were having a conversation with a doctor? Wow, that would be amazing if that existed. Yep. Which, of course, it does.
Which it does now, that's right. Jake, I'm going to let you respond too. I'm going to change the question a little bit because Tom brought up some things. We bring in this data, we have to engage our patient, right? And this is, I think I've said it on this stage multiple years in a row, I'll say it again, it's not consumerism, it's patient agency, right? And that's what we're aiming for. Yep. You need the clinicians to get on board with that phrase, which is why I use it all the time, because I want my fellow clinicians to hear me say it. It really is true. Now the patients have agency, they come in with that information. They're still a part of the workflow in what an endocrinologist or a primary care doctor is doing that needs to incorporate the time and the knowledge to look at continuous data streams and understand where they fit. I'm really happy you're working together. I'll say that kind of out loud here, because we can't have 17 different things coming to us in platforms and saying, look at mine, I have a summary. I don't have time for 17 summaries. I have on average 15 to 25 minutes with the patient in the room. By the way, I don't know, Daniel Kahneman, how many people here, Daniel Kahneman, Fast and Slow Thinking? This is the idea where if you're stressed, you're not actually learning. If you're slow thinking, if you're calm, you're learning. It actually comes back to the value, and we're going to get to this next, of telemedicine and getting care in your home where you live, where you're a lot calmer and likely to learn more. So I have a patient come in. They have data. I have clinicians, 134 in my practice at Mass General. What's the workflow? How do I get them to understand that this is going to be part of what they do? How have you had luck? Because you have.
Yeah, I think we always start with, what problem are we working on? What's the health outcome we're trying to drive? And then how do you fit it into basically the workflow in the clinic, but also in the patient's everyday life, and how do you engage them and motivate them? And education is a big part of it. A tool like ours and the continuous data that comes from a glucose monitor, whether you have diabetes, pre-diabetes, or are interested in glucose health, yeah, it's a very engaging data stream, but we have found that you really do, it's an amazing opportunity in real time for a teaching moment, both for the patient as well as healthcare providers, to show them what this technology can uncover. And so we spent a lot of time working on EHR integration. It's been like multiple decades of effort to figure out how to get meaningful insights from CGM glucose monitors into an EHR system. And we've been quite successful recently based on how you authenticate the user within both systems and make the data flow and make it easy for the physician to stay within their EHR workflow and not have to hop out and go to a different piece of software. That's been quite powerful. We have over 160 clinics around the US now integrating this new EHR technology it just makes their workflow so much easier.
I love that.
Architectures of participation allow patients to have agency. They're participating in their own care, they're learning things, they're understanding their dynamics. For me, there were foods that I loved that turns out that I thought were healthy but weren't healthy. That's the architecture of participation. But I think what's maybe most powerful as you think about workflow is architectures of collaboration.
Yes.
How is it that the insight that we derive, Aura, from looking at blood sugar data and maybe some context from a remote patient monitoring about the diagnosis, and then what we know because we've got this device on the body, and we make that into something, how is that makes its way into an EHR or an EMR? And that architecture of collaboration, actually, the people who are responsible for creating that actually are the EHR, EMR vendors.
Yeah.
They have to enable that. And by the way, that's what they're doing.
That's right.
And I think that's the opportunity for all of us to kind of steer, because what we don't want to do is to say, oh, here's a bunch of data, you figure it out. Not going to work.
Nope.
Here's a bunch of context and information. Well, that's not going to work. What we need to do is actually say, well, we own sleep and you own metabolic, and so let's make sure that we're putting that information into the EHR and the workflow in a way that makes sense for this indication or for this patient.
I love that. I love that. I think that's essential. All right, we're going to shift gears a little. Since it's the morning, we're going to do a couple just rapid fire questions. Doesn't have to be about what you do or your company, although if you have something interesting, I'd love to hear it. Jake, we'll start with you. What type of sensor is missing in cardio, kidney, metabolic, or kind of healthcare today? What type of sensor do you want to see?
I would love to see some continuous blood pressure. I really think that when you think about metabolic health, you've got glucose, you've got nutrition, but blood pressure impacts so many people around the world. I think being able to track that, trend it, and help nudge people to create more healthy habits that can help them make a difference, I think would be incredible.
That's fantastic. And I will, backstage we were talking a little bit about blood pressure trending, which is done by some companies. Not actually blood pressure management, but I'll mention there was one company that passed through the FDA, and the reason I mention it is it came through after our new blood pressure guidelines from the American College of Cardiology. So, but it's called Actia or High-Low. I'm not on their board, I don't do anything with them. I just want to acknowledge that it's there. It's FDA approved, it's available now, and so we're going to see what that looks like, and for them to have leadership like this of your partnership, I think is going to be helpful. Lucienne, a type of sensor that doesn't exist that you think we need next?
I think kidney disease, when you mentioned cardiometabolic, is one that doesn't quite have, a continuous home, analog yet. I mean, we look at diabetes management, we look at hypertension management as those upstream, risk factors. But, I still think there's a big gap there of, how do we better identify patients and mitigate their risk who are on a pathway towards, chronic kidney disease.
I think that's great. And I don't know if people have been on the floor at the Venetian. There's a lot of toilets out there. I mean, there's a lot of measurement of urine happening, right?
Yeah.
So there are probably things coming.
It's in the bowl.
It's in the bowl.
So obviously blood pressure would be one that I would do. I'll generalize it, which is I think sensing is most powerful when you make something that's invisible or not perceptible to someone perceptible. So blood sugar is a perfect example. You actually didn't know after your bagel what your blood sugar was until you had a CGM on. Right. So what are the other type of analytes that might be made visible? Well, certainly blood pressure is one, but I think when you think about hormones, we're basically systems that are driven by hormones. And if you can make people aware of the hormones that are spiking or trending inside of them, think about the visibility of that. Now, the obvious one is cortisol, and think about, wouldn't it be interesting to know? Mm-hmm. I know when I'm stressed. But like when is that starting to become a problem? Or when is it, by the way, over the course of 2 weeks, it's too much stress and I need to really change what I'm doing? That's where I think it gets powerful, is you can expose these things that are not visible. And frankly, I think it's one of the huge powers of wearables.
I absolutely agree. And this afternoon, by the way, I'll just do a shout out. We're going to be back over in the Venetian and we're going to have the digital health track. There'll be a lot of conversation about different ways that we can start to pick up on things too that I'm excited about. One is this idea of really thinking about, as a clinician, when you're giving medications and changing things, what happens? And high potassium or low potassium is one of our biggest risks. And so ways that don't involve the poking of the finger for blood, to come full circle to you, Jake, right? We shouldn't have to do that anymore. And there's some really great algorithms in AI that are going to be coming out to help us with managing potential ill side effects of the kind of things that we do. And that's really keeping us from closing the loop with blood pressure management with other things. So I think that's going to be exciting too. Good, let's deep dive a little, because I don't think you can quick answer this. I want to move to return on investment. And I want to think about it in two different ways. I want to start by thinking about, what are we really doing? So Peterson Health Technologies here, one of the first things they put out really talked about the idea that just engaging a patient isn't necessarily enough. Are you making them better somehow? How do you define better? And so I'm going to go first to you, Lucienne, because you think a lot about kind of ROI and what are the right metrics. So what are you thinking about?
So I think, again, it depends on that patient in the tier of illness and population, right? Because the return is very different depending who that patient is to begin with, right? So the return on investment of a healthy patient who's using wearables and tracking their health is one thing, right? And that sort of activated patient who now has agency and can better their general state of health. The return on investment of a patient who was just discharged from the hospital and was acutely ill, and who you are trying to prevent an adverse outcome, a rehospitalization, is very different. And so I think it's incredibly important that when we look at return on investment, we're aware of what is the outcome we're trying to achieve and over what time frame. Because then you can justify the investment level that you're willing to dedicate to that individual or group of patients. And we talked a little bit about some of the policy changes happening right now and the access model. And one thing I'm very excited about with CMS's announcement about access is they are pushing this hard of outcomes, right? This is an outcomes-driven reimbursement model. And we have to go there because historically, we've achieved the outcome the system was designed for. The system was designed to pay doctors like us to do things to and for patients.
Yep.
Fee-for-service medicine. And so we achieved the outcome the system was designed for. Now, if we shift that to we will pay you to help this patient achieve a better clinical outcome, I wholeheartedly believe we'll get there.
That's right. I think we've talked a lot about being fee-for-service versus value-based, right? And people say foot in two canoes, and I'm like, no. It's like there's barely something touching the second value-based canoe, and most of us are in fee-for-service. Like that's how, at least in the U.S., we've functioned for a while. But this movement from episodic to continuous, right, is really enabling us to now go from episodic care to thinking about, can we do value-based care instead? Can we look at longer-term outcomes? For people, are people familiar with the Access program in the audience? Again, show of hands. Okay, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Innovation has put forward a call out for companies who are able to actually help practices, institutions, individuals measure themselves, their cardiometabolic health at home. And so it's really kind of remote monitoring, starting to help people close the loop. The idea is we can't do one clinician to one patient anymore, so we need to be able to do one company to one population, and that's what they're willing to now start to pay for if the company can show outcomes. And so that's the direction we're moving in, which is what Lucienne is referring to. Let's go to different type of ROI. How do you decide? I mean, Dexcom is huge. How do you decide what is the next engineering feat that has come through a company like Dexcom that you are going to take to product? Let's just talk, because you guys have done that well as well.
Yeah.
Right? How do you decide? What's the ROI there, and how are you deciding?
It's super exciting.
Tom's great. Tom's like, I'm going to do this next.
It's super exciting because you know, as the evolution of continuous glucose monitoring, it started in very acute type 1 diabetes, and then has continued to expand to a much broader population. And now we're seeing people using our over-the-counter products to reverse their prediabetes, all about this learning of how nutrition and activity and sleep and stress is impacting them. And one of the things that we're very focused on right now is it's all about the user experience. For many years as a medical device, people used our products because they needed them to survive, right? It alerted them when their glucose was dangerously low. Now it's about engaging them and allowing them to get the power and the outcomes from the technology. But as you go to these broader populations, you really got to have an engaging experience. And one of the things we're doing right now is we're about to launch a completely revamped Stelo app, all based on how do we engage these users more based on what we've learned from putting the product out there. We had over 500,000 people try Stelo in the first 12 months. And I can't tell you how long it took to build up 500,000 customers with diabetes from the beginning. So it's an amazing opportunity for the technology to be very available. But for us, we're very focused on that user experience and being the best at it.
So this is, I don't know, my daughter played volleyball in high school for a while. This is the perfect like set to spike. Tom, user experience.
Well, I mean, part of it is we have the attention asset of people basically on a 24-hour cycle. That you wake up in the morning, you've just slept, you want to know how you slept, how your day's going to go. And what's, I think, so powerful about what we're doing is that the only thing that you do more frequently that really affects your health than sleep is eat. Right? You eat 3 times a day. And so getting some kind of feedback loop about what it is that you're eating and how that works and what other, you know, I've had the experience and people have told me that when they eat the same food on different days, they have completely different responses. If they're stressed, if they are poorly slept, if they're well slept, if they exercise. And that knowledge becomes knowledge that they use to change behavior so that they don't spike or they spike less. And that kind of power is about bringing information together in a context, in a user experience, when you have their attention. Because part of it is like, I think all of us would agree that we don't want to be something that is an attention drain.
That's right.
We started with doctors. Forget, you know, doctors. How about patients who are freaking out because they're getting information that is not meaningful for them? You want to be able to guide people down a path, and that's part of the user experience. It's not just about engagement. It's about education. It's about setting a context. It's about making sure that they understand. I think the thing about ROI is interesting because I think most people focus on the R. Can we get more R out of this? You know, and I think the reality is that the power of prevention, and I think a little bit we're all sort of in this world of thinking about this, is that you're trying to reduce some of the I. Can you make it less expensive for someone to be treated? Can you get someone to change their behavior in a way? I joke about the best pharmaceutical on the planet already exists. It's called DwintMe. And DwintMe is something that we should all be doing. It's called do what your mother told you. Eat well, sleep well, you know, avoid stress, try and keep yourself balanced. Like those are the things that are going to yield long-term outcomes. They're the things that the medical industry and healthcare have failed to do for 75 years. Because you know why? Changing behavior is hard. You know what does it? Data. User experience, engagement, education, reinforcement. I mean, you and your bagel, I don't eat bagels anymore. You know why? Because I'm wearing a Dexcom sensor, and if I ate that bagel, it is over for me. So that kind of reinforcement and seeing behavior change, that's the power of prevention. And by the way, to do that at scale, can't do that through doctors. You don't have enough doctors. Can't do that through digital education or text or a PDF that you get. That's not going to work. What does work? I hate to say it. You know what has my attention? Besides my kids? My phone. And I'm looking at that thing all the time. And that's the power of the digital experience that you're talking about.
I thought you were going to say that was the one thing we do more than sleep is check our phones.
Well, that is true, but that's not good for you. That's not good for you. We're trying to make it good for you.
Yeah. I love that. I'm going to take the part you said about
Dwint me.
Dwint me.
Do what your mother told you.
That's perfect. The volleyball playing high schoolers now are freshmen in college. Let me tell you, just do what. Are you listening, honey? Okay, yeah.
This is being live streamed to her.
It has to. Let's turn a little bit. I would like, again, to go off topic. I'd like each of you to talk about your companies and what you are actively doing or what your experience has been in decreasing the digital divide. People who can afford to have a lot of these things have a lot of these things, right? There are people who need it more. And I would dare say that the people who actually have the greatest potential benefit from being caught earlier, especially in cardio-kidney metabolic disease, are those who really can't afford some of these things. How do you make it affordable? How do you reach the populations? Do you have any numbers or examples from your companies of what you're doing about the digital divide?
Yeah, I'll start on that. So one of the things that Dexcom makes significant investments in is running large controlled trials to show the outcome of our products. And the first ones that we ran were in type 1 diabetes, type 2 insulin users. But as we started to look at the opportunity for this technology to make a bigger impact around the world, we started specifically in our clinical trials enrolling up to half of the individuals from underserved communities, because we wanted to prove that this technology can make a difference in those communities, and it's not something that is going to be hard for them to use, or they'll get the same outcomes at any level of service. And so that's been a big part of all of our clinical trials. We're in the middle of running a very large one right now in people with diabetes that don't use insulin, so it's kind of the largest portion of diabetes, and it's all about driving an outcome in that population to prove that it's economic and easy to use.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, a lot of the people, and in our context, patients who will most benefit from these technologies, are represented in those medically underserved communities. We have worked for a long time with community health centers, federally qualified health centers. Great. We work with Boston Medical Center in your neighborhood since the pandemic, since 2020. And they did a really interesting study of women with high-risk pregnancies, so women who have elevated blood pressure during pregnancy. And it's one of the greatest use cases I think we've all seen for continuous monitoring and home monitoring, because the pandemic hit March 2020. They called us and said, can you get this up and running in a week? We've been talking about it for 9 months, right? Because that's what big health systems do. It takes a long time to get new technology implemented. And suddenly they had the acuity of, I have a mother who just gave birth, who is at high risk of having a stroke in the next 6 weeks, who has a new baby, who has no immune system, and it's a global pandemic.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't it be great to be able to monitor this person
home, maybe.
from home?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we started doing that. And they actually looked at the data around engagement by ethnicity, by primary language spoken, by all these different ways, and found that there was no difference in engagement with these women.
That's great.
And that everybody can text message. Everybody has a smartphone, especially in that demographic, right? Because by virtue of being women who had babies, right, we're talking about a certain age range. And so that kind of data has been very helpful to build this case that connected health, continuous monitoring is the way to bridge this digital divide. Now, affordability of that is a different question, right? And so, Medicare, thankfully, has made changes over the years to pay these community health centers for this kind of work, but we're still working on those policy issues, and there's some legislation right now, the Wear It Act, to pay for wearables to be, you can spend your flex spending money, your FSA or HSA money, on a multifunction wearable device. And we need to see all of these different avenues. Like, if Medicare can pay for it, great. If you can use pre-tax dollars to pay for it, great. But I think it's going to take multiple approaches to be able to get this technology to be accessible to everybody.
Agreed. All right.
Yeah,
coming from a different perspective, but
I mean,
similar.
plus one, big studies, plus one on HSA, FSA funds being able to be used for this as patient agency in practice. Yep. I think the thing I would add to it is we've been working with Medicare Advantage programs, particularly in value-based care.
Right.
Because what's interesting about Medicare Advantage is that at age 65, you're probably not going to get another job and get passed on to some other insurer. So they really are holding the bag. So they have a big incentive to see you live as healthily as you can between age 65 and 75, because they're probably going to end up paying for that. So for what they've done is they've basically made an Oura Ring a benefit of, in essence, healthcare health plan. All of their plans include an Oura Ring as a benefit, and they tie it in with their providers, and they provide information and education along that lines, and they promote it, and they're really pleased with how this is going. But the key of that is that they're reaching a set of people who are not, the kinds of people that we reach where we're selling directly, even if it is funded by HSA, FSA. Yep. This is just somebody who's like, I'm 65 and I'm trying to live a healthy life. How do I do that? And they're like, put this on your finger. Right. And the data, it's early days. We've only really been doing it for, I guess almost a year and some. But the early data indicates what you might expect, which is that these 65-year-olds move more, right? They sleep better and they eat better. And those are qualitative as opposed to quantitative, and we have yet to sort of have the outcome data to support, like, this is real ROI, as you point out. Right. But you can see where it's going.
Yeah.
And so that's access. And I think insurance, and frankly, ultimately, Medicare, Medicaid, they're going to have to take a stance on this. And I think we've seen plenty of indications that that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And I think we'll get there eventually.
It's interesting. We had a similar conversation over dinner yesterday about employers, right? And just thinking about going to the employers and our ability to decrease that digital divide when you're with an employer, because there are, people of all shapes and sizes at any given, especially kind of large company. And so how do you do that? But then how do you also provide them with the education and what else they might need? I'll talk to the nonprofits in the room for 1 second, just as the American College of Cardiology. I think it's important to recognize that it's not just the companies or the investors that are responsible for helping lessen the digital divide. So 2 quick things. One is, give the example of the Apple Watch. They're not here with us, but atrial fibrillation reports to cardiologists. You can imagine what that was like for a period of time. And so we actually create a guide for patients, and we create a guide for clinicians. How do you help people better understand what this is when you talk to each other about it, when you don't need to talk to each other about it? Similarly, for clinical trials, we have a clinical trials research program where we go into the areas that have the most need, and we actually train those clinicians, because we know that you can recruit people better if you have people who look like them, who are actually doing the work, and we're promoting careers. And so I think those nonprofits that are in the room, I just want to speak to you as well. There's a lot that we can do in terms of the infrastructure of getting some of this work done that needs to be partnered with industry, with investing, to really see those changes happen. We have about 4 minutes left. So let's do 1 rapid fire, and then we're going to do kind of future thoughts. Tom, let's start on your end with rapid fire. Let's talk about governance as we bring more AI into everything we're doing. Are you a fan of AI governance from the top and everybody follows? Are you a fan of local governance? Are you going to give me the middle of the road and say a little of both?
I hate to say it, but the answer is going to be both. Your companies like Oura, who have AI solutions, are going to have to actually be self-governing, because the pace of technology changes so fast. And by the way, we are going to need guidelines that are going to make sure that some standards, particularly standards around safety, are met.
Yep, fantastic.
Plus one to that.
By the way, I mean, we were here a couple days ago, and we heard some pretty interesting news on that front. So I think we're on the way.
That's right, we're getting there. Lucian, I'm going to change that question for you in a different version about governance. When we think about giving structure to the kind of care that's coming and bringing in new technologies. The gap between bringing in medical technologies that have FDA approval already is here, wearables that are some of them getting FDA approval is here. Let's talk about what it's going to take to close the gap between using wearables for straight up healthcare and allowing some of this remote monitoring to not have to be prescribed by clinicians, but for patients to get to it. Because that's probably the next area for you. I know it is for us.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to workflow that you brought up earlier, and recognizing sort of the human capital constraint, right, of physicians and nurses and time in the day. And so it's on all of us to figure out, how do we bring, whether it's bring your own device, I have this wearable, I want my doctor to have access to the insights from that, or a medical device prescribed by my doctor, all of that data has to get assimilated into the workflow in a way that is consumable and actionable by the doctor. And I think that's nobody's single responsibility, right? The better insights these companies surface, the more that we can help contextualize that within the EHR, right? And that's the only way to close that middle ground.
I love that. And I think that's, that's happening. I think it's going to happen in the next few years, finally. Jake, I'm going to turn different AI for you. We at the ACC partner with Open Evidence, and not just to put kind of our articles out there for people, but really to look at what are doctors asking. Like what are our cardiologists asking? What do they not know? What do they need to know more about? I am so excited about this. But one of the other uses then of large language models is if you have a system and you're interacting with clinicians or patients, where are you moving with thinking about using large language models to help educate at the patient level, at the community health worker level, to upskill, or at the clinician level? Where are you bringing in that kind of large language model work?
It's a fantastic question, and when you think about just the pace of innovation that's going on in the AI space and with the models, one of the things that we're spending a lot of time working on is this idea of we have this continuous data stream. It's extremely powerful. It tells you both how the patient's outcomes are, also helps motivate them. One of the things we're doing is looking at how do you use that information to come up with a more standard way for therapy optimization, medication management. If you think about diabetes, there are so many options for physicians out there, and there's new ones all the time. We've got GLP-1s now. How do you use a CGM to help that physician using some of this AI technology to optimize that patient's care and really de-intensify some of the medication? Because for so many years it's been, we're going to try a different medication. That's not working. Your A1C is not coming down. Let's try something different. With a CGM and some guidance, I think we could make a huge dent in the overall outcomes of people with diabetes.
I love that. All right, we're down to our last. So hopes for the future. Lucienne, you go first.
I frequently say this, but I hope we can bring the joy back to the practice of medicine.
Yeah. Yes, perfect. Jake?
Preventative medicine.
Preventative medicine. Tom?
I'm going to say to bring the humanity to digital medicine and to make sure that we understand that there's a dimension of care that's human.
Fantastic. I'm going to end with mine, which is I don't think we should call it digital health. It's just part of health.
There you go.
And I think that's where we need to end up. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you to our audience.
innovators show up.
Welcome back, everyone. Our next session is titled Take Back Your Taste, Self-Discovery in a World of AI and Algorithms. Please welcome to the stage Julie Towns, Vice President of Product Marketing and Operations at Pinterest.
Have fun. Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Julie. And as an elder millennial, I grew up in the internet era of StumbleUpon, MySpace, and Tumblr. I used to spend hours downloading CD mixes and gathering celebrity inspiration, reading every blog I could get my hands on. That internet used to let you wander, explore, and really discover who you were. I was learning, I was collecting things, and I was finding unique ideas and really deciding for myself what I loved. It was a really personal space. Back then, the internet really was a tool for self-discovery. But today, too often, it's a script telling us who to be. Now I watch as my kids are really deferring to the internet to tell them what to do. So which sneakers to get, do you just scroll until the algorithm tells you? Or what songs to listen to, whatever is going viral at the moment. And if you need anything else, you can just ask an AI chatbot. Does it get the job done? Sure. But does it also feel like we're on autopilot? Yes. There's been so much discourse around this topic of brain rot and what happens when we outsource so much of our critical thinking to AI. But I see another layer to the problem that we're facing. First, algorithms are flattening our taste. So if we roll it back to the mid-2010s, that's really when social media platforms started tuning their algorithms for time spent and engagement. And so content wasn't just showing up chronologically anymore. It really was whatever got the strongest reaction rose to the top. Engagement through enragement. And the loudest voices won. And so from there, the internet became more performative and more homogeneous. And then the challenge with that is because AI is trained on these flattened signals, it just reflects this sameness back to us. And so now it feels like we're all listening to the same music, we're all wearing the same clothes, and even websites are actually starting to look interchangeable. And that's just when you make it to a website and out of a chatbot. Now, the internet of the past, it used to have these kind of unique corners you could just tuck into and discover. But with these text-only AI chatbots, they're really doing the thinking for us. And the thing is, they aren't helping us discover what we like or who we are. They're making these decisions for us. And here's the problem with that. As we outsource more of our decision-making to AI, we're losing touch with our own identity and our own sense of self. And look, I am all for technological advancement. I am in tech, after all. But as a mother, this is really concerning. And I would say as marketers and as brand builders, this should worry all of us. But, and the reason it should worry us is because, if you don't know who you are, you don't know what you like, you don't know what to buy, or what brands then align most with your identity. And we're really already seeing this play out with Gen Z because there's this growing anxiety among this generation around finding themselves, identity building, and decision making. And it's getting so pronounced, there's a new term for it called doom shopping. I think the data tells the story of what this is. So to start, nearly half of Gen Z say that they find it harder to make decisions today than just a year ago. And 48% of Gen Z say that they purchase more products today that they don't like or ever use. And 70% of people say that they feel guilty immediately after making a purchase. I know I can definitely admit to this one, doing too many impulse purchases online. And so to put it simply, people don't know what they want, and they don't like what they're buying, and they know that something is broken. But here's what gives me hope. Gen Z is recognizing this as a problem, but they're also actively fighting back against it. There's this mounting movement to reclaim taste and take back identity, and they're hacking the system that they feel is failing them and kind of freeing themselves from this algorithmic trap. So if we want to understand how to help people reclaim their taste, I think taking cues from Gen Z is a great place to start, because they are starting to figure it out, and they are quietly rewriting the rules of how discovery should work in this AI-first world. And at Pinterest, we have an amazing front row seat to this behavior, because Gen Z is making up more than 50% of our platform. They are our largest and fastest growing audience, and they're enabling us to really learn what behavior, this new behavior looks like online. So I want to take you through a few observations that we're learning from them. So let's start with the first observation. The first thing that we're seeing from Gen Z is that they are curating these niche identities. So for Gen Z, they think this mainstream concept is dead. They are really carving out individual aesthetics and seeking individualization, so hyper-specific tastes built entirely around like vibes. So they're not just copying someone else's preppy look. If they see an image online, they're not just copying it exactly, but they are trying to build a lifestyle around it, or this kind of micro-aesthetic to them, and so they might put their own spin on it and call it coquette prep. This isn't just passive consumption. It is active identity work, because research shows that nearly 1 in 4 Gen Z and millennials who engage with trends are actively avoiding kind of trend fatigue by putting their own spin on them. They're what we call remixers. So they're kind of creative, experimental consumers who are using trends more as a springboard to express themselves, not as an endpoint in itself. And so they're craving these experiences that actually demand something from them. So time, energy, but most importantly, agency, choice. Because when you have to work to find something in the real world, you're not just buying a product, but you are making a choice about who you are becoming. And Pinterest is one of the places that they're starting to do this. So to kind of give you an example, I am a millennial, and so if I look at my own behavior on Pinterest, I am creating boards very much with a utility purpose in mind. So I might be, some of the real boards I'm creating are like designing my daughter's nursery or planning where we're gonna go for our next family vacation. I have a specific end goal in mind. But if I look at the boards that Gen Z are creating, they're entirely different. They are making them around feelings or colors or interests. One of the my most favorite boards that I've seen from a Gen Z pinner is a board that they named Cool Blue. And it was this set of seemingly random things mixed together. So blue makeup, icy drinks, blue boots, actual glaciers, just like totally things that I would never put together. And then they were naming them Cool Blue, and they told us through user research that they're doing this because they find it calming and a new form of inspiration. And what we're doing on the back end is connecting all of the dots between these images and human curated labels that the pinners are telling us how these things relate to each other. So we're actually learning from what people are searching and what they're saving, and our models are then identifying the unique taste and connection points between these seemingly unrelated images to help understand what is driving personal inspiration, often before people even have a name or words for it. So I think an example always helps. So let's say you're saving vintage leather books, green velvet chair, and then this image of floor-to-ceiling shelves in a library. What we will say after seeing kind of all of these images together and connecting the dots on the background is that you are someone with a style called dark academia. I personally have never heard of that before, but now that I know what it is, I can know what to look for and go further down into my exploration. And that's really how taste discovery is working, and that's how it's working on Pinterest. So that brings us to our second observation. Gen Z is visual first. And so if you take it back in its most basic form, identity building is visual. So you see something out in the world, or you pick up something and you kind of notice how it makes you feel. You say, do I like this? Is this me? It's really how humans have always worked, but Gen Z are taking it to a whole new level, because if you think about it, they are people that were born with screens and phones in their hands from a very early age. And generally, people tend to process images faster than text. But for Gen Z, it is quicker. It's not just quicker, it is intuitive. It is actually how they think. They don't think in words. They don't want to start with keywords. They think in images and want to discover things in the way they think. They don't want these big walls of text. So for example, they might be referencing an outfit, street style that they see on the street and taking a picture of it, or taking a screenshot of someone's makeup look on a TV show and wanting to find the products to recreate a version of that for themselves. But before adding things to their cart, they want to see the visuals. And so what we found is that 69% of Gen Z are agreeing that visual results are more helpful than text or reviews, especially if you are shopping or if you are looking to purchase something. But seeing the product itself is just the beginning, which leads to our third observation. They are also seeking safe spaces online to explore their options. So along the journey of shopping and deciding what new things to bring into your life, you have to try things on, get it wrong. It's just like if you were in real life and you're going into a store and grabbing things to try on in the dressing room. It's all part of the process. And that takes vulnerability to try things on, which requires safety. Research shows that identity formation requires what psychologists call identity exploration. So it's a period of trying on different values, beliefs, and aesthetics before committing to them. It's messy, it's nonlinear, and it does require room to fail and to change your mind. And that kind of exploration cannot easily happen on a stage or on traditional social media, where you're being watched, you're being judged, or kind of algorithmically nudged towards what's popular already. Gen Z kind of knows this intuitively. They need space, and they want to save these kind of multiple contradictory ideas at once to change their mind without an audience watching or judging them. Okay. And so they're telling us from research that they are coming to Pinterest because it's a space where they feel they can visually discover ideas in a space that feels less performative. And they found something rare on Pinterest, where while other platforms are kind of churning with debates and toxicity, Pinterest is moving at this different pace. It is much more intentional, it is quieter and slower. And we found that this isn't just a state of mind, but people are actually scrolling content and ads 150% slower on Pinterest than other platforms. So the attention rate is much higher. And you can kind of think of it as like the anti-doom scroll. So that slower pace matters for brands. Gen Z's identity exploration, it is not an interruption. It becomes attached to their identity. And so this space isn't enough on its own. They also need tools to find the right things. So Gen Z is taking their taste back and reclaiming their own sense of self. And what we're doing on the product development side is really looking into the future. How can we build AI in a way that better serves these needs of this audience? So here's the thing. What we've seen is that they're not rejecting technology. They're just rejecting being told who to be by technology, because most AI platforms today are these large walls of text just kind of telling and regurgitating things to them. They're pre-selecting brands and products for them, kind of narrowing the consideration set. They're great for answers, but they're really not great for this exploration or understanding your own taste and building your own taste. And so the way we have approached this on Pinterest, because Pinterest is a visual platform, it has always been a visual platform, but as an AI-powered, visual-first discovery platform, we are innovating in ways to meet all of these needs for how people want to search, whether it's through visuals, text, or even their own voice. Because when you have a really big question to ask, It's not easy to do that through a keyword search. You want to start a conversation. So, if you think about walking into a store and you have something loose in your mind, you want to ask a salesperson for help with that. So I want to show you how Pinterest is starting to innovate, and one of the latest ways that we are working with Gen Z to kind of not do all the work for them, but have this conversation back and forth. So I think an example is helpful. I'm going to take an example from my personal life. I just moved into a new house, and I really love hosting dinner parties. It's my love language, hosting, and so I go all out. Party invites, themes, place cards. I love a tablescape, and so I have one coming up at the end of January, an upcoming girls' night, and I know I want kind of this neutral, earthy vibe for the party. So I am going to use our new Pinterest assistant. It's our brand new AI-powered, visual-first lifestyle assistant, and I'm going to start a conversation. So first I'm going to go to Pinterest, and I'll click on the voice assistant icon, and I'll ask, can you help me plan a West Coast dinner party tablescape? I want it to be warm and cozy, but maybe a little fancier than just a regular Sunday night. Okay.
These options blend cozy warmth with a touch of elegance. Perfect for a refined West Coast winter dinner vibe.
Okay, these are all really good options. I love the candles on the right, but I think I'm going to go with the rustic wooden tablescapes on the left. Okay, I'm loving the textures, the boards. I really like, though, this kind of dark blue plate and the linen napkins. But I'm thinking the plate is maybe a little too dark. So let's see. Okay, I'd love a pop of color, maybe something that could go with my grayish tablecloth.
These vibrant plates each offer a bold pop of color that complements a grayish tablecloth beautifully.
Okay, I do love teal, but the soft blue stoneware I think is almost exactly what I'm going for. So I'm going to choose that one. Ooh, yes. Okay, so these like taupey blue plates on the right, I think these would be perfect. I have stuff that kind of already goes with those plates. So I'm going to save this to my West Coast dinner party board. Okay, so saving for brands is a really powerful signal into someone's taste because it's an intentional choice. It takes time to do this. And it's like creating a virtual wish list for consumers to shop. And so what we found is that people who are saving things are 2 times more likely to purchase them as compared to new items. So I almost think of saving or a board as like an abandoned shopping cart online. It's a super high intent version of almost purchasing something. And so I'm going to save these, but I also am going to buy them. And I'd love to learn more about them. So the real magic on Pinterest is that when I don't have the words to describe exactly what I'm looking for, we can decode the image and then give words back to you to describe what you're seeing. So on this example, these plates are handmade, they're terracotta, they're also part of servingware, which while I'm here, it reminds me I do need some new servingware for a salad that I'm going to be serving in my dinner. So I'm going to click on that and see what comes up. And it looks like these wooden plates are actually perfect. They'll add a new kind of texture to the table setting. So I'm going to go into those. And I can see, right here that they're actually from a brand I don't think I've ever heard of before. I think they're the right price. So adding to cart, I will buy those as well. Okay, so here's what just happened in this experience. I came in pretty high level, exploring an aesthetic. I had a kind of specific type of image in my head that I was looking for. And Pinterest Assistant helped me find the things that I was looking for, helped me understand my taste by telling me back what I was searching. And I would say these things are very much my style. They are a reflection of me. And I don't have that experience anywhere else online. And so I also have kind of discovered a new brand I've never learned about before. I can go buy more things from that brand. And so I want to kind of talk through, how does Pinterest know this? Like, how does it know my taste and style so well? Like, this is for sure me. It's probably not exactly the taste that you might go for if you also host dinner parties. And so the thing I love talking about the most is our taste graph. This is really the back end, the backbone of Pinterest that powers all of our training of our models. So it is the foundation of our AI development. And we've been refining our computer vision and image understanding technology for more than a decade. What makes it so unique is the human curation of the visual AI. So when you're taking multiple images together, grouping them, and then labeling what they mean to you, that reveals what resonates with the user and how those things are related. It also helps us understand who they are, what they care about in those images. And so by training our data on billions of pins and boards created by real humans, we are then able to understand kind of this complex relationship between these images that would be otherwise impossible for kind of a traditional LLM to understand on their own. It's like the emotional part of the data. And so that's what helps us anticipate what products to look for, how things go great together, and how these products or ideas overlap with your personal style, with your taste. So when you curate a board, we're learning your taste together and helping you discover more of who you are and why you like the things that you do to lead to more confident purchases with brands. So that's why we built Pinterest Assistant to kind of meet you where you are, answer different types of questions. So things like, help me find a concert fit that doesn't look like everyone else's, or I want to decorate my dorm room, maximalist but cozy, or I want to plan a weekend that's like main character energy but on a student budget. I sound ridiculous saying that, but I'm sure Gen Z people in college would actually say that. So we can answer all of those questions. These are all of the things that our voice-based AI are building on right now because it's tuned to your taste. And so it's not what's trending, it's not what's already popular, but it's what's uniquely you. And that isn't really AI that just kind of tells you what to buy. It's AI that's actually helping you discover for yourself what you love. And so here's why this really matters for brands. Because when Gen Zs are on Pinterest, they're in identity building mode. That's why they tell us they're using our platform and why more than half of our platform right now is growing from Gen Z usage. They're not passively scrolling. They are not chasing trends. They're kind of in this world of endless options. They are asking themselves, like, is this me? Who am I? Does this align with my values? And so that is the moment as a brand, that is when you want to show up in that experience. Because when your brand can appear in these types of results, when someone is saving your product to their board, or like their West Coast dinner party board like I did, or their cool blue board, like my favorite pinner who did that, you're not just making a sale, you are actually becoming part of your customer's identity, which is like the mecca of brand building. And so James Clear, the author of Atomic Habits, has said it this way, every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. And so when something becomes part of your identity, it's more than just an outcome, it's who you are. And this means for a brand that when your products align with their brand, they stay with you, regardless of how trends shift, regardless of what the algorithm is saying. And so that's how you build true customer loyalty and customer lifetime value as a brand. And so on today's internet, Gen Z isn't just searching for products, they're searching for themselves. And that is the opportunity. So, be there when they're discovering, when they're curating, and when they're really figuring out what their taste is. Because, the brands that win in this next era of the AI-first internet will be the ones that help people answer the most important question, which is, who am I? Thank you.
What an amazing and interactive presentation. We're going to be breaking for lunch, but we will return for our next session at 1 p.m. See you then.
Welcome to our CES 2026 stream with all the latest from the biggest tech event of the year. Today, LA Times Studios and Monks will be talking to Adobe, Commonwealth Fusion, and others, while our floor team will be taking a look at what vendors brought to demonstrate this year. But first, let's send it to our host, Faith Pinot, with her first interview happening at the CES Foundry.
I'm Faith Pinot at CES 2026 in Las Vegas here at the Foundry. I'm joined by Allison Blaze, who is the Vice President of Business Operations and Chief of Staff of Digital Media at Adobe. Allison, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Adobe was founded, like many tech companies, in the garage attached to John Warnock, co-founder's home, in 1982, a classic Silicon Valley origin story, and his wife, Marva, actually designed the original Adobe logo. Now, I'm wondering if you can pick up where I left off. Adobe is loved and used by many creators for their multiple tools. How has the company changed since 1982?
Yes, well, the creatives have always been at the core of everything we've done. And so there has been lots of episodic change through the years. First, when we went from print to digital, that was Adobe. Adobe was there. And then with the advent of the web, Adobe was leading the creatives through that change as well. And now with AI, we want to be the trusted resource for creatives as we go through this AI evolution and how it's changing and really becoming the golden age of creativity.
That's wonderful. Now, how are modern creators kind of using Adobe platforms differently in their everyday workflow?
So at Adobe, we've really thought about how to integrate AI into the workflows. So there's a few different things that we've made top of mind. One is we want Adobe to be the one-stop shop for any models that you want to use. So first we have our Adobe Firefly models that are commercially safe. We have image, video, audio, vector, and we incorporate those into all of our apps. But we also believe that choice is really, really important. And so we have partnered with over 25 third-party model providers like Topaz and Runway and 11 Labs to make sure that if you were looking for a specialized model, you can come to Adobe and it's all there, one-stop shop, but it's integrated into the workflows where our creatives do their work. So it's in Photoshop. You can pull down a model and use a different model. You can use a Firefly model. It is in Boards, our product for ideation. So you can remix and imagine and use any models you want to really think and ideate. It's in Illustrator. And so it's right there where our creatives are working every day. And we really want them to feel like it's just a creative partner side by side, just making their life better.
Interesting. And now something like Firefly for generative AI, how is that changing how we think about art today? And how is that changing who can be a creator?
So Firefly it's magic. Generative AI is very cool. You have this image in your head and you can prompt and you see it on the screen. It's just unlocking creativity and imagination. But really with agentic and conversational, we've seen just a huge leap forward in that. So Adobe has AI assistants that we've built into Express, Acrobat, and Photoshop, where you can use natural language to create. And that has really democratized the ability to take what's in your brain and use natural language and take actions and have it just show up on the screen. We've also worked with ChatGPT. So now you can go right to ChatGPT and we have these endpoints where you can do Photoshop actions right there in ChatGPT using natural language. So really anybody can become a creator.
It's very interesting. I've used the technology myself. I wouldn't consider myself an artist in the slightest, but tell me, is there any potential worry about technology like this leading to a loss of jobs for, say, people like graphic designers who are already in the space?
Yeah. So change throughout history is natural. Like as human people, we are afraid of it. And we have to kind of work through how this is going to affect our life and we're going to be able to use it. So for example, when the photograph came out, people said painting is dead. When Photoshop first came out, people were like, how is this going to change my job in photography? And AI has 100% been the same. And so at Adobe, we've really tried to be a trusted resource for the creatives. So first, when we built our models, we made sure that we knew the provenance of every piece of data that went into training those models and compensated the creators if we trained on their assets. Second is, again, we really want to make sure that we're building with the creatives in mind. And so, for example, we just had Max in October, and we think about how can we use AI to help with quality of life improvements for the creators. So we announced that you can use AI to auto-name your layers in Photoshop. Literally, the crowd went wild.
Game changer.
Game changer for them. And so again, it's something that helps them do their job better. We use AI to help bulk create. Once they have the hero asset made, they can go and use AI to make variants. But the idea is creativity is a human trait. And we think that AI can help expand creativity, but it cannot replace it. And that's really what we're focused on at Adobe.
Interesting. That is a game changer indeed. Now let me ask you, AI as a whole is moving fast. That's no secret. From a business strategy perspective, what principle matters most right now? Speed, trust, or control?
I would say trust. There is a lot of unknowns out there with AI, and where does the model come from? Where is it going to go? And so we spend a lot of time with our creative community to make sure that we're listening to them and understanding, one, their concerns, but two, their needs. And we try to be very, very transparent in our own models and how we're thinking about things. We do a lot of listening tours, but really when you're using a new technology, you want to make sure that you understand where it comes from. And so that trust, I think, is really, really important for both the creative community to get comfortable with the technology, but also about where it's going to go.
Of course. Now, you yourself have said that your personal business strategy starts with being a person first. Can you tell me a little bit about what that really means in practice?
Yeah. So I've been at Adobe almost 10 years now, and it's an amazing place to work. But one of the great things about it has always been that we do talk about, again, the creatives being the center of the business, and really we build for them. I mean, you brought up Chuck and John, and they have always put our customers at the center of everything we do. And so when we start with strategy and think about what are we going to go and build and invent and try to innovate on, we start with listening and talking to our customers and figuring out what are your pain points? What do you want? How can we make your quality of life better? And do your work and open your imagination. And so again, I think if you start with the human element and really focus on that, it's going to result in a better long-term strategy.
Sure, honing in on that curiosity. Which leads me to my next point, which is that I read you keep a running list on your computer of things that you want to learn next. Now, I'm sure that means you know a lot of things, but where does that curiosity really come from?
It's a great question. I even as a kid, I asked a lot of questions. I was that one who went around asking my parents why. And I feel like as we get older, the ability to expand our minds and read and learn, it's what adds color to every day. And right now I'm really focused on my next task is I'm learning how to train my own agents. With MCP endpoints and whatnot, and what you can do in ChatGPT and even with Google and Copilot. Productivity is the new game changer, and at Adobe we have our own AI agents again in Acrobat. I will say I have done amazing things in our PDF tools that have just changed my life. And so I continue to expand on building my own agents in third parties and in Adobe, and it's been really, really cool to see what we can do.
Well, that's wonderful. Good luck with the rest of conquering everything on that list. I think I'll start a list of my own. I'm pretty inspired by that. Once again, Allison Blaze, the Vice President of Business Operations and Chief of Staff of Digital Media at Adobe. Allison, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me, Faith.
Wonderful conversation. I'm Faith Pinot at CES 2026. To find more CES content, head over to latimes.com, or you can visit our YouTube channel at LA Times Studios.
Along with interviews from the Foundry, our team is also on the field getting a peek at all of the latest tech and gadgets. Kim Horcher will be showing us what she found on the show floor, and we'll have more updates all day long. Now let's see what Kim's got for us.
Hello, I am Kim Horcher here for Los Angeles Times Studio, and we are at CES 2026. Right now we are talking about Tensor, which promises a privately owned autonomous vehicle at level 4 driving, which you may be familiar with Waymo, but it's different from Waymo. Amy is here to tell us all about it.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, we are different from robotaxi. We are a robocar, which means that we're designed for personal ownership and use. One of the real distinguishing features of our vehicle is that you can be driven by Tensor in level 4 mode. However, if you want to drive, you can take the wheel as well. And we have the world's first foldable steering wheel in our vehicle.
And this promises an agentic experience for the driver?
Absolutely. So you can think about this like a rolling supercomputer or a robot on wheels. Our car is an AI agentic vehicle. So imagine in the morning your car or your Tensor texting you and saying, hey, maybe we should leave a little bit earlier because traffic conditions are a little bit difficult this morning. So wake up and let's get on the road.
Does that react to weather as well or other changes?
All sorts of traffic, weather conditions. It could also even remind you, if you allow it to have access to your calendar, remind you if your kids need you picked up from school and ask if you want to go or if you want Tensor to go pick them up for you.
I'd like to see what you're showing off here at CES, which is the foldable steering wheel.
Yes, so this is unique. It's an industry first, or world first, and this allows for flexibility in being able to drive or be driven. And why this is important is because this Tensor is purpose-built for personal ownership. And imagine a scenario where your car or your steering wheel is in front of you, but you're in level 4 mode. You nod off, you take a little nap, and then you wake up suddenly and you don't know if the car is in level 4, level 2, or level 3 because the steering wheel is still in front of you, right? But in our car, in level 4, there is no steering wheel, there are no pedals. So there's no risk of you interfering or trying to interfere with the vehicle when it's in level 4 mode.
So we're looking at level 2 driving and level 3 driving and level 4 driving.
It's all levels of driving, all the way up to level 4. Think about it this way. When it's in level 4, there's no steering wheel, there are no pedals, the car is in complete control. It's taking you where you want to go. In any mode below level 4, so level 3 plus and below to 0, it's assisted driving. So the car can assist you, but there must be a driver in the driver's seat able to take control.
I see. Do you have a date for when this might be rolling out?
We're going to production end of this year, so soon.
Excellent. Is there anything else that you'd like to tell people about?
Yeah, I think what's really important with level 4 vehicles is data privacy. So our car has 37 cameras, 5 LiDARs, 11 radars. So you have a lot of technology and a lot of data that's collected about the owner. In a personal vehicle, you don't want that data sent to a cloud for us at Tensor to access. So our car and the app that operates with the car is fully encrypted, which means that no data comes to Tensor unless the owner gives us permission. And that's very different from a robotaxi model.
So is the computing done in the car?
Yes, it is. We have an onboard supercomputer, 8,000 TOPS of processing power, powered by Nvidia chips, Thor chips. And yeah, so it is a rolling supercomputer, far more processing power than any vehicle on the road today.
I think that is our time, but thank you so much for your time, Amy.
Thank you so much.
That's just a peek at what's turning heads on the show floor, but CES is also about the ideas behind the tech. Back at the Foundry, we're continuing our conversations with the people shaping what's next. Let's head back inside.
I'm Faith Pinno at CES 2026 here at the Foundry in Las Vegas. I'm joined now by Saul Lel, and he is the CEO of One Meta. Saul, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for joining us today. One Meta is a company focused on AI-powered translation, transcription, and captions. It operates over the phone, which we're going to talk about, but also at events like these and through meetings. Now, we're going to take a zoomed-out approach here first. Tell me a little bit about how One Meta came to be and where your interest in translation originated from.
That's fantastic. So, of course, I'm from Venezuela, from outside the United States. I've traveled to dozens of countries around the world, and consistency is about understanding each other. I work in multiple organizations where language was core, and I realized that it's all about the intention of the individuals. Language was more of a framework to communicate intentions, thoughts, and feelings. And that's kind of where everything started for the company.
It's really interesting. Now, walk me through why translation, as we know it today, in transcription, is different when we're talking about understanding the nuance in conversations, particularly in high-stakes conversations like healthcare or politics.
That's a very good point, Faith. So, in reality, translation or interpretation or transcription it's a tool, it's the fundamentals. Where we as a company focus is on understanding. What is beyond what's the words? What are the intention? What are the thoughts? What is the context around it? Think of it's raining cats and dogs. I mean, cats and dogs are not falling from the sky.
Yes, that's a cultural.
That's a very cultural that we grow, we understand the meaning because of a cultural aspect. But what we're trying to say is like it's pouring, it's raining a lot. So understanding that at a level where individuals think also about the challenge that we have with misunderstanding. So, and the problems that misunderstanding creates for organizations, for families, for governments.
Sure.
And we're solving that at a core. It's much more than just your transcription or translation.
Right. When we think about what's going on right now politically in the world, when we think about the conflict between the United States and Venezuela, where you're from, where would a technology like One Meta be so helpful in really doing what you said, creating a more understanding world?
Well, think about, once again, intentions. And yes, in this political time, not only between the United States and Venezuela, but think about Europe, think about the Middle East, think about Asia, and think about if governments could be more on the same page at a human level. If I can, at a human level, we're very much on the same page. We can eliminate this ego and these barriers. If we can understand where things really stand, because fundamentally, all of us are born on this earth for a reason and a purpose, and ultimately we connect to each other for a reason and a purpose. And when we get to understanding, we can actually create more trust, and we can accelerate productivity. This is once again the North Star for the company and the intention. And once again, when you start double clicking, it goes back to transcription. Let me go a little bit more technical. Transcription, for instance, it's pretty inaccurate outside of English, Spanish, and the top 5 languages in the world. So now you have to transcribe to understand the meaning, and transcribing, you can't really have intelligence without understanding. You can't have understanding without transcription. So as we're building the company, we realize there's a big challenge with transcription. There's a big challenge with translation. Once you have the fundamentals, we can work on understanding, we can work on being on the same page and towards a better understanding among individuals and governments and enterprises.
Right. I want to pull on that thread a little bit more. You talk about having that transcript in front of you, and you're looking at just words, but how are words so specific to cultures? You mentioned the "it's raining cats and dogs" phrase, which is, of course, only used in certain cultures. But when we talk about why we choose the words we choose, when there are so many synonyms we could choose from, what does that look like if you and I are having, an interview and your English isn't as good as it is? How can this technology help so where I'm using the words that I want to use that are more perfect without having to worry about your interpretation of them? How would this technology change interactions just like this?
I love the question. Let me repeat to see if I understand. So based on your culture, choose your words, how can we with artificial intelligence predict the content of what you're going to say with the right accuracy?
Yes,
is that what you're
correct.
asking? Okay. So first, that's a fascinating question, and that's at the core of challenges of understanding is how you build context for that individual. So let me give you an example. Straw is a fascinating word in Spanish. It's a different word almost in every single country. There's about 28, 32 countries in Latin America. And the word straw, it's different almost in every single country.
Really?
So how do you pick what word to use? Mexico versus Argentina versus Chile versus Colombia or Venezuela. But when you understand that, oh, I'm using 3 or 4 words that are from a certain region, now I know that a dictionary is specifically from Colombia or from Mexico. Now you can start understanding the context of that individual based on the structure of their grammar, based on the structure of their other words, and be more accurate in terms of the intention so they can relate to the context. And that's the beauty about artificial intelligence. It really enables individuals to do a lot more in a short period of time.
Right.
Now, artificial intelligence is only part of the equation. We have infrastructure, we have security. AI is really not the silver bullet for progress and innovation.
That's fascinating. So in practice, the technology allows the speaker to be able to detect what dialect they're speaking. So tell me a little bit more, now that we know the objective of One Meta, how it actually works. Say you and I are on the phone with each other. Do I have to have a separate app? Like, how is this happening?
Something that we have done, we have an incredible go-to-market strategy. We have worked with the greatest organizations in the world, for instance, Accenture, or NICE-CX1, which is one of the largest CCaaS providers in the world, that they work with call centers across the world. So a little more technical, as someone starts speaking, let's say, Portuguese, and we have a speech recognition that says, are you speaking Chinese? It will say, no, it's 0%. Like, you're not really speaking Chinese, you're speaking our language. But then, are you speaking German? No, you're not. So the AI will say, these phonetic sounds are not making sense. But when it clicks on Portuguese, as this is scanning all the languages, say, oh, your accuracy on Portuguese, your phonetic words make sense, so these must be Portuguese. They match. So once that's number one. But then you go in dialects. Are you speaking with a Portuguese Portugal accent or a Portuguese Brazilian accent? So it starts now digging in. It's like, oh, it's Portuguese Brazilian. Therefore, there's all these words that are different from Portuguese Brazil versus Portuguese Portugal. There's all these idioms as people have gone that are specific to Portuguese Brazil, for instance. So that's really how we start understanding the context. Now, the technology.
Yeah, I mean, the technology. Tell me about, so say I call you on the phone and you want to speak Spanish in our interview. I'm not fluent in Spanish. Do I have to have a different app in order for us to have a conversation? Is there a delay, for example, between what you're saying in real time versus what I'm hearing? Explain that to me just for something like a phone call.
See, that's fascinating. That's a very interesting problem to solve that we have solved. First, we can even try it right now. There's no app, no internet. We have connected our technology with pretty much every carrier in the world. I'll dial a phone number, and then at conference I call you, and I'll talk to you in Spanish, you hear me in English, and vice versa. And we can do it in 152 languages and dialects. There are different scenarios. There's something called consecutive interpretation, and that is I speak, and as soon as I finish my sentence, the artificial intelligence will repeat in another language, and then you will understand it, and then you speak, and then the AI will repeat another language. That's very much for the healthcare, the financial, because HIPAA compliance in the United States, for instance, we need that framework.
Okay.
Now, there are other technologies which we have, which it streams as soon as I'm pronouncing the words, very much like the United Nations, for instance.
Right.
And we actually have done projects with the United Nations, and it's just simultaneous. And that's pretty magical. Humans can do simultaneous in a monologue, but human conversations can't do simultaneous interpretations in a dialogue. It's very complex, or with 3 or 4 more people. Artificial intelligence allows to have simultaneous streaming interpretation on the flight as it goes. I hope that this is not our last time that we can have another interview and we can speak in different languages. It will be fascinating to spend some time with you.
I'd love to test it out, and that's so interesting. And what you keep saying, the word I keep hearing you saying is understanding. You keep saying this, understanding, creating a better understanding. Now, central to understanding is trust. So I want to ask you, how might misunderstanding erode trust in people's day-to-day conversations? You mentioned, doctors and HIPAA compliance. How might understanding change the trust between a patient and a doctor?
That's a fascinating question, Faith. So, really, artificial intelligence has changed the game on compliance, security, and trust. Really, before data needed to be secure. And data, it's hyper secure with artificial intelligence. It's not about the data, it's about the insights of the data. Because now we have a brain, we have this intelligence that is not only looking at the data, but it's really looking at the nuances of the interpretation, the insights of the data. That's what people is concerned. Usually we used to see compliance as this vault inside our house. Now compliance, SOC 2, ISO 27001, is not the vault anymore in our home. It's actually the front gate security guard. We have a lot more to accomplish because of artificial intelligence. We really do. Now, companies are concerned. Let's say that you are Bank A and I'm Bank B, and we're having the same conversations with individuals. We don't want our insights going to your company and my insights go to your company and vice versa. That is at an AI level of security, and we have to create, and that's what we do as a company. We create a different model for every single organization. So we have a client that have 8,000 clients. It's a large organization. We have to build a model for every single client and sub-client and a data set for every client and sub-client. So security, trust now has become, companies have become hypersensitive about it. Not because of the data, but the insights of the data.
That is fascinating.
Yeah.
I have so many more questions. I wish we had more time to talk. I want to do a demo of the call. This is not the last time we will be speaking. And thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation, Saul.
It's been a great honor. Thank you.
Yes. Now, once again, I was joined by Saul Leal, who is the CEO of One Meta. Thanks again. For more of our CES 2026 coverage, be sure to head over to latimes.com, or you can find us on YouTube at LA Times Studios.
That wraps up day one, but stick with us. We'll be back with more CES interviews, show floor highlights, and keynotes from the biggest tech event of the year. I'm your host, Angelica Coronado, signing off.
Welcome to AI at the Helm of Marine Innovation, presented by Brunswick.
Good afternoon. My name is Anya Denari. I am the president of Navico Group and Brunswick's chief technology officer, and thank you all for joining us here today. We are delighted to be here with you to share a little bit about our journey of AI in the recreational marine space together with some of our partners. So if we just share a couple of slides about who Brunswick is for some of you who are not aware. Brunswick has been around for 180 years, so we have a long legacy and history. We are the largest recreational boating technology company in the world. We have over 40 brands that go to market as consumer-facing brands, and we are global. We operate in 25 countries across the globe. Given that we are the longest and largest recreational marine company out there, we do have 950 patents, and so innovation is really at the core and at the heart of everything that we do. Just a little bit about what is within the stable of portfolio. I'll start with our slogan, which is "Next Never Rests," and that's why we are so excited to be involved in AI as well as technology strategies. We are always thinking about what's coming and developing for the future. We do that through the 5 operating businesses that we have. So this includes our propulsion business, our boat brands, of which we have 17 boat brands, all of our electronics and electrical architecture and power management systems, as well as our shared access systems. And so these 5 operating markets together go to market with their individual brands and leading the way in innovation in the marine space. We operate in a #1 market share position in many, many places that we're in. And I think the really nice thing about that is that enables us to leverage our size and scale, as well as the broad ecosystem of our products, to develop innovative systems and solutions that really push the boundary of what we're doing and enable us to remove barriers, deliver groundbreaking solutions, and ultimately get more people on the water, which is really the goal of what we are doing. Is we want to get as many people as we can on the water, making memories with their families, enjoying the days out in a frictionless, seamless, integrated experience. Given everything we do, of course, we have been recognized with many, many awards from many reputable organizations across the world, and we certainly find that very exciting. If we talk about our technology strategy, at Brunswick, we started our ACES strategy back in 2019. So autonomy, connectivity, electrification, and shared access. And so these are places that we are relatively mature in at this point. Of course, as I mentioned, our tagline is next never rests, so we will never stop innovating. But we have solutions in the market in terms of electric propulsion, electrification in terms of house load management, connectivity across the board in pretty much everything we develop, shared access, and then our newest launch, actually just last year, was our autonomous solution, so autonomous docking, undocking, slow speed maneuvering. That is really a game changer for removing some of those friction points and barriers. And of course, within the last several years, AI has become much more of a central component of everything that we are doing across the space. And so it's really allowing us to move from products into really experiential partners. And so as we kind of get into the discussion we're going to have here today, we're going to deep dive a little bit more into where we are using AI in our products, in our product development, as well as in our services. And to that point, I would like to welcome then our moderator, who is Lee Gordon, who is going to lead us through that panel discussion.
Thank you, Anya. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I want to also bring up some of our panelists as well. So if you all want to come up, Samir Shah, who's our Chief Information Officer, Marco Broccolenti, our Navico Group Vice President of PD&E, and Jan Becker, CEO and founder of Apex AI, a wonderful partner of ours who has certainly helped in the creation and the launch of AutoCaptain, as Anya just mentioned. So Anya, let's talk a little bit about that. You brought up the ACES strategy, and you think about it with technology. I know what my phone can do. It can turn on everything in my house, my alarms, I can find my kids. I know where to do with my car, but in boating, we need that same kind of experience for consumers. So add AI on top of that. How does AI really truly help the boating experience?
Yeah, I think to start again, the key for us here is we want to get more people on the water. We want to give them the best experience that they can have. We want them to be able to make memories. And so technology is really a key piece of that to remove barriers. And so as we think about the role AI can play there's a few different areas. So one would be within the products themselves. We talked a little bit about the AutoCaptain autonomous solution. And so autonomy plays a big role there in terms of things like path planning, object detection, data labeling, etc. It also plays a big role in the product development of the autonomous solutions, as well as in many of our other solutions, whether that's auto-generated code or whatever, synthetic data, image generation, etc. Across the board, we're using AI in the product development processes. And then in addition, we use AI in a lot of our products and services, Agentic AI solutions that are making it easier for a consumer to understand what to do, smart charting with real-time information, or even service chatbots and beyond. So there's many, many different applications of AI that we're using today, and really we're just scratching the surface. So it's a pretty exciting future.
So Anya, you mentioned our ACES strategy, and Marco, the C in ACES is connectivity, and you would think that would be an obvious thing, right? But we're not dealing with your grandfather's pontoon boat anymore. These boats are truly partners. So what is Brunswick doing on the connectivity side to really bring all the experiences together?
As you mentioned, connectivity is a key element for what we do. We may not realize today connectivity is everywhere. As for now, we have more than 20 billion IoT connected devices. We expect this to grow up to 40 billion, double in the next 4 years. In marine, connectivity is not just another feature, it's a strategic enabler for us. The way connectivity gives us the ability to basically provide data. We talk about AI. AI doesn't exist without data. In Brunswick, as a leader in this space, we are developing a connected digital solutions, leveraging our whole product portfolio as well as third-party partners. On doing that, we allow the boat to have data available both locally and remotely, and the availability of data enable us to really leverage AI functionality both at the edge and on the cloud. this is really transforming the boat to an intelligent partner just rather than a vessel, delivering all the function that Onya just described.
Now, Samir, the onboard experience is certainly important to make sure that everybody has a great time out on the water, but there's also a service element to it as well. Can you talk a little bit about what we're doing at Brunswick to overlay AI into the service element?
It's a great question. So, Lee, we are living in new era where customers and consumers' expectations are changing. So what they are expecting is product and services that gets better after we purchase. They are looking at 24/7 access to service. So we are enhancing our service. I would say we are doing 4 notable things. Number 1, we are ready to launch AI-powered chatbots to provide 24/7 service. Number 2, we are ready to do all our manuals, boating manuals, marine products, everything you think of online. Number 3, we are looking at AI, integration, basically with a back-end system to have the full-blown automation. And number 4, we are going after is AI-powered avatars to provide the service to our dealer customers.
So Anya mentioned Auto Captain. I don't know if any of you have docked a boat before, but if you have, you understand, and I see some of you smiling, it is not always the easiest experience in the world. So we had to do something to make it easier for you because there's always going to be 70 people watching you and the wind picks up and your kids turn on the radio. But we just launched Auto Captain in October, and we have it in our display in the West Hall at Brunswick. But can you just talk a little bit about what that means and how that truly solidifies the A in our ACES strategy?
Yeah, no, it's a great example. I think any of us who've tried to dock a boat, myself included, where my marina is, everybody can see me and they know what my job is, so they're watching and making sure I know I'm doing it perfectly. Lee knows well because he has seen me in action. So as we thought about what are the key pain points that we want to resolve, while also making sure we want to enhance the enjoyment of that is at the core of recreational boating, it was really docking, undocking, and close quarter maneuvering that people suggested were the hard parts that maybe they wouldn't mind if they didn't have to do. Most people love to drive a boat in open water and just kind of go wide open throttle and enjoy it. But some of the other aspects like docking are more painful. And so obviously we've leveraged a lot from other industries as well as from our key partners. It's the same basic concept as you might see in automotive in terms of sensors to see, compute power to think, and then taking action with the propulsion system. But there's a lot of differences as we think about the marine environment. I think first and foremost, we have 6 degrees of freedom, which is a little bit more challenging to operate in. There's no solid surface. You've got pitch and roll and heave. You have wind and wave and currents. And so we had a lot more complexity to deal with as we thought about that. And so we have a really solid sensor set. We have a great software stack together with some of our partners. And we were just really excited to be able to get this solution commercialized. And it's receiving incredible feedback from those who use it and those who would like to use it. So we really do think it's a game changer in terms of bringing more people onto the water and taking away some of those barriers and points of friction.
I'm definitely one of the who'd like to use it in the very near future. So as you mentioned, we can't do everything alone. We need great partners. And Jan, you at Apex AI have been a wonderful partner in bringing this to market. So can you talk a little bit about just the relationship with Brunswick, how Apex AI has been able to use the talented folks that you have there to help bring Auto Captain to where it is today?
Yes, of course. So we provide the software middleware to Brunswick, which is the software that sits on the central computer, on a high-performance computer on the boat. The sensors are connected to the computer. There's a kernel, and we sit on top of the kernel under the application. So Simrad Auto Captain runs on top of Apex OS.
And so, Anya, to that point, what is the work that Apex has done or other companies taught Brunswick about how we scale AI going forward?
Yeah, no, it's been, well, first of all, Apex have been great partners to work with for, in fact, I think we met at CES 3 years ago first, so it's been a wonderful 3-year partnership so far. I think a few of the things that Apex brings to the table, first of all, there's the core expertise in ROS. That's really important, and Apex knows how to do that at scale. There's also all the investments that Apex has made that we are able to leverage, and really that functional expertise in particular in functional safety. So I think it's a really great example of how we can partner. We don't always have to do everything ourselves. We can partner, we can leverage investments, we can get things to market faster, we can be more agile, and we can each focus on the areas that are most core to our business. And so I think it's been a really successful partnership.
And Samir, let's go back to you with this as well, because again, we have Auto Captain, so it's now commercialized, it's on boats, it's in the West Hall, but there's still also that element of service and support that you talked about earlier. So what real life examples can you speak to that Brunswick is working on to really use AI to help that boating experience?
So we talked about AI-powered chatbot, right? So just reminding the current scenario, when consumer or customer go online, they can go to our website, they can do our dealer portal, they can look at our mobile devices. All of those will have the chatbot available. So any question you have, instead of picking up the phone and calling customer service, everything is on your fingertip. We have spent 6 months to really fine-tune this data. So it's a fine-tuned information, pretty curated content that we have from an AI perspective. And for some reason, if they can't get an answer, it will be auto-routed to a live agent who will answer it. And live agent will also use the knowledge base that has been AI enhanced. We are using a lot of call logging using AI. So when you call, they will have all the information. You don't have to repeat. How many times you get a call and it's like, okay, now can you repeat all your security information, who you're calling? Everything will be done. So we are looking at super fast service. When you look at the manuals, for example, if you buy a boat, you get probably 50 manuals, a big thick bag, and then I want to do the Bluetooth connection to my page 113, open the book, versus simply ask the question. You get step-by-step instruction. In certain cases, you also get the YouTube video link on how to do it. Makes it very, very easy. You don't have to carry any of those manuals because all our manuals are online and ready to go. We get a lot of call on parts lookup, saying, I want this parts, who is the supplier, who is the manufacturer, how do I do it? All of those is going to be integrated in a back-end system. So imagine you call every time and customer service answering, versus you just ask the question and you will say, yes, the part's available. We can order it for you. We have warranty claim, all of those. And then the last, we talked about training and communication. We all get so many trainings. Nobody has time to do it, and scheduling and all that. The future, it's all going to be AI, avatars-based training, engaging, personalized, on-demand, however you want it. That's how we're looking at it.
Marco, I think, go ahead. I was going to.
No, I wanted just to add to what Samir said. Definitely having an AI agent is key to support the end user on those tasks and situations. What is also important to say now, the bots and the agent know the context. So the agent, at the time you ping the chat, already know which vessel you own, which are your option list, which is the status of your battery state, which is the status of your engine. So at the point you get an answer and support, you're already eliminated the first 10 minutes of your service call, trying to explain what is wrong and jump into the resolution. We want to really maximize time on water and lower the amount of downtime that a boat owner will experience.
And Jan, I guess for you, as you look at Auto Captain and you look at the success of it so far, we met 3 years ago. So if we look 3 years down the road, how do you continue to think about with your partners at Apex AI, and how do you continue to make the experience better?
So what Brunswick has now built within 3 years is really what I would call a software-defined vehicle, so software-defined boat. So Simrad Auto Captain, as I see it, is just the beginning of a series of software-defined functions which you can upload, so update over the air on the boat, that provide more additional autonomous functions. I could think of object avoidance, a person overboard function and things like this. And the boat doesn't need to go back. You don't need a hardware upgrade. Everything's already on the boat. And we have now that set of building blocks, which makes it easy to build on top.
So Anya, I'm going to ask you to look in your crystal ball. You've been to CES for many years. It's amazing what CES has done now with the Foundry and AI having its own space. So AI last year was a lot of talk. This year, it's a little bit more into the application of it. As we look to next year and beyond, What does it look like in the marine space, and certainly how does Brunswick lead all of that?
No, I think it's a great point, and we are, as I said, really just scratching the surface in how we can really transform experiences and deliver integrated, seamless solutions across the board. As Jan mentioned, we have the hardware in the vessels now that is fully upgradable. So, when you buy a boat, that's actually the worst the boat is ever going to be. We're just going to add more features and functionality over time. As we think about from an autonomous driving perspective, we'll move to more use cases and open water and higher speeds, etc. We also are leaning in quite heavily to smart charting. So, traditional charts were on your MFD and they were static. We now have solutions where we're embedding real-time information, whether it's point of interest or obstacles or kind of advice on what to do or where to go. So that is a real game changer also. In fact, we're showcasing some of that in our booth over in the West Hall. And then there's multiple other solutions. We talked a bit about Agentic AI. That is another real game changer for everything that we are doing within the recreational space, again, really to make things easier, seamless, more integrated, and just to enable a better day out there on the water.
I want to feed off of one thing you just said is when you go to our exhibit, you're going to see what we call our Future Helm. And that was designed by the Boating Intelligence Design Lab, which is a group of really smart students at the University of Illinois. And it has been a pleasure to work with them. I know that is a group that works within the CTO office, but can you just talk a little bit about the experience that they have and just how important it is, not just to train, I almost feel like they're training us in a sense, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a great group, and they really are at the forefront because they're in academia and they're able to do a whole bunch of proofs of concepts and turn things out overnight almost, it seems like. And so you'll see a few of those examples here, but really we have a nice approach that takes a lot of the ideation and the kind of the front end of the innovation funnel from what they're doing at the design lab, and we're actually then able to bring that into commercialization. So a lot of what we're producing and delivering in the field today was initiated in the design lab, which is pretty exciting.
I'm going to ask all of you the same question, and we'll start with you, Jan. As we look ahead, I asked you a little bit before, but what excites you the most? I know what you're capable of, but when it comes to AI and what it can do for us, I always think about the fact that we don't have enough time in the world, so it brings us time back. But for you and your business, what are you the most excited about what AI can do?
So what actually excites me most, to go back to what Anja said earlier, we just met 3 years ago. I've been in the industry developing autonomous systems for now 28 years. I've never ever seen in my life, from first touch point to product launch of a complex autonomous systems, such a fast collaboration. They're actually been quite amazing, and I'm really excited to be part of that. Going forward, now we have the foundation and can build on top of that. So launching now function after function is going to be great.
Marco, similar for you, I almost have to ask you to predict the future. What is the future going to look like? And you have to predict it ahead of the time that we get there. What excites you the most about what is possible, not just with Brunswick, but how connected can we possibly, can we be more connected on the water?
I do believe the simple answer is yes, and what we want to see is the same experience everywhere. You're at home, you're in your car, you're in your boat. And maybe to add also to what Jan said, what excites me, what AI and connectivity can provide, we will be able to bring to a non-expert boater the experience of thousands of expert captains at their use and support. So for someone like me who never boated before, will not be scared and worried to jump on a boat and have this new experience.
And Samir, you've been with us for about a year, but you've got true real-world experience in AI. You've seen it from many different verticals. What excites you the most about what is possible for AI in recreational boating?
So we talked a lot about support. I feel like the world, AI is real. The entire life cycle of customer and consumer journey would be automated. It starts with the product search, or like the first is a discovery, right? When we go for a product, we get a lot of information. There's an information overload. We can't make the decision. How do we change the AI-driven product search to give them a curated, personalized content? We are also looking at guided selling. So instead of just going on a website and saying, I want a 36-foot boat and I want this Mercury engine, you can ask a simple prompt that says, hey, I want a boat with this, this engine and this electronics and all that, and you get the guided selling done. And then once we get that done, really looking after that warranty, registration, parts lookup, parts ordering, even based on your hull number, a personalized communication. Right, you get that information, and then we talked a lot about support and all that. We are ready to launch our AI-powered chatbot in next 60 days, along with some avatar stuff that we talked about, as well as all the boating manuals. So next 90 days, everything is gonna be amazing. So I think the goal is simple. How do we provide engaging, amazing customer service, bring the smile on the face of our customers and consumer, and more time on the water?
And Anya, same question for you. As you look to the future, what excites you the most about AI?
Yeah, I would certainly acknowledge everything everyone else has said. I think one of the things that is most exciting is how quickly we are able to iterate and deliver with all things AI. Traditionally the product development process was a pretty long life cycle to develop a new service, solution or anything else took a while, and now we can just do everything so much faster, and AI is taking a lot of the friction out across the entire life cycle. So through the purchase process, through the ownership process, through the sales process, through the upgrade process. And so all of these things are just making for a better, more fun experience, which is really what we're all about. I just would also then add, next never rests, and that continues to be our slogan. And so we will continue to innovate and deliver the best solutions and the leading technologies at a pace and at scale.
Anya, Samir, Marco, Jan, thank you very much for your time today. Again, I know you're all here in the Fountain Blue, but if you have the opportunity, I strongly encourage you to go to the West Hall. Brunswick has its exhibit 5041 right near Caterpillar and John Deere. You can not just see AI in action, you can experience it. You can drive a boat in the convention center as well as you can drive a boat in the convention center. You can dock a boat yourself. You can go on our flightboard simulator. So again, strongly encourage you to come to visit us at Brunswick in the West Hall. Enjoy the rest of your show, and thanks again for your time today, everyone.
The AI Reckoning Blueprints for Tomorrow's Winners, presented by EY. As AI adoption accelerates, the gap between leaders and followers continues to grow rapidly. Please welcome our speakers for this session, Dan Diazio from EY and Maurice Conti from Applied Intelligence. Welcome them to the stage.
All right, good afternoon. Where's Tommaso? Okay, good. Good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us here at CES. Thank you for joining this session where we're going to be talking about the AI reckoning. We're going to make the assumption that everybody knows what AI is in the room, right? All right. And I'm just by way of background, my name's Dan Diazio. I am responsible for AI across EY's consulting business. That involves using AI to help our clients reinvent the future and also using AI to be able to transform the way consulting is conducted. And I'm really joyed to be joined on stage with Maurice Conti. Maurice is a thought leader, a friend, an innovator. He's got a history of doing disruptive things to companies. In his background, he has been responsible as the director for applied innovation and applied research at Autodesk, and also was responsible for setting up a moonshot factory at Telefónica's Alpha. So a futurist and an AI visionary doing AI before AI was cool. Maurice, how the hell did you get into that?
So two parts to that, I guess, right? AI and futures. For the futures part, part of me has a hard time understanding how you would make good decisions without having some kind of a picture of what's going to happen in the future. So just naturally, my brain tends to live in the future. There's some downsides to that. I have a really hard time being in the present. I'm constantly thinking about how things may or may not unfold in the future, what the factors are, what's going to change, for instance, to a business, if we're talking about that, but also how is the world going to change and so forth. I think I also probably watched and read way too much sci-fi when I was a kid. And so that's kind of where where my brain likes to be. For AI, I actually arrived there in kind of an interesting way. So running research labs, innovation teams, ultimately a moonshot factory, I think by definition we were trying to solve problems that were very difficult and had never been solved before. And after a certain point, over and over, we kept coming to AI, specifically generative AI, as the only way to solve these problems. And so after a while, we said, well, we should get to work on actually creating these algorithms. We were one of the first teams that actually invented generative AI in the 2010s. And so I think we had this luxury that maybe is an opportunity for some organizations of flipping the script a little bit. And we had clearly identified problems that we wanted to solve and then saw AI as a way to solve those problems. I think a lot of organizations today see AI as this amazing tool set, and then they go around looking for problems to solve with that tool set. And the discipline that we got thinking about this the other way, I think was really valuable. So that's kind of what brought me to.
So you live in the future, I live in the present. You know, we are responsible for helping our clients kind of figure out where they go next in this evolution of transformation. Just to kind of, you know, talk about some of the trends you see in the present. I mean, there's talk of a depreciation wave and cliff hitting, a wave hitting many companies as they've invested in infrastructure with respect to AI and, you know, this depreciation expense that is going to hit their business that they need to grow into. There's talk of CEOs getting on stage and saying that they're eliminating jobs now as a result because they've been so successful in AI. And then at the same time, there's the meme that you have of somebody who's saying my AI strategy is giving everybody access to an AI tool. So somewhere in between is kind of where we are. You're looking at the future. Like, are we where we're supposed to be? Where are we on this journey of using AI to really transform our society?
So first of all, I think these sort of trends and data points that you're talking about, I would say are largely missing the point, or maybe the wrong questions to be asking, and it leads me to be worried about sort of three things. The first is leaders, CEOs, leadership teams are thinking about AI as a sprint. We need to deploy these technologies as quickly as possible. We need to sprinkle AI all sort of throughout the organization. We need to start to generate some kind of value or some kind of efficiency as quickly as possible, and we need to measure that value as quickly as possible. And it really does feel like a sprint, right? They're just going all out, spending a lot of money very quickly, and so forth. And I think that's probably not the way things are going to unfold. I don't even think it's going to be a marathon. Like some people are starting to talk about this as like we have to slow down and prepare for a marathon. I think it's going to be even more than that. I think it's going to be a journey. I think it's a journey that's going to take 5, 10, 15, 20 years to sort of come to full fruition. So that's an adjustment to the lens. You know, a funny way to think about it would be, you know, this is not one sharp-pitched battle. This is like the full Lord of the Rings trilogy, right? You have like 9 hours of movies to watch, and there's all kinds of adventures that are going to happen. There's all kinds of folks who are going to be involved in that journey with you, partners, foes, you know, competitors. There's going to be different kinds of danger and challenges along the way, and there's also going to be incredible potential rewards. And so there's this mindset shift from almost, sometimes it feels like a panicked reaction. It's a very reactive back foot stance to, okay, there's this much bigger, longer journey that we need to have a strategy for and undertake. Easy for me to say. Obviously, you're in the trenches. You know, you have to actually get folks along the way. The second thing, to your point about ROI and sort of understanding where the value is coming from in AI, I'm actually super excited about a source of value that in many ways I think is invisible to organizations because of its nature. So it's there, but it's really hard for organizations to see it, to measure it, and so forth. And that is, I sort of describe it as a grassroots revolution. This is every individual in the organization. So EY has 400,000 some people. So every one of those 400,000 people now have access to this radical, disruptive new tool set. And they're using these tools in unique ways, in the true sense of that word. So you use your AI tool set to do things that are very different than what I do, what Tommaso does, what you do, and so forth. And so because it's at the individual level, because it's unique, the organization is kind of blind. It's not, the CIO and their team deploys this big technology platform. It's sort of, we can see what that is, we can see the adoption, we can see the results. That's not what's happening in this first wave. This is an initial wave of value. I think there will be others. And when you add up 400,000 people that suddenly have this new, very different tool set and are applying that tool set to do their jobs in new and different ways, I think that value is actually tremendous, but very hard to measure. And so it's kind of this strange quandary. But I think that's the first wave of value. I kind of came to this realization one morning. It sort of came to me as an aha, and it was right after GPT-5 came out. It was the day after that I got access to GPT-5. I was playing around with it, using it to write code. I don't know how to write code, not any modern languages. I don't want to date myself. And I needed to build a tool. It was actually something I was doing with Dan, and 15, 20 minutes of prompting, and I had a functional web application that did exactly what I needed it to do. I couldn't have bought it. I couldn't have downloaded it from somewhere. It was a very specific thing. And I said,
it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
It was pretty good, fair to middling. And before that moment, I could not have done this. So the AI in that instance opened a door that was previously closed to me. And then a couple of weeks later, I started using Replit to build some more sophisticated tools. And same thing, I just had this mental breakthrough, and I said, oh, I've become a tool maker. Suddenly, I'm making my own tools. I'm not turning to a provider, to a third party, to my IT department. I can make my own tools very quickly enough that it's actually worth the time to solve a problem that before I couldn't have solved, or to bring something to a client that previously would just not have been possible. And so I said, well, that's interesting to me. But I said, well, hold on. What about 400,000 people at EY? What about the millions of people that are represented here? Every one of them is now empowered to do that because anybody that can prompt is now a tool maker.
So I know you have a third point, but I'm going to jump in and maybe challenge you on this bit. Because this is something that, while I agree, now everybody is empowered to start to do more than what they were possible, than what was possible in the past, we're starting to get some data that suggests that this is just being used as a very expensive search engine. We do a study across 15,000 users of AI, so they are employees across all geographies, and we found that 88% of them said they use AI at work. I would say that probably higher than that use it in their personal lives, but 88% use it at work, but only 5% use it in ways that are transformational. And the way we define transformational are doing different things, are picking up the idea that I'm going to be a builder today. I'm going to go build an application or a software. So I agree there's something in the mindset, but we have many clients that are under pressure, reasonable pressure, because they are being pushed by their shareholders and their boards. Like 2023 was the year that all the CEOs started talking about their AI initiatives in their investor days and with their shareholders. There was a lot of spend last year, and they're being asked to show some demonstrable progress that they're on the journey and they're seeing benefit. And I agree with you, there's value, but there's a need to be able to articulate some other benefit of productivity or some benefit of progress other than just saying we gave our teams tools. So I kind of wonder, how do you cross those two bits? Like, there might be value in the long term, but there's a pressure in the short term here.
Yeah, so let me get this straight. So you're saying in the short term, you're giving this amazing new tool set to all of your folks, and they're not doing anything sort of radically. They haven't radically changed what they do with this tool set.
So not me, but yes. Yeah.
Right.
So it's the mindset shift that is required to be able to go tackle the new thing is not really yet taking hold. And what do you think needs to change? And is it leadership or is it the mindset of the users themselves?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I'd say, what did you expect? You know, you shouldn't be surprised. You're giving, so folks, you know, it's Tuesday morning at 11:45. I come into work to do my job. My job is to do my job. Like, my motivation is to do a good job at the thing that I was hired to do, and my manager is expecting of me. I get this amazing new tool set. What am I going to do with it? I'm going to use it to do a better job at my job. I think it would be a rare individual that would step out of their job and go, yeah, I'm not going to do that anymore. Sorry, Dan, boss. I'm not going to do, you know, what you pay me to do. I'm going to go do this other thing because AI has empowered me to go do that. I think very few people would actually do that inside of an organization. So,
but that's the value that you're talking about.
Exactly.
Like you're talking about when they do that. That is the value.
But whose fault is that?
Okay.
So, you know, I would challenge leadership to think a little bit differently and say, not, you know, we expect our people to transform our business by doing radical new things because of these new tools that are available, but rather, I think leaders need to provide their folks with a clear vision of what this future is. Like, here's where our company is going. Like, in moonshots, we talk about the moon and the shot. The moon is the goal. Like, this is what the future looks like for us, for this project, for our company. This is where we're going, y'all. All of us need to work to go to this point in the future, and then the shot is how to get there. And so if leadership doesn't have this vision and share this vision in a very clear and accurate way, how could you expect people to then somehow magically change the way that they work in order to achieve this? So by having this clear moon, you sort of set the stage for everyone, say, okay, we're all going here. We're not going over here, we're going here. And then I would raise the bar. Raise the bar to the point where your folks can't succeed without using these new tools. That, I think, is a big part of the transformation.
And it reminds me of something, you know, when we started this journey in AI the last couple of years, companies have really invested a lot in the technology, but it requires, there's three different sets. Mauricio actually taught me this, so I'm going to cite you there. But you need the right mindset, the right skill set, and the right tool set. And all the capital in many companies has gone into building out the tool set to give people access to the tools, to get the agent orchestration capabilities, but not yet enough on the mindset and the skill set to be able to go do what you're doing. I still think it is, I still, you know, maybe can agree to disagree that there's not a lot of value that's been articulated yet, but that is a question that a lot of our clients have been really challenged with. How do they demonstrate that they're on this journey? And I think we both share the vision of where it needs to go. Now, I interrupted you on your second, so what is your third?
So, and by the way, for the tool set, skill set, and mindset, so the tool set is the technology, skill set is sort of the new capacities, ways, skills that the workforce needs to have, and then the mindset is what we've been talking about. Tool set, which is where all the money is and all the attention is right now, is the easy part. It's not easy, but it's the easiest of the three. Then skill set. Mindset is the hardest part. It's going to take the longest. Most difficult thing to change is going to be the most expensive and is where I would be most focused, even though it's kind of the least sexy stuff. People want to hear, like, when you're up on stage talking, you want to, like, see the demo and talk about the tech, you know, and not about, you know, some sort of discussions that are happening in some room in the back between leaders. The third point I was going to make, before you interrupted me, was, again, a little bit about this future thinking and the challenge. So most leaders and most leadership teams are focused, as they think about AI plus their business, are focused on what their business looks like today and what the technology can do today, which is natural. Like, you're running a business, you have to report earnings in 2 weeks. Like, the business is running today, so I understand that. However, 5, 10 years from now, both of those things are going to look radically different. hopefully your business looks radically different in a good way, and certainly the technology is going to be capable of things that it's not capable of today. And so I think if you're not, in addition to running the business, modeling what your business could look like 5 to 10 years out, what the technology could be capable of 5 to 10 years out, and then working backwards to where you are today, and then you can sort of plot a course to that future, I think you may find yourself on your back foot, because it's likely that your competitor down the street is doing that. And so they're sort of surfing the wave rather than watching all these waves go by, and then it's 5 years out, and you're like, oh shoot, we need to do a lot of catching up. And so that's an opportunity for a lot of leadership teams that I work with in taking the time and investing the necessary thought and resources into thinking about where are things going so that we can be in the right place in that future.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, I think we're very much aligned that the real unlock is to stop doing things the way that we do them today and to start to imagine the new way of doing them in the future. There's something to avoid. Like I share that vision that you described there, Maurice, and I think we're starting to see a couple years in some, for lack of a better word, some traps to avoid along the way. There's one trap that I call the visibility trap. And the visibility trap is that we often spend a lot of our time trying to tackle the problem that we see, as opposed to really challenging how we go do something entirely different. We end up automating yesterday as opposed to building for the future. And I have an example, if I can share with this as part of EY's business. But we had a part of our business where we were responsible for delivering a service to our clients, and it was something that we've done tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of times before. But it took 45 hours. We optimized it. It took 45 hours to do the work. Largely that work was happening offshore in lower cost locations to be able to offer the most competitive service to our clients. And we'd always been applying RPA and other technologies. So when AI came along, what a great opportunity. We asked the team, you have co-pilots, you have a bunch of tools to build your own agents, go build out a capability and come back with a view of what this can look like in the future. The team created 8 agents, and they said we can do this 45 hours, now in 32 hours. And by all measures, that is a massive success, 20% of a benefit and return. But there was something about it that we just didn't feel like added up right. So we got a couple of people that were native engineers combined with some experts that really knew the process well, and we asked them to just throw out the old way of working, throw out the 67 steps that was that 45 hours and start entirely AI native. And what they came back to us is says the critical path of that business is not 32 hours, it's more like 16 minutes of work. They just eliminated all the steps in the middle that actually were built for a completely different way of working. And this visibility trap, it's interesting, the expertise of how you do the work today actually gets in the way of unlocking the native way of doing it in the future. So there is the need for a pattern. We've been collaborating on this together, Maurice, but we spend a lot of time building out the value blueprint of what the future operation will look like so we can make this jump, forget the old way of working, and make a jump into a new way of working.
I'm actually curious, because like we were saying before, I have the luxury of just thinking about this potential theoretical future, and I don't actually need to do any of the work to get there, sort of. Dan is in the trenches with clients dealing with, from this moment today, what are the first, how do you start walking on that journey? We agree that this is going to be a decade-long journey, and it's going to be hard, it's Lord of the Rings, whatever. How do you even get started?
Second sci-fi reference there. So
that's fantasy. It's not really sci-fi.
Oh. Said by a real geek there. So how do you get started? Well, there's a bit of a methodology that we're building around how to get started in this approach. One thing you don't do is map out the current state and get your Post-it notes and start to circle all the things that could be made better in the process. So one of the things that we spend time doing is taking the existing ways of working and mapping that, or the existing process, and mapping that into jobs to be done. And from those jobs to be done, we figure out where agents can do work and what the human interaction, human AI interaction can look like. And then we really get into this big question of what can we go do now with this capability that was never possible. So it's kind of a two-step process. First step is you leave the inputs and outputs the same and you compress the middle, the way that you deliver it. And then the second step is you challenge the inputs and the outputs. So that example that I described previously, where we took the 45 hours down to 16 minutes, we obviously need to review this. So there were some hours that we added back in, but we went back to some of our clients and said, actually, we could do a whole lot more now than was ever possible. And I think that is really important to be able to take that big step. The other thing, Maurice, I wanted to share that is a trap that I'm observing, and I wanted to get your reaction to, is something I call the sameness trap. So we did this exercise, and credit to some of the people that I can see here. We did an exercise in the early days with client executives because too many CEOs and C-suites were learning about AI from PowerPoints. That doesn't really work. You know, you can imagine the amount of decks that they saw in 2023. So we started showing up with laptops into our clients' boards and their executive meetings. And we had a simple script. It was pretty well proven, where we gave them access to a couple of tools and told them to work in teams to go solve something that was impossible to do in 45 minutes. So we gave them the task, create a new snack product. Here's some sales trends data of what the snack business looked like over the last 2 years. You need to create a recipe, packaging. We want you to create a marketing plan, maybe a jingle. You know, you need to lay out a strategy for where you introduce this product. And magic happened over those 45 minutes. You know, that see people laughing and giggling and, you know, coming up with all different types of ideas. I've seen CEOs singing in different languages to like advertise their product. But after we've done this I've done this 50 or 60 times, and there's many across EY that have done this. We now have the data from hundreds of these. And the fascinating thing is all the products that have been generated in those sessions, they all look the same. It's like the same monk fruit ingredients, the same matcha. It's the same sort of brown and green packaging. It's just a lot of the same stuff. So it's this fascinating idea that AI makes it really easy to be able to develop something good. But if you're not careful, that will just be totally commoditized. And the thing you feel really good about is the thing that your competitor is in the exact same room doing. And I'm curious what your reaction to that would be, Maurice, if you've seen that in the past or.
Yeah, my experience is definitely in sync with that. And I'm not surprised. I think, you know, one of the things there's a lot of heat, a lot of debate around is like, well, what about the humans? Are the humans going to lose their jobs? What's the role of the human? You know, I think the reality is the humans are at least as important as they were before at all levels. This isn't just, oh, the creatives are going to be kings because the computer can't be creative and we need the creatives. The humans have lots and lots of different little facets of expertise, of know-how, of emotional reaction to things, you know, throughout the day at all these little moments. It's very complicated and rich and colorful. That's still going to be the most valuable thing. I mean, like AI is this part of what I think is magical about this generation of generative AI is that it's a highly democratized technology. Everybody has access to it, right? And so we're all working from the same tool set. What makes the difference is the humans on top of that. So yes, there has been this big disruptive change, but the humans are still the ones that are working the magic. And again, it's not just the creative ones. And you have an interesting way to put this, we were talking earlier, that I really like.
Yeah, you know, what I think that taught us the lesson that AI really lifts the floor, but it's people that raise the ceiling. And in a lot of ways, you know, while there's this veneer of feeling like we did something really good that an AI did, it's actually your people that tailor the AI to be able to produce something that is really unique and differentiated. So with that, Maurice, I want to ask you a question as kind of a key takeaway. Like, you know, I'm kind of maybe a little bit leading the witness with that last comment, but if you had to bet on a company, I'm going to give you an example of 2 companies. One company that is doing really good with AI, and they demonstrate return on investment to their clients or to their shareholders by taking costs out of the business. So they're systematically replacing people with AI agents, and they're really good at it. Or another company that is a little bit slower to articulate that value, but is investing in their workforce and people to prepare them to work better with agents. As a futurist, which one would you be betting on?
Neither.
Contrarian.
Yeah. So the first company to me is in a race to the bottom, and I would not want to win the race with the first company, right? They're just getting cost out, and it's going to be 20%. Look, we're saving 20% in our customer contact center, and then you're going to save 22%, and then, you're going to be like 18%, and then 2%, 1%, and suddenly there's no value to take out, and you've sort of stripped all of the magic out of the organization. So I would caution against that approach, as attractive it may be in the short term, and as attractive as it may be to the CFO. The second company, I think, has the right intention. Their heart's in the right place, but it's back to what we were talking about earlier, and sort of this vision, the moon and the shot. That company doesn't have the moon. They're working on preparing to do shots, but they're not clear on the moon. And so the company I would bet on is the company that is investing in this longer term, not even marathon, but journey. Like, they're preparing for this long journey, and they're getting started. They're actually doing stuff today. And they also have a very clear vision of where that journey ends and some of the big important stops along that journey. And interestingly, I think those organizations are few and far between. I think those are going to be the big winners. And speaking of moonshots, so I think that's kind of the moonshot. I think that, you know, in the 2010s, when I started doing moonshots, we were doing moonshots because we could. We had that luxury. We had the, you know, sort of financial backing and so forth. I think in the 2020s, 2030s, we will be doing moonshots because we have to. That's going to be the way that we're going to thrive in this future.
And with that, that's the AI Reckoning. Thank you all for joining us in this talk, and have a great time at the rest of CES.
Can't walk on water, but I'm walking through an intersection. All aboard, I heard my brother say. All aboard, like it's some parade. That's me. I'm knocking at the door. I'm thirsty for more, for more, for more. That's me. I regret the hours that were stolen.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to Inside the AI Native Enterprise panel. We only have about 30 minutes for this one, so we're not going to do introductions. We're just going to jump right into the questions. All right, guys. I think my first question is, we often talk about AI pilot mode, but from your experiences, what does it truly mean to kind of move beyond AI pilot mode at your organizations and into something that feels like a truly AI native transformation? And maybe, Wes, we could start with you and some of the work you're doing at Monks.
Yes. Hey, everyone. So I think it's very easy to get stuck in pilot mode. So we talk a lot about what does it mean to be post-pilot when it comes to AI adoption. For me, it's about commitment. I think there are lots of what I would call low to no regret use cases in every organization where you conceptually understand that implementing AI, implementing models, implementing agentic workflows is going to be the future of how that work happens within your company. It really takes commitment, ownership, and leadership to then go do the thing. I think a lot of people get stuck in pilots that are too small, too siloed, too fragmented, and you never really get to the business impact that allows you to scale. So it's all about leadership and decision making.
Dwayne, what about you?
So I come from Leonardo. So we are basically the AI division for Canva. And on my side, when we look at pilot mode, it's more on the creative side. So we are looking at more image and video generations. And for me, it's really about control, getting off the pilot mode, because pilot mode, you just automate everything. But in the creative sense, you can't automate everything. You have to have some form of control, because every point in the funnel is a checkpoint that you need to make sure that, because at the end of the day, what we deliver for images and video, it has to be creatively excellent. If not, it's just going to be like flutter or noise. So it's really about how do you control each stage of that automation so that you can get the best possible outcome.
Yeah, we're going to come back to that, but Chris, would love to hear your answer.
Yeah, I think the measure of success when you move from pilot mode to being like truly AI native, or moving a workload into production, is have you transformed the process, have you created a net new business opportunity, have you created a net new revenue stream, right? I lead our industry strategy for broadcasting and streaming at AWS for media, entertainment, games, and sports. So we're all about helping our customers improve engagement, right? So in that kind of context, has the media organization transformed the way they're engaging the consumer, for example? So I think that is really the measure of success.
At Nvidia, we were quite fortunate to become an AI native enterprise some time ago, which not every enterprise organization has had the benefit of the time we've spent working on this technology. Where we see, one of the really important things that we find for enterprise success is to have a very considered approach to what AI means when it comes to buying versus building solutions within a large enterprise company. You can get lost down a path of we have to build everything, when there is a huge ecosystem of AI native developers out there who can bring incredible solutions to an organization, to an enterprise. But then there is also that innate requirement to build internally, like there always has been in any enterprise, right? We've always built incredible capabilities from an IT perspective and operations perspective. But having a very good consideration and understanding of what those two paths look like as an enterprise scale is what allows you to get out of pilot mode and understanding how to go down that path of becoming AI native in parts of my organization. On the developer side, and Leonardo is a great example of this, thinking AI first about how to solve problems in new ways is what we look at as an AI native developer, SaaS company, ISV that we work with. So.
Perfect. So in the spirit of transparency and whatever you guys find to be kosher and okay from a PR standpoint to share, I'd love if any of you have any case studies in terms of missteps or stumbles potentially at your own organizations. It doesn't have to be your organizations. It could be other organizations you've seen when they tried to make that conversion from AI pilot mode into full-scale native enterprise and it just didn't work for whatever reason. I think we can all learn from those mistakes. So if anyone has an example of that.
our marketing team is here, but I'll still talk about our mistakes. So we're in the sort of marketing and tech services industry, which means I think we're a little bit of a canary in a coal mine. There's lots of expectations from marketing leaders to make AI adoption sort of a key part. So our initial instinct, which is about 3 years ago now, was let's just get the tools in the hands of all of our team and talent, do a bunch of training, and then magically we will become a first or an AI native or AI first organization. That really isn't how it works. So my favorite sort of tweet at the moment is where you have CEOs tweet out, I sent this email to my team and we are now AI first. It's much, much tougher than that. Yeah. It's change management. The reality is I don't think there's a single company today that organizationally makes sense if you start thinking about how this technology works. So you really have to think from the ground up, what would a modern version of a team and an organization look like, knowing what the technology is already able to do and where we expect it to be 1 to 2 years from now. So our biggest mistake was thinking it was just about enablement and training. It's much, much more foundational.
So the tweet itself just didn't do the job.
Just sending the email does not do the job, sadly.
Fascinating. What a shock. So it reminds me of a preliminary conversation we had when we were talking about this panel. And Chris, you mentioned something about working across the C-suite, how important that is to make sure you have the right stakeholders involved in the conversation from the get-go. Can you speak a little bit to that and the importance of working across the C-suite, maybe at your job at AWS, and how that helps?
Yeah, sure. And I think, that speaks to moving from pilot to production and, the stumbles that we see, kind of organizationally, right? So, I think a kind of classic mistake is assuming that the technology leader, in a media organization, in the case, of our customers, can really drive the transformational change across the organization that's needed to fully productionize and realize the value of these AI workflows, right? Really understanding what the key business metrics are and the outcomes that are trying to be achieved, and understanding the role that now with especially agentic AI plays, right? We think of this concept, we talked in the prep as well, this notion of AI as a worker, right? If an agent is going to really truly become part of the workforce and either augment or replace human work, that's a fundamental organizational change. We have to talk to human resources. Workforce planning starts to become less about how big a team do we need. Instead, it becomes what's the optimal human to AI ratio that we need, right? And this is a foundational organizational change management conversation that has to happen at the CEO and HR and COO level, right? So move beyond the technology leaders and get buy-in, from the C-suite is critically important.
Jamie, any?
One of the really important things that we find when working with enterprises, especially, as you say, across those different business units and leaders, is making sure that the expectations are set correctly. The amazing technology that's available today and everything that's happening with this space, they're not all silver bullets. They aren't going to solve everything. And I think there is an expectation amongst certain conversations we have that, oh, why doesn't this just work? And it's like, well, because like every problem, solving difficult problems does take more effort than just pressing a button. Now, maybe 40, 60% of a problem can be solved with some incredible tools out of the box. But this is why, organizations like Monks exist and our partners at AWS, and the sort of workflows that you can get in Leonardo and Canva is because you need to go to another layer of depth to actually solve specific hard problems. And we'd spend a lot of time working through, what is the real problem you're trying to solve, and making sure the expectations with leadership and enterprises are set appropriately for how long it might take, how many trials and errors there may be, and not giving up after the initial thing doesn't solve every problem under the sun for you.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think that's exactly right. And, I said this C-suite conversation where we've seen success overwhelmingly is when there's a CEO appointed like chief AI officer or chief transformation officer, right? You know, it really needs a transformational leader that's empowered from the top to drive this kind of organizational change management. So anybody looking to enter into this, you know, universe, you know, it's critical that you've got somebody empowered with that kind of role.
And just to that point, because I think this is really important for a lot of large-scale organizations and small to medium-sized businesses as well to take away. What are some tactical steps that leaders can do, whether it's a CIO, CTO, CEO, to get those bottlenecks out of the way? I mean, are there any very specific examples that you guys can think of? Maybe Wes, is there anything that you've seen? Because I know you guys work with a lot of different clients and verticals.
So the interesting thing maybe about marketing, especially digital marketing, is all of our clients are extremely special, but they're all doing versions of the same thing. Right, so the typical workflow to get digital marketing out at speed and scale is a known workflow. So it's really mapping that workflow and then step by step understanding what collapses, what's no longer 3 steps but 1, what is no longer 4 roles but 2. And that mapping of understanding the input to output is what has been, I think, probably the biggest unlock for us. Piece to that, to me, is still the change management piece. I think, and I'm not sure if people using AI a lot have that, but sometimes it feels a little like you're cheating, right? You did something, the output is good, but you got good output in 2 minutes, and the feeling is I should be spending 2 days on that. So it's also getting people to feel comfortable with getting to great in much less time than an effort it would normally take, which is more of a mindset challenge. So there's a lot of messaging, there's a lot of sort of goal setting and vision work that we had to do around that as well.
And I think that's a good segue because I think at the epicenter, not just of the AI conversation of anything related to marketing and advertising is KPIs and how you measure success. So can you each, you know, talk a little bit about how you apply KPIs to implementing AI across your organizations? And maybe we'll go back to you, Jamie, to start with Nvidia first.
Well, I mean, internally, it's a kind of a sin not to use AI in every single day at Nvidia, and you know, different parts of our organization leverage different types of AI, right? If you know, Jensen talks about a lot how every single engineer and developer at Nvidia has access to whatever AI tools they believe are going to be the best for their work, right? Whether it's Claude Code or Cursor, or you know, and that is used significantly by 100% of our developers. And that's what now allows us to do a yearly release of some of the most complex AI infrastructure in the world. So the KPI for us was very clear. Go from 2 to 5 year cadences of new releases to annual. And the only way we've done that is by implementing a large amount of AI capability. Otherwise, we'd have had to go and hire another 30,000 people. But NVIDIA is now able to do that with around 35 to 40,000 people, which no other organization in the world can achieve. And we couldn't have done it without implementing the AI that's built by our partners that we obviously help them as developers create in the first place. So we eat the dog food very much. I think, you know, when we work with developers on helping them create their applications and products, one of the key things that we always look for is like, what are your KPIs for the business success of the app? And what are the KPIs you're setting for the developers on the timeline? And how much faster does it need to be? Like, what are you really trying to build? Because then we can help guide you towards that goal. Open-ended development plans are not good with AI. Like building any product, you need to have proper product management and Jira and everything set up well. And this, you know, one of the reasons we love working with Leonardo and Canva is because they have incredibly tight product management on creating those enterprise AI tools. So those are the 2 areas. I mean, for us, it's a no-brainer that we have to use it.
Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all comes back to, again, just really defining the business outcome, right? In media entertainment, that can mean a lot of things, right? You know, we've done a lot of work with Agentic AI in automating the ad sales and ad operations processes, right? So, you know, defining KPIs. Actually, Twitch, to talk about a case study within Amazon, their ad sales teams implemented a chatbot-assisted, AI-assisted chatbot to answer, advertiser questions and help respond to RFPs and things. And the sellers that were using it ended up generating like 25% greater sales, over some period. So, really defining what these metrics are and, purposing the AI to achieve them, is the key. So defining that, but then also understanding how you measure those KPIs, and what do you do with the AI or the agent when it's underperforming? How do you manage the performance improvement to get it there? Or do you decide this just isn't working, we have to go back to the human and then move on to the next thing?
Anything to add, Dwayne? Or
yeah, my KPIs is slightly different. It's around more about content, right? In terms of conversion of the brand, because I'm looking more at creative level, more about the brand affinity and conversion to sales. The KPI for AI is basically the scale, right? You can reach a lot of people, but reaching a lot of people doesn't mean you convert them. The conversion is based on the content that you're creating, and the content that you create is still very human-based. So there's still a huge potential of like the human aspect of storytelling and how you convert. When someone looks at your content, they either fall in love with it or they buy what you're trying to say and they buy into the product, right? So there's kind of two layers on that KPI. The AI layer is basically that scale, the efficiency of it, but then at the heart of it is that story of what we're trying to say and how do we convert.
I think that's such an important point. Do you have any KPIs you want to share? Otherwise, I'm going to piggyback off.
Innovate faster. Like that's the only thing. Stay 6 to 12 months ahead of our competitors and help our clients do the same. So speed of adoption and adaption is our only KPI.
Beautiful. I would love to go back to what you just said about the human element in AI, and we talked a little bit about this on our call, just identifying where humans should come into play and where potentially it's better off that AI takes over altogether. And I was hoping to get a little bit into the nitty-gritty, the trajectory of the process for, say, creating a 3-minute video campaign using Leonardo, just because you are here as our example. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, candidly? Like, where do you think, based on what you've seen, your expertise, AI is really, better for the task at hand? And then where do you really feel like the human touch point is so critical in that process?
It's really an interesting question because, like, I was talking about it in the other panel a month ago. What you could do with AI is very different with what you can do today. And we've reached this uncanny valley of human likeness where the video gens are really coming out so real that you can't really tell. For the untrained eye, you really can't tell whether it's a human or an AI-generated character. So in terms of that, like what we're seeing, how people are using our tools, are basically creating a lot of content. But at the end of the day, to really like use AI, it's using a kind of like a workflow of tools, not just one tool. So imagine someone's on a marketing level, like every Monday they have to have 20 or 50 different social media posts going, and they just do an agentic workflow from GPTs to the video models to the output, linking it to all the social. But that could just be an automated flow. But the scary part about that is that if you let it automate all the way, you may get crappy results. So you need the human element has to come in and do the check and balances and the QCs, so that at the end of the day, that 50 video, you're not going to just publish all 50. Maybe you QC it down to 20. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe you rerun that workflow and get another 20. But I think at the end of the day, the human is still very much in control, because you don't want, at the end of the day, to have like a lot of videos out there of your brand that's not really converting.
And it doesn't necessarily need to be a piece of video creative, but do you guys have other examples that you've seen either at your organizations or externally where you saw, humans in this case were really necessary, AI in this case was really better for the task at hand?
I mean, we talk a lot about human in lead and human in loop. So where is a human or human team sort of prompting and briefing agentic workflows versus where are agents prompting people to do things? I think there is a I would almost say, an underappreciation of what the models do better than people. Like, we talk a lot about what people do better than models, and we sort of default to creativity, which I think is still, to be honest, let's see where that is a few years from now. But what we know that the models do way better is the ability to ingest data in real time at massive scale and reason through it. It's something that we as people just cannot do. So for us, if you think about digital marketing, to your point, the ingestion of online conversations, of customer reviews, of competitor analysis happening in real time, and then with a point of view that understands the brand and the business that the brand operates in, go, there's an opportunity here and we should do something with it. I think that feels like an area that is under-leveraged. I think it's under-leveraged because as humans, we like to think that we're smarter, right? So the strategy should be ours, the insight should be ours. You see a lot of that in our industry. I actually think that models outperform there already quite meaningfully. And you can see that there is a discomfort in that reality.
Anything to add? We can move on.
From a creative technology perspective, there has been a consistent democratization of access and ease of use of creative tools in the digital era. Like that will not change. What also has not changed is that the best users of those tools are creatives. And that has not changed in the last, I think from an agency perspective or users of Leonardo and Canva, the people who make the best content are the people with incredible creative brains. The combination of the creative brain plus best tooling with more democratization of access to those tools is where we see the best use of these technologies from a creative workflow perspective. Creative technologists are making it easier to build workflows that more people can use. So yes, within a brand now, you will have non-creative, you'll have non-marketeers even creating assets. Because behind that workflow, creatives and creatives technologists have put it together. And that allows them to go and focus more on brand creative and brand leadership about what are we actually trying to say in the message, and then making sure that's within those tools and workflows. Where AI and certainly modern uses of AI and advanced mathematics absolutely are the best and only thing to use is when it comes to data and finding out what we should be doing, what should we be telling our creatives to do, because that's, there's incredibly hard problems to solve there that allows those creatives to be more accurate.
So then, do you think AI has a marketing and a branding problem? Because essentially what I'm hearing you say is one of the biggest hindrances for this technology right now is just getting it into the hands of more people, right? The democratization of the technology. And it's a perfect segue to the next question, which is there's a lot of paralysis and fear right now across all industries about how AI is ostensibly going to be taking a lot of these jobs soon. But what you're saying is that's not the case. This is just going to make it. Yeah, so I think really the question A, two-pronged, does it have a marketing and branding problem? And B, how do we alleviate some of that paralysis moving forward?
I think it does. I think you said it well, right? The democratization of content creation as an example, right? And the ability to automate, we call it differentiated versus undifferentiated tasks, right? So to take the burden of undifferentiated work away from the human allows the human to be much, much more creative, right? And vision out the new business models. I always use the example of like TikTok, right? Like AI is really good at pattern recognition, right? And drawing inferences from historic precedent, right? With the data the models have been trained and tuned against and the rest, right? But when TikTok was born, there was no AI engine that said the whole world is going to start to migrate to 60-second vertical video things, right? And we're going to turn an entire industry on its end, right? And so if you start to take away, the undifferentiated work, you need the human explorers to vision out these business cases, right? And so that's where I think it has a branding problem. Internally, we have an AI tool called QuickSight, right? And it's essentially a research and analysis tool. Anybody here who works at Amazon knows exactly what it is, right? And so I manage a strategy team, right? And so like I do a lot of industry research. I come here, I take a lot of notes, I go talk to analysts, and I go look across the web. And I can just input all of this into the AI models, and it draws a whole bunch of conclusions, right, that I have to groom. And, you know, I am the human in the loop, and I have to make a business decision based on this output. But that process I just described when I got home from CES 2 years ago would have taken like a week. And now it'll take 3 hours, right? And so now I can help our business vision out our new customer engagement models and patterns and where our sales teams need to go. And it's a huge game changer in that respect. And so in that respect, yes, I think it has a marketing problem that we need to try to solve for as an industry.
I'd like to add something here. So you talk about take away jobs and all that. So it's interesting because we, you know, at Leonardo, we have been obviously hiring for a lot of AI artists, prompt artists, I'm sure media monks too. And the general feeling I get is like it's actually opened a whole new sector for jobs. Because a lot of the applications that we get is like, oh, this person was in sales before, or this person was in engineering, or he was in tech. But they're actually doing a lot of creative work because they know how to prompt, they know how to use the tools, and there's this almost a second life to their careers because they always want to be a creative, but they never were able to figure out how. But now with AI, they can, because the things that they create, you know, it's just amazing stuff that I see. And to figure out that they've never done this before, but now with AI, it's just unlocked something in their brain, and they're able to do it at home through their own computer in their own way. It's just amazing to see. Yeah. So I think it opens up a whole new category for jobs. Yeah.
I'm going to pick on you one more time, Dwayne, because we're talking a little bit about, you know, the ethics, and now I want to get into the legalities of AI and content creation. So I think for Leonardo especially, I'm so curious how you guys navigate making sure that artists are still, you know, being credited for their work fairly.
Yeah, we at Leonardo, we do it really differently. So we're not like Midjourney where you can say prompt in the style of someone, right? So we purposely remove that layer. So you can't like, anytime you call out an artist or anything, it wouldn't. But I think what I tell my clients and people who work with us is like, you don't, like Wes Anderson, right? You don't need to say like in the style of Wes Anderson. If you understand the aesthetics of symmetry, of colors, position, and kind of the aesthetics of what it is, you just can prompt that. And then maybe you add something else as your own element, and it comes out a new style. So you don't really have to copy any artist, because at the end of the day, vision is what you see. So you don't have to. And that's why Leonardo works, because whatever you say, it's the engine really takes that feedback and is very prompt adherent to it. Yeah, so we kind of remove that artist layers in terms of copying, because that's a big issue, especially at the enterprise level. Yeah.
Sorry, were you going to say something?
No.
All right, we have a little over 1 minute, so I'm going to end with the final question. What are you guys most excited about in the AI space? It can be related to native AI across the enterprise level, or it can just be something broad.
I'm honestly, I think the last 7 weeks have been amazing. Just the amount of great model launches in progress. I'm just excited about what happens next. Like I think there's a lot of uncertainty, especially when you look at it through the lens of our business, my business. I've never been more excited about what the space is going to be like in a few years from now. So just seeing what happens in the model space for me.
Yeah, same for me. But I'm very excited because there's going to be a lot more storytellers out there, because anyone can use a tool, but everyone's got a story to tell. And if those stories come up, you know, they can be the next Hollywood director.
Yeah, I have like a professional and a personal answer to this, right? You know, it's professionally, I'm really, really excited about the way we're just changing the game of, you know, audience engagement, right? And I think this convergence of data and AI, you know, is helping us, you know, with our media customers really transform the way they're engaging audiences and changing the viewing experience, right? And AI is just taking us into uncharted territories there. I can't even imagine, you know, just the progress we've made last year, I can't even imagine, what it's going to look like next year. It's really, really exciting. And then, kind of personally, it's really what I was saying before, like really helping the world understand that AI is just unlocking human creativity. I mean, we could create new whole genres of music, and that I'm really, really excited about.
I don't think it'll surprise anyone, because if you go out of this hall and go and walk down and see Nvidia's space, that we're quite excited about physical AI, the democratization of the technology required to train new types of robotics, autonomous vehicles, is an incredibly exciting body of work that we've been focused on for many, many years. And it's that point in time now where it's coming to market at scale, and it's going to be, a really exciting thing for the world to see. From a personal perspective, which also kind of is a work-related thing, I'm fortunate to work across 3 very interesting segments: ad tech, sports, and streaming. There is a Venn diagram where in the middle there is convergence of technologies and capability that creates really exciting flywheels to enable super, super exciting consumer.
Operations, logistics, and the customer experience. Please welcome to the stage Daniel Danker of Walmart and Rajiv Chand, partner and head of research at Wing Venture Capital for AI at Scale and the world's largest retailer.
Good afternoon, everybody. Daniel, welcome to CES Foundry. It's the first Foundry.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Is this your first CES, or have you been here a number of years before?
Oh, God, no. Many, many times.
Many, many times. Yes.
This is how we spend January.
That's so true. First week of January.
That's right.
First week of January. Well, Daniel, let's start with overall vision. You joined Walmart 5.5 months ago. You serve as Executive Vice President of AI Transformation, Product and Design, direct report to the CEO. How do you see Walmart stores, let's look long term, 10 years from now. What does a Walmart store look like 10 years from now? And then specifically, what is the interplay of AI, customers, and associates in that Walmart store?
It's a great question. I love gazing into the future like this because it gives you a chance to really stretch your thinking. If you'd ask 2 or 3 years out, we'd have to actually check our current roadmaps and see that we would be delivering on that time frame. But 10 years, you just go big. I think the great thing about what's going to happen over the next 10 years is that the store itself will be as digital as the online experience. We're going to stop referring to the online experience as if that's the digital one and that the store is somehow behind it. The stores are going to be so digital, so personal, so attuned to what each individual customer needs, what they've purchased from us before, what that tells us about what their needs are right now. We'll really understand the customer. In a sense today, the promise of the online experience is that it can be personalized down to each individual. Because only one person walks through the front door at any given time. And that the store somehow has to be a lowest common denominator that serves everybody equally. But what's going to change is when we get to the next stage of digitizing the stores, they will feel just as personal as an online experience.
So what is that? So maybe let's make it tangible. So is this, there's obviously a trend towards digital price signs. What are other things that how if you walk into a Walmart store 10 years from now, tactically, what does it look like?
Well, just to give you one sense, today the inventory that you see in a store is based on actually quite a few algorithms that are helping us make good decisions about what to put on the shelves. But everybody sees the same thing. Over time, we're going to be able to anticipate what people will be coming to purchase at an individual level. We'll be able to anticipate when they're likely to come into the store again, and we'll have assortment that is so precise down to the individual that it will feel like you were scrolling a personalized list on an app. Now, that's not easy to pull off. That requires understanding your customers, but it also requires having an extremely dynamic supply chain. A supply chain that itself knows what is needed where, when, and can start pushing products all the way to the store shelf. That's a really sophisticated set of AI algorithms that are working all the way through the supply chain, all the way back to a supplier. And it's something that's never been done before, but I'm very confident that we're going to see that kind of transformation happen in the store over the next few years.
Individual personalized merchandising. That's
to a sense, yeah. Yeah.
So what does the Walmart app look like? So if you look at the Walmart app today, so yesterday I actually did my first Sparky purchase.
What did you buy?
I bought, well, this may be TMI, but I bought distilled water. And so I asked.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
I asked the app for distilled water for my CPAP, and it understood my CPAP machine.
Yep.
And it gave me distilled water, and it gave me $1.37 distilled water, which I was appreciative of.
Yep.
And then, of course, the express and shipping fee were $20, so I paid my $21.37. What does the Walmart app look like? So right now the app is category, directory, and then kind of Sparky on the side, in the center tab. The Walmart app 10 years from now, does it look like the OpenAI chat interface? Is that sort of the, what is, I shouldn't even bias you. What does the app look like 10 years?
You don't even have to go 10 years out for this. For the last 20 plus years, we've all been scrolling. Can we all just collectively scroll for a minute? We all know the movement. We've gotten so good at this movement. But really what it is that we're showing people long lists of items and making them almost act as human filters through those lists in order to isolate the individual products that they want. It's cumbersome. But it's the state of the art. It's the norm today. So when you ask about, is the future a chat interface, what I think you're actually asking is, how much longer are we going to be scrolling? And I think not much longer. I think that the reality is that there is a better experience. The better the app understands you, the more it can take away the effort associated with buying things, and especially the effort of buying the same things over and over again. A huge portion of our customers, they begin every order with the same set of items every single week. You need your milk, you need your flour, you need your eggs, you need your butter, you need your bananas. I should never forget bananas. And the reality is that we know that about you, and we don't need to make you do all that work every time. So the app is going to understand you to the point where the repetitive parts of what you do become completely effortless and automatic. So then with the remaining part, sometimes a chat experience is going to be the best interface. If you're really not sure what you're looking for and you want to have a really natural back and forth. But sometimes a chat interface isn't going to be the right mechanism, and there'll be other things that are more immersive. When I need to buy a sweater, I want to be able to say, take a picture of the jacket that I'm trying to pair it with, and have it show me, great options for a sweater. That's different. That's not a chat interface. That's a camera that started with the camera. So we need to be a little more nimble and flexible with how we're thinking about the interface. But one thing's for sure, a whole lot less scrolling.
Well, let's bring back to today. One of the big announcements that Walmart had last year was a partnership with OpenAI as part of the Instant Checkout program. This is a question that I got a lot, Daniel, in my prep for this session. How do you think about customer ownership? Who owns the customer in that OpenAI Walmart Instant Checkout experience?
Yeah. Well, first of all, for the most part, customers come straight to us. We've built a relationship with customers. Whether it's to the store or online, they come to us. We recognize them. We help them with their shop. But we also recognize that a whole bunch of experiences that end in shopping don't necessarily start inside of a Walmart store or inside of a Walmart app. And so these partnerships enable us to get to the places where customers are, regardless of where they are. Now, a lot of folks start by asking, well, what does that mean? Which shopping journeys will begin inside of Walmart versus outside of Walmart? And I actually would propose there's an even different way of thinking about it than that. There are so many journeys that don't begin with commerce, but they end in commerce. One of my favorite examples is you're trying to get a wine stain out of your carpet. So first question you're going to ask is, how do I get the wine stain out of the carpet? And it'll ask you what color is the wine, and of course it's always red because white wine just doesn't seem to spill as often. I don't know why. And eventually you get to the place where it says, okay, here's the products you're going to need to help you. So it ended with a commerce experience, but it didn't begin with a commerce experience. And that's what excites me about these partnerships, is it enables us not only to go where the customer is, but also to be the mechanism that turns journeys into commerce experiences and does it in a really great, trustworthy, high-quality way.
Are you concerned at all about loss of the direct customer relationship through those types of partnerships?
I think that we're going to start seeing hybrid experiences where it isn't so cut and dry, where the beginning of the discovery journey will happen in the ChatGPT or other kind of conversation, but that we will then pick up the baton and help take the customer through that journey. We'll also then propose to them if there's other items they might need. By the way, people build their Walmart cart throughout the week. So if there's other things already in your cart, we'll chuck them into the same order. People really don't want to be generating 5 shipments for every single thing they need. So they're really conscious about kind of the efficiency and of that experience. So we'll bring all those pieces together. We'll know if you're a Walmart Plus member or a Sam's Club member, and we'll give you the benefits there as well. So I think you're going to start seeing graceful handoffs between the discovery stage of that conversation and the shopping stage of that conversation.
How do you think about data sharing? So for example, in the OpenAI Walmart partnership, would a Walmart share data with an OpenAI to help OpenAI's responses be more personalized?
Well, we share our catalog so that they can...
Sorry, user data.
User data.
Would Walmart share its user data?
We will only ever share the data needed for the order to be completed. And we will only ever do it if a customer told us it's okay to do it. Otherwise, we won't share a thing. We're always going to be extremely protective of the customer's identity and the customer's data. We've built a lot of trust with customers over the years, and I think that trust is one of the reasons that when you see the Walmart brand show up in an environment like ChatGPT, you know you're going to get a quality experience. You know that if there's a problem, you'll be able to return the product. It brings a lot of trust with it, and trust is hard to earn and easy to lose. So we're not careless with this information. We really protect the customer's data, and we always want to make sure that they know if any information is moving across.
Daniel, last question specific to the partnership. Why exclude fresh foods? Aren't recipes sort of a good use case for ChatGPT? Why exclude fresh foods?
Just early days at this point. I mean, ultimately, our goal is to bring all of our assortment and selection to the platforms. So,
just early days.
More than that, yeah.
Well, and then let me just back up for a second. Let's just call this category agentic commerce. How large does this become, and in what time frame?
I think it becomes very big for very specific parts of what we need. So first of all, let's just establish a baseline here. People love to shop. So that's not going to change. That's always been the case. People love to shop. So agentic commerce often means the subtext there is that a robot will take care of it for you, that something else will do the shopping for you. And I think we can all agree that that's probably a great thing when it comes to the things that you buy all the time. You don't want to walk into the laundry room and realize you're out of laundry detergent. Like, that's just annoying, but it's also not that exciting to buy laundry detergent. What would be exciting is knowing that a few days before you ran out, the laundry detergent automatically showed up, so you didn't have that burden of thinking about all of that. That would be great, right? Similar to milk, similar to anything else. So the essentials piece, I think, is an excellent agentic commerce use case. The pieces that require more inspiration, where there's a delight in shopping for them and browsing and discovering new things, I don't think agentic commerce is going to change those. I think it might help with certain aspects. Like you might say, back to my clothing example, you might ask an agent to help you find the right things that would go with something else, but you're still going to want to be part of that experience before the complete purchase button gets pressed. So I do think we need to just get back to human needs. There's a human need to eliminate chores out of our lives. And so, of course, anything that feels like a chore, if we can automate it, is awesome. But there's also a human desire to explore, to discover. And I think that is maybe helped by agentic, certainly helped by AI, but it's not replaced by agents.
By what year do you think agentic commerce journeys will be larger than search commerce journeys?
I think that they will merge to become one and the same. I think that as we search, when we ask for something that would benefit from an assistant doing a little bit of more additional work on your behalf, that will just happen automatically. I actually think today we're in this very weird bifurcation where most apps essentially have two paths. You can choose search, or you can use the chat interface. And in a weird way, we're kind of asking our customers to know the difference between them. That's a very temporary UI pattern. That's going to go away. These will join up.
In this world of agentic commerce, who decides what to show the consumer? Yeah. And what are the implications of this new feature of this new channel?
Yeah. Well, ultimately, we're all trying to solve the same thing, which is presenting customers with the things that they're going to care most about and that they'll feel good about buying. Now, the real currency in an agentic commerce world, in my opinion, is trust and affordability. The reason I say this is because at the end of the day, if you're going to let a robot, a computer, make decisions for you about what to buy, you need to be pretty sure that it's going to make the same decisions you would have made yourself. And so you need to know that you're getting the real product that you want. And you need to know that you're going to get a good price. Because if it arrived and you paid a certain amount and then later you looked around and you realized, oh man, I got ripped off on that. I could have spent a lot less. You won't feel good about that and you're not going to keep coming back. So I believe that in an agentic commerce world, trust and price are the most important currencies. And those are things that we do very, very well. In fact, they're written into the values of Walmart as a company. And so I think we will show up very well. The fact that we have this combination of huge assortment at great prices, delivered very, very quickly, positions us well to show up in a lot of agentic environments. But I think more important than anything, it's not just how we show up and when we show up, it's that customers know that they can trust what the outcome's going to be when an agent helps them purchase through Walmart.
In this world, Daniel, do the smaller businesses, so for example, let's take my experience from yesterday. Went to Sparky, chatted for distilled water, had 4 products sort of show up. If I had done that over a search bar, I might have seen 40. So 3 to 5 rather than 40. So, and to your point, I love my $1.37 distilled water. In this world, though, what are the risks? Is it harder for smaller businesses to survive? Will the bigger brands with the bigger budgets be the ones that are more able to thrive in this agentic commerce world?
My hope is that we can create discovery experiences that help people find great products. Some of that will happen inside of our apps. Some of that will happen outside of our apps. And I think at the end of the day, the more that we can help customers by understanding the customer really well, the more we can personalize the assortment that they see. And so what you and I see is going to start diverging the more personal the experience is. Now, in a world where a store has very little selection, we're all going to see the same thing because there's no differentiation to be had. But in a world where we have nearly unlimited selection, which is what we have on Walmart today, especially when you combine it with the marketplace, there is a great deal of opportunity to matchmake us to products that we wouldn't have otherwise known about. And so I think it can become opportunity. What's most popular is not the only dimension that will play a factor in what people see. And so I think there's room for more diversity in products. But we also need to create better mechanisms for people to create products that get discovered. You know, advertising and other mechanisms like that have long existed for helping brands be discovered. And I think that an agentic and an AI world maybe enables some new formats for that that are even more exciting than what we've seen so far.
Will agentic, let's jump to pricing. Will agentic help Walmart consumers get lower prices? And what happens to pricing when the bots are making sort of selection and negotiation decisions on behalf of consumers? How does pricing evolve in this world?
I think that I think it goes back to trust, and so long as you know that you're getting a great price, you can feel good about the interaction. And I think that in a world where there's so many different products you could discover, you may be encountering brands and products you've never encountered before. And so having that confidence, not only to buy, but to know that after you purchase something, if it didn't go quite right, you'll be able to return it, et cetera. All of those values, I think, become really important. I think price becomes just a part of a bigger picture around price, speed, and assortment.
On Sparky, Daniel, what metrics can you share? Any updates you can share on Sparky's metrics?
Well, the interesting thing, so it's growing very quickly, but it's off a small base, not surprising. The interesting thing to me is how people are using it. The very first ways that people used Sparky, and for those of you who haven't seen, Sparky is our chatbot that sits at the bottom of our app. It looks very happy all the time, as you would guess by the name. And the first ways that people used it were really oriented around customer care. Where's my order, or I received something and I didn't receive the right quantity, or it arrived broken, et cetera. And it was a very fast way to resolve order issues, which is great. And like making that more accessible for customers is great. But it isn't the be-all, end-all of what we were hoping for with Sparky. Well, more recently, we've started building some new scenarios into Sparky. And our goal, our lens that we use to look at it is, if you and I were both shopping and I got to use Sparky and you didn't, I should get done much faster. I should have a much better experience. And so if that's the North Star, well, what are some ways that we might bring that to life? Well, one of the ways that we've done it is to realize that people do tend to have a number of items that are just on repeat. And yet today, you just have to search for those and keep adding them to your cart, et cetera, every single time. Well, now Sparky wakes up and says, hey, I noticed you just tend to buy these same items over and over again. So you push one button and they all end up in your cart. And then you add the things that are maybe more unique that week. So that's one example that we've built, and it's starting to go really well. Another that we've noticed is people's first cart is the hardest cart to build because we know the least about them. So it feels like they're starting from scratch. And they're not as familiar with the product, et cetera. But there are some common threads even there. Basically, everybody buys bread, milk, eggs, bananas on their first order. And so we can help you get started. And so we've used Sparky to help people get their first cart going. And that's helped them overcome some of the anxiety of using the product for the first time. So you're going to see a lot more of those kinds of scenarios. And the more scenarios like that we build, the more critical mass we'll get using Sparky. So early days, but some really exciting future coming.
Let's jump, Daniel, to the associate agents.
Yes.
And so the last metrics that I saw, 3 million questions per week being asked by 900,000 associates as of July. Any update on the metrics? And then to your similar kind of thread, what are these associates using this for in a way that's been surprising to you?
It's not going to surprise you that I'm going to share absolutely no numbers with you right now. But so here's the crazy thing. When you walk into a Walmart, the associates that are there all have a device that has an AI agent that powers their entire day. It's incredible. And this agent is doing everything from helping them help customers. So if a customer says, hey, what aisle is this thing on? Or do you have this particular product? They have an agent right there that they can immediately get answers to that. If the product's out of stock, they can tell you when it's coming in. They know exactly when a truck is coming and bringing more of that product. They have so much information right at their fingertips. It's incredible. But the other things that that agent is doing is helping the associates through their day. So for example, we might notice that a certain shelf is about to be depleted and needs to be replenished. and there's one that's got fast-moving items and then another that's a little bit slower-moving items. The AI agent will automatically tell the associate that the best next thing you can do is replenish this first shelf and send them to the back and make sure they get exactly the products that need to be replenished first. If in the middle of that, there's a spill on aisle 5, that's a safety issue. That's really urgent. It will literally kick in and say, actually, I need to reroute you. There is something much more important to do right now, and it will help them go do that first. All of this is powered through an incredible amount of data that's all coming together in one place, and an AI agent that we call Squiggly, tell all your friends, that will help the associates serve customers and help us run the stores in the best way possible. It's really cool.
That's awesome. So let me stay with team members for a moment. So one of the major topics with AI is headcount. And what is the headcount impact of AI to large corporations? And I believe Walmart's announced sort of a freeze at 2.1 million employees across obviously all the organizations for the next couple of years. Daniel, let's look 5 years out.
POV. You're a marketer finding the balance between control and automation. Here to guide this session, please welcome our moderators to the stage, Catherine Stewart, Head of Research at Economist Impact.
No. Did you bring a fan club?
No, always. That's the game plan.
Good, we love a
Fully
fan club.
planted.
Well, I was supposed to introduce the panelists, but I guess Gary's introduced himself, so we'll skip over Gary. But I'm thrilled to be joined as well by Hartoon Weiss. That I didn't say.
No.
Weiss.
Yeah, you're Weiss. Yeah, all good.
From TikTok, and Kelly Mahoney from Ulta Beauty. And today we're really going to be discussing, has automation transformed marketing from a set of manual choices into a system of algorithms and optimization? It certainly allows us to try and test different content formats and to adjust to approaches quickly and responsively. But how do we keep up with the rapid change of automation? How do we communicate the value to our stakeholders who don't sit in the marketing business? And how do we maintain a feeling of control and authenticity? But before we get going, I want to ask all of you, who here uses AI and automation in their work? I'd say that's a quorum. But who, among those of you who do, who feels like you're fully in control when you do? Okay. So I think this is where we want to start. And Gary, since you raised your hand, let's start with you. There's a real perception, I think, that when you are engaging in AI and automation for marketing, you don't have the same amount of control you have if you were using traditional marketing methods. That to me is interesting because you're still doing the same things, right? You've learned something from your customers in the past, and you've made a decision about how to move forward and market this time around. You are using the data that you have, first party, third party, whatever it is. You are A/B testing. It's just, in this case, the agent does it for you. Why do people feel so out of control?
Because they're using it as an excuse to hold on to their job a little bit longer. And meaning, by the way, I'm incredibly empathetic to this. This is a profound technology. And all of us are aware that it's going to have substantial impact on society and our work. I think people say things about AI that are completely based in their own self-interest. And that's okay. But like, for example, I agree with you in the way that you set up the question. Are you in control when you have a hammer? I think yes. Is it different than before hammers using your fist? Yes, it's better. Like, is anyone on earth, let alone anyone in this auditorium, confused that it's going to happen? No matter what the fuck you say or you hope, this is happening. And this is the argument we had around the typewriter, electricity, the computer, the internet, the mobile device. You could be very romantic about yesterday, grounded in your self-interest, and you will be historically incorrect.
So Kelly, you didn't raise your hand. And bringing your CMO perspective, what do you feel is the major pain point in this control question from your perspective?
Well, I think we're still in this early stages of deploying it at scale. I happen to, I think, be an early adopter at Ulta Beauty of applying our data to personalize our experience and to automate as much as we possibly can. But I think there's so much that's changing, and it's changing so fast. I'm not so worried about what we know right now. I'm worried about what's happening next, and that next cycle is so much quicker than any of us, I think, have ever experienced.
So what you're saying then is that it's not control of what's happening today, it's the long-term control.
Yeah.
How does that then manifest in the decisions you make day to day at Ulta Beauty?
Well, I think that the trick here is where to place your bet, right? I think that's what we're talking about around the table as executives at Ulta Beauty is you have to, I agree completely with Gary, it's coming, and you have to be thinking very seriously about what your AI agenda is, but where do you place your bet? And there's, what's hype, what's not, where are you gonna follow, the cycle of AI? And so that's what we're trying to get really sharp on so that everything is sort of a bet right now so that when we do place our bet, we're placing it in the right places.
Well, I guess we're in Vegas. Where are you placing your bet?
Fair.
Walked into that one.
Yeah. Well, I'm, as the CMO of marketing.
I'm black.
Yeah,
apparently.
Gary's
a little bit of red.
Little red.
Well, she's hedging.
She's hedging. She's hedging. We're all in. We're all in at Ulta. And in full transparency, we're actually partners with Gary V and his team on this very topic. To be very frank, next week, we're actually talking with our CEO together about where to place our bets in this space. As a CMO of marketing, I think the use case right now for AI is guest-facing experiences that can truly personalize, and especially in beauty. Like, we're in beauty. Beauty is all about discovery. At Ulta Beauty, we have over 600 brands in our shelves, on our shelves, in our website. Everybody wants us to do this, so we have to do this for us. For our guests, to really make sure that we're keeping up with what they are looking for.
Can I just jump on that for a second?
Please,
Can I take it from pain to pleasure?
Yes.
Because we're TikTok, so we're like the last sunny corner of the internet, somebody called us once. And so I'll
The what? Say that
the last sunny corner of the internet.
Sunny.
Yeah. Because we're here to spread creativity and joy. And so we don't necessarily think that these are pain points. We actually believe that there's a lot of positivity and pleasure that's going to come from this. And I think when we went into a pandemic, we were all looking at business transformation. When we came out of a pandemic, everybody was looking for business acceleration, right? And a lot of what people use TikTok for is accelerating their business, either moving into virality or moving from content and creator into commerce. And so we've just created this acceleration. And so when we look at the AI and the opportunity that it places, especially for discovery, like 80% of our audiences discover something new. Like I walked into Ulta Beauty because I saw something on TikTok over the holiday, and then I bought it for my husband. Not even for myself. I bought my husband face masks. Real story. Literally over the holiday, this woman was getting her hair done. I was like, I didn't know I could do that. So I discovered something in store and also on TikTok. But the acceleration that's coming from AI, the ability to accelerate creativity, the ability to accelerate discovery, the ability to accelerate what's happening in the world and actually distill it down for people in a personal way at Ulta or through the digital marketplace now that's becoming bigger and louder and faster is actually a huge opportunity for all of us that I think we should be really excited about and embrace. And we're all here to learn, right? Everybody in here is raising their hands. But this is the opportunity that this is allowing us, and so we're in the pleasure and like optimism versus I would say pain. And of course, it's coming to replace stuff. And great, let's make things. I don't want to do menial tasks to you, Gary.
I mean, when the car was invented, like a lot of people owned a lot of horses.
Right.
Shit happens. This is like nobody cried for all the salespeople that were selling the yellow pages when search came along.
Yeah, exactly.
This is just how it's always been. I think that so many people struggle with this concept that the world and innovation and technology is going to stand still during your lifetime. Like, things are always happening, things get disrupted. This is big. This is we're talking about silly shit like business and marketing right now. The reason everyone's going to love AI is it's going to save the lives of so many loved ones. Like what this is going to mean in medicine and other things. Like I fully agree with you. This is going to be so much more net positive, but of course there will be negatives because every innovation has had that.
I think the challenge that I'm hearing, and this, I think a lot of people in this room will relate to this because it's top of mind, right, is how do you get ROI out of AI? And you were talking about there's potential to accelerate. And the question that I want to understand is how do you explain that potential for acceleration, the long-term net positive benefits to others in the C-suite who are not as optimistic about.
I mean, I'll give you one example. And we created a product. I think, like, honestly, our marketing teams connected with our product teams, and then our marketing partners helped make product. It was very cool. But for example, how many of you have assets, like a couple hundred assets in your marketing portfolio? Okay, liars. How many of you have a couple thousand assets in your, okay, how many of you have a couple 100,000 assets in your marketing portfolios? We're literally talking to some of our CMO and marketing partners, and they're like, I have 20,000 things a month. I'm like, wow. They're like, I have 100,000 things that I make. There's no shortage of assets and content and things that are constantly in the marketplace. And we've been saying for many, many years in marketing, 50% of all content that's made is not viewed, right? Like, I know half of my work is waste, I just don't know which half. So when we bring the AI opportunities into effect, then we're actually allowing people to distribute their assets more positively and with higher impact, right? So for example, our marketing team got with our product team and they made this thing called Content Suite. And what Content Suite is, you could not scrape TikTok and see every video out there. And all of us have completely different For You feeds on top of it all, right? My feed looks probably, I have a lot of cats and a lot of like DIY in mine. You probably have a lot of beauty in yours. You've like rigged the algorithm. But we could not ever scrape anything in the digital marketplace to see all of it. There's just too much out there. So what the AI is actually able to do is source, our Content Suite specifically is able to source all of the UGC around beauty. And all you have to do is say, click, spark.
Right.
And it goes out. And so what we've done is we've been able to bridge the amount of asset work out there that we all build as marketers, our entire day jobs, and we're able to apply AI and product solution to it so that we're helping people help themselves. We're helping them get to their customers with more personality, with more discovery, and with much more personalization. And this is very, thank God, and only AI can make this kind of work possible.
And presumably on top of that, it's like A/B testing on steroids, right? So you have this ability.
Which we run weekly. And like at the end of the day, TikTok specifically is a volume platform, right? You can't just throw one thing out there and hope someone will see it. Like hundreds of millions of pieces of content are loaded by UGC like users all over the world every day. So you have to have volume. And so if you can do batch and A/B and volume, all of this at scale, the only way to actually get that done is through AI. So I think it's really helpful and it allows marketers to do what they're good at, which is strategy and business.
Right. We talk about, just to build on it for a second, we're a publicly traded company. So everything we do, obviously, we've got to really ensure that we're getting a return on our investment for that because our scorecard gets published every single quarter. So all of what you're saying, everyone understands. I think, though, when you bring it into the boardroom, and you talk to your board, you would be maybe not surprised or surprised that there's still pushback. There's still, well, how do we know this is going to pay out? How do we know this is the right bet? Like I was just talking about, how do we know? Is it hype? Is it not? Let's not get too far down the cycle without really understanding. I think McKinsey put out that one report that said, whatever it was, less than 5% of all the projects people are investing in are actually paying out. So that creates this level of skepticism. So in those conversations, and you were headed down this path, it's really stepping your way into this. And you gotta figure out, we're stepping our way into this, we gotta start stepping faster. There's no doubt about it. I've been at Ulta Beauty 10 years, so we really, I think we're first movers on the data side. We have 95% of everything in our stores, every sale that's happening, we know the member because that's our member penetration. So we have 46 million members. We're sitting on a pile of first-party data. So the first thing we did is we made sure that data was structured in a way that we could really leverage it. Back then, we didn't know how we were going to leverage this data. We're learning, we've evolved, we've learned so much. What I have noticed over the last year with AI is it's go time. Like it's really go time to start. We were dabbling, we were doing use cases, and let's put this automation in place. Let's do a new member journey and see if we can get that new member to come into Ulta Beauty one more time in 45 days instead of 90. And there's real value attached to that, but we'd set it and we'd look at it. Now what we have to do is we have to put more volume of activity out there, and a lot of that has to do with content. Gary will tell you this, right? Content is definitely queen in this space. You gotta have the content in order to pump out this volume, because you can automate the repeatable very, very easily.
And presumably as well, you have to have all this content, but you need to be able to better define who your audience is that you're pushing all this content to, correct?
Ish. Like TikTok became one of the most important things that ever happened in marketing history because the content finds its audience, right? So one of the big misunderstandings for so many people today in social media is the content finds the audience, not you have to find the audience. As the AI algorithms, which is, I would argue, as we all sit here today, disproportionately the most important AI for marketers is the AI algos of the 7 leading social platforms that have an extraordinary amount of the attention of the end consumer, both in the B2B and the B2C sector. Those algos are now written on relevance. And so I am able to literally post a piece of content right now on TikTok about peanut butter, and that content will have a higher propensity chance to reach people that have a potential to be interested in that content in a way that media planning and creative has never in the history of marketing up until today been able to do.
Does that then negate the need for marketers themselves to define audiences? What does that mean in terms of what you're doing in your job?
No, you still have to have, and this is actually something active we do together, but you still have to have an understanding of who your customers are. We're all ages across all life stages. We're pretty broad. 77% of the US population is considered a beauty enthusiast. And so you have to start to understand chunks of what those beauty enthusiasts love. Used to be that we would target based on those old, traditional standards. Oh, 18 to 45, suburban, this. We don't do that. That is out the window. What we're really talking about is motivations and occasion-based ways of segmenting our customers. You understand the motivation and the reason for why, and then you start building the content against those motivations and reasons why. And that's, to Gary's point, you put it into the social sphere, it finds them. But there are other ways that we need to be marketing to consumers. We're emailing all the time, we're building web experiences and mobile app experiences. So the more you know about the consumer, the better you can curate the experience.
But if I may add, I would say that for this room that lives in this world, it changes the paradigm shift of media planning to a place where the creative itself is the media plan. Right? To Kelly's point, I know I'm trying to reach a 27 to 30-year-old Hispanic female that might have interest in XYZ. The way I'm going to reach her is by making the creative variable that, and that is then reaching. That's a brain twist for our little industry here of media planning, where the creative execution production is actually the media planning. That's a paradigm shift for our industry.
And how does that work then? When you're thinking about the creative, the content, how do you match the variety of inputs you're going to need to be able to reach each of those audiences? The peanut butter lovers over here, and the face cream lovers over here, and the shoe lovers over there, or whatever it is. And also make sure that that creative still holds the brand authenticity that you're bringing. How do you do that? Gary says you don't.
I just think that, I'm sorry, I apologize,
No,
ladies.
you go.
I just think that this shit that we were taught 40 years ago about brand is just a academic exercise. Yeah. Like, if I say any brand right now, we all have different relationships with that brand and different feelings. This brand consistency thing, in theory, is right, but so is Marxism. Like, there's some shit that just breaks down in real life. And us sitting in boardrooms and 4 people deciding subjectively if something's on brand is breaking down. in this world, and we have to have that conversation.
Can we talk about this? Because this
Sure
is actually, this is something we talk about on a daily basis, right? And so I think there is, so I'm the CMO, I've got the board that I have to deal with, this is what we talk about. And then I have many stakeholders, we all do. We have many stakeholders that we have to make sure are feeling really confident in our business if our business is gonna succeed. And Gary's absolutely right in the sense of, we kind of got to throw the old traditional brand standards out the window when it comes to content that's going to break through in certain spaces, like the social space. I absolutely 1000% agree. And then there's this layer, though, of like having to always be clear with your other constituency about who you are and why you exist. And it's this layer that we've actually been talking a lot about. Like, how do you...
One layer is the consumer, and the other layer is corporate bullshit.
Yeah. You said it, I did it.
And presumably there's a layer in the middle, which is how do you marry consumer and corporate?
By not giving a fuck about corporate.
All right, but that's
Wait a minute.
Because corporate, in the end, will care if the business is healthy, not some bullshit award or some weird report. Like, at the end, if your business is healthy, everyone is smiling.
But I imagine that's not Kelly's day-to-day. No offense,
I would argue it's not Kelly's day-to-day. It's none of our day-to-day until the end day. Like, this is the point. The current marketing industry measures awards, has a vernacular that is wildly disconnected from the reality of today's consumer. And the reason so much digital transformation is happening, the reason that Cartoon is walking around here thrilled because she's sitting in a company that's actually doing it. I'm sure you're feeling that. At the end, there are so many people here that this is like my #1 thing for being in this industry. I am so scared that so many of you are saying things that you don't actually believe, but it's corporate acceptable to then only get fired when the shit hits the fan. I'd rather everybody die on their own sword than do the corporate thing, and the way to win the game is to be consumer-centric at all costs.
But I do think that goes back to where we started this conversation, which if you are basically saying we're throwing away the rules that have existed in the corporate boardroom from a marketing, a branding perspective to reach the audiences, then you're double fueling this lack of control problem, right? So you don't feel like you have control over where this part of the marketing industry is going, but on top of that, you don't feel like you have control of what the content actually is that is representing your brand. I assume that kind of reinforces the challenge Kelly has.
But we haven't had that control. Every single television commercial for the last 40 years is some awkward version of a vanilla Frankenstein, because what the person had in their head versus what eventually makes it to TV in 9 months, between the agency, between the C-suite, between the production company, between the jerk-off director who wants to get their 2 cents in there, and by the time it comes out, you didn't have control of it. It's a vanilla down version, and you basically made something that no one cares about, which is why campaigns don't work.
Okay, but so to kind of tie this back, like where do these two things bridge? If you understand the content that is resonating with your consumer base, that is consistent with the message you want to share about your brand's purpose, and you test that in social, and you understand what actually does work, that's then what becomes your television campaign.
Yes, but one part of that sentence is truth, which is it worked with the audience. It achieved 1 million views. The other one is completely subjective, brand, right?
Yeah,
and when you,
still art.
right, and like, you all know this, like sometimes a CMO's in place or a brand person's in place, then there's a rotation, and all of a sudden somebody has a different temperament to what irreverent is or what's elevated. Yep. We have to accept in our industry that subjective opinions historically with less technology carried extraordinary weight. And as technology has evolved over the last 40 years, especially in the last 10 years, we have to have way more humility of what's actually going on.
Does that then end up making content less human and more formulaic?
No, oh my God, I'm like, no, this is painful for me. I'm just, the TikToker inside me, so I've been at TikTok almost 6 years, so we've been watching this thing happen to us, and we've been sprinting like hell to keep up. because we don't have a single board stakeholder group. I have 170 million stakeholders in the United States alone. I have 1.1 billion around the world.
Incredible.
They will shut us off if we do not honor the customer. And so what we teach everybody in marketing, we've been saying this for many, many years now, it feels like dog years, but it's an unlearned behavior in marketing, right? Like we can tell our marketers, you have to try this vernacular or this approach, or here's your best practice. When somebody asks me what our best practice is, I literally want to rip my hair out because it changes every few months. Because the UGC, the people, the user base are defining what works and what they want to see, and they will reward brands that are creative and experimental with their communication and are willing to unpack the perfect matching luggage and just put their brand into the marketplace. The old problem, product, solution way of marketing that I was raised on at Gray, Adobe Beauty, like it's over. And TikTok, like thanks to your credit of saying that, Gary, on how we really broke a marketing mold, we broke the story arc. You would just have to be able to show up with your brand's colors, your brand's like music, your audience that would reward you with their time. They were already talking about our brands on TikTok before the brands even got on TikTok, right? And so the audiences have always shaped what is happening and what they will accept about the business. And so when marketers are actually responsive and listening, that is a tremendous amount of control. You can actually control what is happening in your marketing ecosystem if you're paying attention to your customer. And so what TikTok has been a listening chamber, not an echo chamber, which is what Gary is like defining as what marketing has traditionally been for the last 40 years. It's become a listening chamber. And so you can do that with agility and speed, and you can do that to the tune of an and, not an or. It's not this campaign or this approach. It is, I'm going to try this, and I'm going to run this, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to give Kelly a number of ways that she can go to market and have her customer, like my husband, who's now a new customer, who's now obsessed with peach and lily face masks.
The best.
Korean ginseng face masks. He's now he's doing them 3 times a week.
Is he on TikTok yet?
It's a problem. No, he's still on, but he's on The Economist. He's into it. This is bringing new customers in, and they're learning. And so it's an opportunity, I think, for all of us, not a lockout.
Real world application of that. We talk about shaping. We cannot control the conversation.
No.
That's an unrealistic expectation of any marketer. You cannot control the conversation, but you can shape the conversation. And that's, I think, what we're talking about right now. It's shaping the conversation, and the way you shape the conversation is really listening, really understanding what the consumers are reacting to in the platforms they're looking at, and having enough content out there to be able to understand and judge. This is what isn't going to be taken over by AI, is human judgment.
Yeah.
Actually, we're going to automate everything that's repeatable so that we have time to control the things that we can apply our human brains against. Judgment.
Kelly, if people in this audience are sitting in the same kind of nexus point where you're sitting, that you understand this shift, you are bought into it, but you have stakeholders that you have to deal with on a regular basis, what's the most practical advice you can give them on how to have that conversation with their stakeholders?
Yeah, I mean, it is a conversation that we do have at the boardroom. So I guess number one, does anyone here have board level conversations, and is it normal for you to go through your social experiences and results in the boardroom? Because we do. Like, that would be number one. Maybe my practical piece of advice is do a social review with your board members.
Does anyone? No hands.
We do, yeah, we do. At Ulta Beauty, it's part of the agenda. Like, this is where, and we're in beauty. So granted, we're in beauty. If we're not playing in the social space in a smart way, then we're sunk, right? So our board is really interested in understanding how we're showing up and what our strategy is. Like I said, we're meeting in next week to talk about this at the C level, to really understand how to continue to shape and win in this space. Shape the culture and win in this space.
If we were having this conversation a year from now, where do all of you think we will be? What will we be having the same conversation? What will have changed if we have a different conversation? And what do you think we'll be asking ourselves about 2, 3, 5 years down the road?
I think a year from now, we'll be having the same exact conversation at this event, because this is predominantly Fortune 5,000, 500 land, and this world moves uncomfortably slow. and entrepreneurs, creators, smaller businesses will be acting and building and growing, and big companies are going to be doofing around and debating it and talking about it with some progress. But it's back to the point that you guys were going back and forth with. The stakes are too high for big companies to pander to the corporate of it all. Like, this is going to move pretty quickly. So I think we'll be similar-ish. There'll be some things that popped up that will add to the conversation, but similar-ish. I think in 5 years, this becomes the same old thing. Like, this was the conversation at CES, by the way, in 1993 about the World Wide Web. We're having the same meeting. We're just replacing the World Wide Web. That's what we called it, kids, before the internet. This talk happened at CES in 1993 about the World Wide Web. We don't talk about the internet today in the way we're talking about AI right now, because it is oxygen. It is just normal. It is just is. And in 5 years, anyone having this kind of conversation will seem so out of touch. We won't even be talking about it as a thing. It's going to be too omnipresent. It's in the batter of every aspect of society.
Let me ask you a question for your 1-year prediction with the Fortune 5,000 companies sitting here. Do you think there will be impacts on their P&Ls, on their bottom lines, on their top lines, because it is so slow to move, and we're going to be having the same conversation, according to you, in a year's time?
That happened last year.
How so?
They're being impacted right now.
Okay. So,
Like,
but do you think that will continue?
Yes, I do. Like, again, like, from my perspective, you know, humbly, like, it's always the same old movie. This movie plays over and over and over again. And unfortunately, look, I'm going through it with my own company. We're 2,700 people now globally at VaynerX. Like, what I used to be able to do when there was 50 of us compared to what I do now, like, I sit up here like a big shot talking the way I'm talking now. My fucking company that I'm in full control of, no board, I'm a dictator CEO, and I can't get these fuckers to do anything.
We call it benevolent dictatorship.
Right? So I'm like wildly empathetic. I'm not like, you stink. I'm unbelievably empathetic. I'm just speaking to a very real truth that we all know, which is big companies are too slow. They've been getting away with it when the world was slow. It's been getting harder and harder and harder. And now we have this massive technology that's real fast, right? Nano Banana comes out with something crazy, the next 3 days later, these companies are not fucking around, right? Like, the 10 biggest AI companies in the world, these are juggernauts. This is like this is China and America, like, this is big boy, big girl stuff. And we're sitting around having debates of like dumb shit.
I just hope everybody catches up. I'm not gonna lie. TikTok and ByteDance has historically been known to be some of the fastest technology. And like, literally, we've looked at a number of our partners, third-party partners, we're like, can you speed up? Can you catch up? Because like, okay, now I need it in like 700 languages. No, sorry, we can't move that fast. Okay, we'll go tell the internet or the World Wide Web that everybody can't move that fast. We are moving at light speed. We feel like we're alone out there sometimes, but it's a beautiful badge that we hold, and we hold ourselves very accountable to it. So our job is to accelerate our partners, and so we want to be part of that, like,
to give you some
pulling them forward, because somebody has to.
To give you some flowers, this is black and white. To get flowers, you feel a little alone. That's also why you're one of the fastest growing companies in the world. Like 8 years ago, when I was here with Blake, like trying to talk about like my belief in TikTok by what I saw on Musical.ly and all that, like 8 people showed up, and 7 of them by accident. Right? So, and now there's not a single brand in the world that doesn't have thoughts and conviction and pot committed to TikTok. And we haven't even gotten into the commerce aspect of what TikTok does versus every other social platform. You are alone, hence why things have gone well.
Yeah, and we're fine out there on our own.
It's gone well.
We will bring everybody kicking and screaming into this digital generation with us, and we're thrilled, and we have a lot of sophisticated partners like you, Kelly, that come forward and show people the way. I hope in a year we've got a lot more bravery in the marketplace, and we're allowing ourselves to just kind of take bigger, bolder moves. But I think ultimately, Gary's been in my feed all Christmas break. It's been like all about live commerce. We are going to pioneer things that are uncomfortable for the Western world, even though we know that they are incredibly successful with hundreds of millions of people in the Eastern world. So we're not a West and Rest organization, we're an East and Out, and we see the digital future, and we are gonna bring everybody into it kicking and screaming. And things like live commerce, which some people are really starting to test their way into, have been proving brands incredibly successful. Like the Kardashians just did a Skims live commerce, and it broke the internet. So things are actually really, really exciting, and so can only be done with AI. This stuff can only be done with brave marketing. This stuff can only be done at this speed. And so we're just going to try to teach the marketing community this and give them the opportunity to embrace it and have a lot of fun while we do it.
How many Kardashian Skims style
moments
of these do you need to reach a tipping point?
It happens all the time. I am literally wearing my Oura Ring because TikTok told me over the Thanksgiving break that if you use your Amex Platinum, you could get $200 off. And how many of you saw that? Thank you. $49, right? All of a sudden, so I immediately go to my Oura Ring and I'm gonna buy it fast. I'm gonna use my, and it was like, sorry, we are so delayed. You're gonna get this in like 5 weeks. I'm like, oh shit. Did we just delay Aura's pipeline? Because we've done it before. Then next thing I know, I get served by a small business that I've never heard of called Pavoi, P-A-V-O-I. And they're just like, we have stackers for your Oura Ring to make it look less ugly. I'm like, I could use that. And so next thing I know, I just because I gave the video a little bit of love and watching it, next thing I knew, all of a sudden I was served alive, and there's this woman who's got like QVC style, like a jewelry bodice, and it was like, here's the necklace. And okay, so now here are the stackable rings. In 7 minutes, we're gonna do a live 9-minute promotion. You can buy 2 of them for the price of 1. It's going live in 1. Okay, it's gonna go, and I'm sitting there like, I'm watching this, and all of a sudden, I bought my stackers during the promotion of the live commerce, and I had absolutely no idea that I would ever be interested in like watching this type of content.
It sounds like the modern day version of my dad trying to buy trains on eBay like 25
That's hilarious.
years ago.
Yes. But I mean, this is what's happening, and so whether we accept it happening or not, as a consumer, all of a sudden I was very interested because it had meaning. It was actually useful, and I didn't even know that this was a brand or a business or a model that I'd be interested in. And now I'm part of the ecosystem, and now I'm being served more live commerce content. Now I'm more interested in a new behavior because that was a good experience.
Right.
So marketing as an experience, I think, is something that we are getting very good at. And I think people that understand that will win in the next year or two. And I think if Gary just gets louder, because he's been all over my TikTok, of talking through this stuff, you're going to help people move their business in a way that is actually much more AI operated and oriented so that people can have the meaningful exchanges with businesses and brands that they want. Nobody wants an ad anymore.
And this is CEO, CFO, CIO, CMO type conversation.
Yes.
You need all of those partners
You're
in
right.
this discussion, which is kind of why I raised it as bring it to the board. Like bring this to the board and have this discussion, because these are things typically in the past, sort of traditional marketing and some of the decisions we were making around media placement and where you're gonna, we didn't talk about that at the board level. These are conversations because they're so transformational and they shift completely ways of operating, and they have different ROI structures, as we talked about.
Listening to you, I think what I hope is next year, if we were to have this conversation, it wouldn't be media and marketing sitting on the stage. It might be one person for media and marketing and a CEO or a CFO, people who are who have learned and come on the journey. And I think that would be a proof of progress, is that we would know that at a wider organization level, people are getting bought into this, and maybe that would accelerate movement.
They're all bought into it. It's a timing thing. There's no CEO of any merit with even a half a brain that is confused about what's going on. She or he is just thinking through their timing or the cost to do what they have to do.
Or what to do first and what to do second.
And then most of all, the dirty secret, how's it gonna affect the stock price for the next 90 days and all the bullshit that Wall Street-centric corporations have to think about that does not have to do with what you should be doing.
Correct.
I mean, isn't that a history of corporations?
Yep, which is why big companies go out of business. Like it happens. Like I think there's an incredible naivete of like, like when you look at the top companies in the world, they have cycles because of this, and it begs the question, like actually the new crop of these companies that came from Silicon Valley, notice how they controlled the board in a way that we didn't have historically in Fortune 500 land, and that's why you're seeing these unprecedented runs from an Amazon or a Meta, because Bezos and Zuckerberg didn't have to deal with the things that the 1950s, 60s, 70s CEOs had to deal with, and they were able to play long, right? They could have bad weeks, months, even years. I think most companies are gonna get to that place, and then you'll see more sustained, good common sense driven decisions, because this is a very common sense, this is actually a very boring conversation, not like from the standpoint of like it's AI, I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, the answer is yes. It's just yes and how and when, maybe, is the right way to think about it.
Correct.
Yeah. I think from a year from now, a year from now, this is my hope, right? From an Ulta Beauty perspective, my hope is a year from now, I am back on this stage, maybe with these distinguished, lovely executives, and this thing is quietly powering almost everything that we do that could have been automated and repeated, so that the people on my team and myself are using our brains to think more
but
about the
everyone knows that's going to happen. The question for everybody is, are you going to do that out of offense, or are you going to do that as a reaction to pain?
I think that's your point.
Pain.
Yeah, that is your point. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's great to leave you with the question of, are you going to take the offensive and be brave? Think about that and let us know what you do. There is going to be a QR code coming up on the screen. And if you can take the survey, you can also tell us what we could have done better. Thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoyed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're hearing a lot about what's coming next here at the CES Foundry, but the innovation doesn't stop in the interview rooms. Out on the floor, companies are showing off tech you can see and touch. Let's head to Kim Horcher to see what's turning heads at CES 2026.
Many people may think of Segway as a very particular type of vehicle, or maybe even a scooter, but we talked to Heather Henderson from the company about their series of different e-bikes. All right, Heather, tell me about this e-bike. There's a lot of special features. I almost don't know what to get into first.
It's part of our thing. Segway, we're all about technology, and we're constantly trying to bring new technologies that other companies don't think about putting into e-bikes. So this is Myon, and Myon just went on open sale yesterday. We're really excited about it. And one of the most important points is that for $2,000 you get features on this bike that are usually only on performance level bikes, like electronic shifting. Shifting is one of those things that's really difficult for people. It's a barrier actually to riding e-bike, and so it takes some of that hassle and the guesswork out of shifting away from people. The electronic shifting, it's just with a push button. It actuates a servo wave motor in the rear of the bike, and it works with a regular standard Shimano Q's 9-speed rear derailleur. Because there's only a small amount of cable back there, it actually makes it have less maintenance as well.
What is the distance we can get out of this, and what is the charge?
So Myon charges in about 4 hours, and you can get up to 80 miles of ride time or ride distance, depending on what mode that you ride it in. The different modes are going to determine how much power it's using, and therefore how much range that you get.
You talked to me a little bit earlier about climbing hills, which can be kind of troublesome in this kind of vehicle. Can you talk about that?
You bet. So e-bikes on hills, it's so wonderful because it makes climbing a hill feel like you're riding on the flats. And it really encourages people to ride because, again, it's one of those things that intimidates people and keeps them from riding a bike. So we have an intelligent power boost system where we have very advanced algorithm 2.0 that works with a system we call turbo tuned. And what we want people to understand is that the battery number and the motor number don't tell the whole story. It's a system that works together, and so very much the way that you can get more power out of a smaller motor with a turbo than a high displacement motor, it's the same thing. And so all of the technology that goes into the battery management system, the control unit, and the algorithm provide power when you need it, and then when you don't, saving that power so you have more range. And then it also has some really cool features, like it's a direct drive bike, so it has hill descent control to kind of keep you in control, which also regenerates power as you're descending.
Excellent. And then there's an airlock, you said?
So airlock is a whole suite of keyless locking features. Some of them are available by subscription only, but basically it makes it so that you can just lean your bike, walk away, and the bike locks. Come back, and if you're in proximity with Bluetooth, it unlocks the bike so you can just get on and ride away.
I want to talk about the aftermarket accessories. There was one in particular, it is the dropper.
Yeah, we're really excited about our zero dropper post. Dropper posts are not new to the industry, but the way that we're using it is all new to the industry. So typically these are higher priced items that are geared toward performance riders. Ours is geared toward everyday riders. And what it does is as the rider is coming up to a stop and the bike is slowing, it automatically lowers the seat so that the rider can confidently put their feet on the ground and then be able to balance as they're standing at the stop. Then once they take off again, they manually raise the post, and that allows them to get the right ergonomic leg extension so that they don't hurt their knees, and that way you're involving all the major muscle groups, not just your quads.
So that and the Mayon? So they are more focused toward everyday vehicles.
Everyday vehicles, something that someone can just take out of their garage, take out of the sidewalk, go out on the road, and take them wherever they need to go.
Okay, so the Mayon is available now?
Mayon is available now. You can go onto our website, store.segway.com, look up Mayon. There's a dealer locator as well. Mayon is only available through dealers, and that ensures the best purchase experience so that they can help you get the bike set up for you, make sure that it fits you properly, show you how all the different functions work, and then most importantly, develop a relationship so you have a place to get it maintenanced later.
All right, and lastly, what do you believe sets these apart from other bikes comparable in the industry?
Well, the technology that we pack into each bike for the price is incomparable. That this bike has all of these features for $2,000, under $2,000 is virtually unheard of. And our other new bike, Mushi, is $1,699. So to get a bike that has traction control for $1,699 is virtually unheard of.
All right, Heather, that is our time, but thank you so much for talking to me about all these things.
Thank you.
From hands-on demos to big ideas, CES is happening on every level. Back at the Foundry, our next conversation digs deeper into how these technologies are being built.
I'm Faith Pinot at CES 2026 in Las Vegas at the fabulous Foundry. I'm joined now by Chris Mineta. Chris is the Director of Strategy and Operations at Intuit SMB Media Labs. Chris, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
So listen, we all know Intuit and TurboTax and Credit Karma and all of these things. Tell me, how does a financial tools company like Intuit transition into becoming an advertising partner for brands and businesses?
Businesses know Intuit for the tools that help them thrive, like QuickBooks, and the SMB Media Labs is just a natural extension of that. One of the things we realized is that we could actually further support our small business owners by helping the world's leading brands reach them in new and meaningful ways. As a result, a lot of our best SMB owners are able to see products and solutions that are able to help their businesses grow.
So when you talk about products and solutions, are we talking about specifically advertising? Where are you helping them? Are we talking about TV, social media to grow?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the growth, it's really about the products and services that the brands might be delivering, be it banking services, insurance services, whatever it might be. But in the end, to answer your question, yes, it's across the entire spectrum of digital, display, CTV, audio, and social.
That's fascinating. Now, people hear things like data, personal data, and analytics in this day and age, and they get scared, naturally, about privacy concerns. At Intuit and Media Labs, how are you helping advertisers without compromising the privacy of your users and their data?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, at Intuit, trust is our most valuable asset. And actually, when we worked to scale this model, the challenge wasn't really in just moving data. It was actually in building for a privacy-first world. So when you look at our processes, we've developed a process by which we take our signals and are able to de-identify them and abstract them at the source before they ever get to the advertiser. So as a result, we've essentially built this bridge where advertisers are able to get verified small business owner audience segments, but without ever receiving any sort of the privacy or private information that you're referring to. And the end result is that brands are able to get the precision of QuickBooks data while we're able to maintain the gold standard of trust and privacy that Intuit is known for.
Y'all are the shield. You're the shield in essence.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Well, when we're seeing this B2B marketing kind of move, like we talked about, from traditional search engines, as in the past, to high production TV and social media advertising. How does that level of advertising shape into the conversation we're having today?
When you look at traditional search, it's fundamentally a reactive channel. In essence, when a small business owner searches for, say, freight logistics or small business insurance, they're already at the bottom of the funnel, and advertisers find themselves in a bidding war. Conversely, when you look at CTV, it's a proactive channel. So with deterministic data, like the deterministic data that S&B Media Labs offers in CTV, brands are able to reach small business owners when they're at their homes, watching their favorite programs, and essentially share solutions before those small business owners even know to search for them.
Interesting. You're beating them to the solution before they even realize the problem and search for it.
Exactly.
I see. This kind of leads me to our next question about how advertising for many brands used to be a spray and pray game, as you said. Can you say a little bit more about what that strategy means or meant and why it's not so relevant anymore?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you look at traditional TV, it really was about reaching everyone. Now with deterministic data, like the data that we have, we're able to eliminate the waste. So using the example of a football game, like in traditional TV, advertisers would pay to reach everyone, but now with S&B Media Labs and our audience segments, they can target specifically the small business owners that they're looking to reach.
So in a tech world, we talk a lot about interoperability. You know, for the average business leader who might not be familiar with that, what does that mean in their day-to-day life, interoperability?
Yeah, I mean, this really just means meeting our brands and partners where they are today. In the end, we don't want to create any additional work for the marketing teams. So if they're looking to advertise on CTV, display, digital, social, audio, we want our audience segments right there so they're all within their existing toolkits.
Of course. Wow, that's fascinating. Now, obviously, Media Labs is new and CES is all about innovation.
Yeah.
Tell me, what's something that Media Labs has done in the past year that 2 years ago would have sounded unrealistic?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is actually S&B Media Labs has been around for 2.5 years or so. And in the first 2 years, it was more or less in a pilot stage. We actually operated a managed service, and it was really our opportunity to test our product, test our audience segments, and really see if they work. Now what we've done is, now that we've essentially verified the efficacy of the product, we've now switched to a self-service model. We're really focused on getting all the major platforms like the Trade Desk, whoever it might be, so our advertisers can reach us there. So we're really shifting to scaling now that we know that the product works.
Wow, that is fascinating.
Yeah.
Chris, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with me today. Thanks for joining us here at our LA Times Studios suite. Now, once again, I was joined by Chris Mineta, who is the director of S&B Media Labs at Intuit. Chris, thanks again. For more CES content, head over to latimes.com, or you can visit our YouTube channel at LA Times Studios.
We've been digging into the ideas shaping the future here at the Foundry, but the show floor is where those ideas come to life. Kim Horcher has been walking the floor and getting hands-on with what companies brought this year. Let's take a look.
got to check out the Hypershell X Ultra exoskeleton. This is a pretty unique item. It is, well, we previously saw it on Kickstarter, and it has had different editions at CES before, but it essentially helps you with mobility, be it hiking, climbing, or even walking. It said commuting was an option. So I tried it out on the stairs up there, and it felt really interesting. It feels like wearing a brace because it does use your hips as an anchor, but the leg lifts really do lift your legs, and it feels a little bit like you're being puppeted, like a marionette, I would guess. I've never been a marionette, but it almost felt out of my control at points. I think if you learn to use it and know when to stop it, it's good. But I think I was being more compliant with it, so the locomotion just didn't end. I think with a little training, you know, more than the 1 minute I took to walk around in it, it could have been really interesting. I think it could lift the load if you would be hiking outdoors or climbing stairs all day, or maybe doing strenuous physical activity at your work or recreation. I'm looking forward to seeing how this gets implemented and different ways that it could help people with different mobilities.
Chelsea's playbook for innovation. Please welcome to the stage Oliver Bowden, Director of Partnership Sales at Chelsea Football Club.
They showed their class, showed their work. And here's Cole Palmer.
That's what we did.
It's brilliant coming out to a sports montage, isn't it? It's the ideal situation. So welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Oliver Bowden. I am the Partnership Sales Director at Chelsea Football Club. And today is about explaining and talking through our technology playbook with our digital transformation partner, FPT. FPT are a AI-first company that create technology solutions for multiple industries, brands, rights holders, and Chelsea Football Club. Also today, a big part of it is talking about our shared vision and how we came to partner through innovation, talent, and culture, and realistically, our love for football and soccer. So, the power of football is unprecedented. There is 5 billion fans worldwide. It is the most popular sport in the globe. And of that 5 billion, there are 2 billion English Premier League fans. Chelsea are very lucky to be part of that and have been for 120 years. So we are a steeped heritage historical club with a lot of success, but also, you know, for us, it's a innovator, lead industry creator in the sport as well. For us, the core DNA of Chelsea is excellence and success. We are born to win. And that has been paramount throughout the whole club's history. We are the most successful football club in the English Premier League. We have won every club competition there is to obtain as a football club. And most recently, we competed in the FIFA Club World Cup here in the US in the summer, being crowned champions in the US at the MetLife Stadium in New York, beating Paris Saint-Germain. And not only the men's team, but also Chelsea women's team have those core shared values and vision. For the last 6 years, back to back, the Chelsea women's team have won the WSL, the Women's Super League, which is the same as, it's the equivalent of the English Premier League of the men's. And last season, they won the domestic treble, which is the 3 competitions in the English Women's League. So again, success is driven not just on the men's and the women's, but throughout the whole club. And as we continue to invest in this area, in being elite performance on pitch, we also are looking at how we create those core pillars into off the pitch. And through both our academy player profiles and how we do our pathway programs, how we do our global soccer schools, our Chelsea Foundation, but also the roster of renowned global partners that can help support us with our objectives. And with that, you know, we're very proud to be a partner of FPT. They've come along with this journey that we will talk about today. I think the main question at CES that I've been asked is why the convergence of sport and how the convergence of sport and technology. I think candidly we're at the infancy stage in football. We are very much the early adopters into technology, and I think something that we need to grow on is how we integrate it. And so a big part of that was strategically thinking about what partner could help deliver those goals and those objectives. And therefore, we partnered with FPT. And it was very much focused on three kind of key areas. Firstly, how does FPT allow us to think bigger about technology? Secondly was how do we advance and progress and be industry leaders in the digital ecosystem in sport, in football. And the third is football is a 365 days a year sport. We are always on and we are moving from game to game. And how do we be agile and how do we move faster and how do we create ideation into actions and then into reality and then deliver them? And I think hopefully later on I will be able to kind of showcase some of the things that we've done in the first 6 months of the relationship. But for now, what I'd like to do is introduce FPT on stage and Aurora Win Dan Fong, who is the CMO of FPT. So Aurora, if you could please join us.
Thank you, Olive.
Let's see. Here you go.
Yes. Hello, everyone, and thank you for pronouncing my Vietnamese name properly. Hello, everyone. It is an honor to be part of a CES-based storyteller where creativity, data, and AI converse to redefine how brands connect with people. And I'm here representing Vietnam and FPT, and together with Chelsea Football Club, the playbook that we are sharing, as Olive mentioned already, is actually how a dynamic and fast emerging tech community and a world-class football club found common ground to create new experience for fans everywhere. So let me show you where FPT comes from.
In just 50 years, Vietnam has gone from the brink of catastrophe.
The economy was on the verge of a total collapse.
To the pinnacle of innovation.
This is Vision AI. It increased the throughput tremendously for many manufacturing companies.
Led by homegrown heroes from humble beginnings.
From 60s to 80s, constantly, that's hunger. I just need some company to help us to survive. That's why FPT.
This is an incredible tale of struggle.
The internet bubble, it's burst.
After the dot-com crash, there's no jobs.
Determination.
It was a very risky idea, but that's our DNA.
And an indomitable spirit.
We have one sentence in Vietnamese, stay hungry, just do it. So that's what we did.
Yes, and it is FPT. We born in Vietnam with resilient DNA. And we are today is a global technology force of more than 80,000 talents worldwide. We welcome 12,000 more every year. And you know, more than half of our workforce are Gen Z. You know, this is the generation defined by speed, by curiosity, and by the ability to learn fast, right? And this energy gives us the ability, like a technology enablers, to solve like complex business challenge. We're supporting thousands of clients in 35 countries now, and including more than 100 Fortune 500 companies. And when we first met Olive and Chelsea's team in Vietnam, it became clear immediately that this is beyond, far beyond a sport collaboration, because we found that it is a meeting of cultures. Yeah. So both organizations share a deep spirit of first, a history of making history. So like Olive mentioned, that Chelsea made history across UEFA, the FIFA Club World Cup, and the Women's Super League. And Vietnam, FPT also made our humble history by bringing internet to Vietnam in the 90s and building the first private university focused on IT education, now shaping more than 150,000 students. And now we become an AI-first company. So this spirit that we found in common with Chelsea is that the ambition, the teamwork, and a constant commitment to push boundary. And this is exactly that the energy defines the FPT Gen Z workforce. So that's why we choose football and Chelsea FC to partner with. Firstly, because football at its core is all about teamwork. In FPT, we have a saying that if you want to work well with each other, you need to play well with each other. Right? So teamwork is just not only 15 minutes on the pitch, but it also like many hour post-match celebration, right? It had to connect people together. And we see in Chelsea's team is like young, ambitious, hungry culture that also exactly mirror the spirit of FPT Gen Z workforce. And that's why this partnership has accelerated so quickly just in 6 months. And it's become a shared mission between us to redefine the global fan experience through technology. And FPT even continue to strengthen our commitment to sport, including securing the exclusive broadcast rights of the Premier League in Vietnam recently. And maybe Oli, could you share also why Chelsea chose FPT?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when we started going through the journey of what we needed to do to leapfrog competition and be a first mover in the space, I think we needed a collaboration with a great partner, and FPT, their innovation, the new relationship that we've built through understanding your digital capabilities, but also, not just thinking about what you can deliver, but actually shaping how we can think about experiences and how we can improve ultimately digital fan experiences, because that's what's at the heart of the club. And I think when we first met, it was a bold vision at the start of it, and I think it was how you used cutting edge technologies to ultimately showcase through speed and scalability to how we could actually improve both internally but externally. So I think that was really fundamental. But then also, you go back to what you said about shared values. I think it was, your commitment to excellence when you go to Vietnam and you experience that, your teamwork, how you work together. And I think your innovation on, looking at how you can improve things with speed and scalability, referring back to that, I think that was primarily the main relationship success immediately. I think, for us, our audience is ultimately scale. We are a global powerhouse in football. We have 615 million fans globally. And our audience, how we can improve and interact with our fans and create engagement tools to actually improve fans' experiences is fundamental to what Chelsea do. As you can see, we have, a very wide reach across all markets. I think, Asia we're very strong at, and Europe we have a very strong foothold. Africa is very much a heritage-based player base that has driven that, and North America is a number one focus. The World Cup coming here, we know that's a number one growth area. But ultimately, our fans are very balanced across the men's and women's sides. So we're about 56% male and 44% female. But not only that, our fan base are very young and affluent. So we have about 36% of this 615, about 36% is Gen Z, and about 33% are millennials. So we understand the audience, and the big insight that we focus on is their behaviors and their interests. And what we know about our fans is that a third of them are significantly interested in new technology. Mm-hmm. But I think that the main point is actually they over-index about 120%. They over-index in adoption of new technology. So not only we understand we have scale, we understand we have reach, but we also understand what our fans are wanting to interact with and how to utilize that. And so bringing that together through FPT skill sets and their products and their services is fundamental.
Yeah. Oli, I have another question for you. Okay. So Chelsea FC have one of the most passionate global fans. So how do you envision involving the supporter club experience to create more meaningful engagement beyond the match day? How you reach out to massive global fans who are unable to attend the match day and create new experience for them?
It's a great question, Aura. I think, you look at our fan base, our 615 million fan base, you take the example of the US, there's 11.4 million. Vietnam, I think now Vietnam, probably half the population are Chelsea fans through our relationship, but I think the last stat I looked at was about 14.5 million fans. We have a significant fan base that actually a very small percentage can attend match days. So how it's so critical for us to connect our fans to the club, and every day how we can engage them, how we can grow them, and how we can support them and bring that in. So I think for us that's fundamental. One of the the projects that when we first started, and I think has been a success already, is our global supporters network. So we have approximately about 500 global supporters network. So in Vegas here, there is a Chelsea supporters network already probably in the pub right now. And what we do is with that network, through the power of FBT and through how you supported us and how you created it, we now through our app have the ability to bring supporters together, to be able to connect, to interact, to go and visit the local viewing party, whatever it may be, to experience that Chelsea theme. And we also, for example, have famous CFCs as well, which is a event-based driven experience for Chelsea. And so I think you're immediately doing that through the execution, the delivery, the speed of how we delivered that. And I think putting the fan at the forefront of the experience and ensuring that was so pivotal to it, and has been a real success already.
I'm very happy to hear about it, and also to hear that the team has been supporting you guys, enable the club, and recommend many new ways of working. And but I think personalization is becoming the key driver for fan loyalty, right? So Olive, which step can you share that Chelsea is taking or planning to deliver hyper-personalization experience for your fans?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're obviously very early in our stage of our relationship, and long may it continue. I think, the supporters network the global supporters network is a great example of that. And I think we've got a lot of exciting projects to come. I think if I was to kind of talk through, I think for me I'll explain about the projects that are coming, but I think what you guys have explained to us is that digital allows the reduction of friction. It gives clarity in the process, and I think it also it allows us to kind of create these much more personalized, improved experiences for fans, for communities, for employees if we're doing something internally. I think that those kind of three elements have been really important. I think overall, the best example is in December, I think 13th December, we played Everton and we launched a Megastore Express, which is ultimately a click and collect service at the stadium. Obviously, we're based in the southwest of London. We have a very large Megastore where fans can go and attend and hopefully purchase the next Estival shirt. And there's a lot of queuing, and queuing is painful. Probably a lot of people here had to queue for their coffee this morning, and it's a pain. And so, we worked with you and again helped support us by building through the app a tailored purchasing of merchandise that could be then picked up at a specific location at the stadium before kickoff, and ultimately completely remove that friction. And so for me, we rolled that out, as I said, for Everton, and really successful. I think it plays a key role into how we can improve services and products, again, for, on match days, for example. And I think, again, that's we delivered that so quickly. And I think that's something that's really important is we're looking at scale, but we're also looking at how we can improve things at a pace that I think you guys help support and make us agile. I'd probably say, should probably give you another example actually, which is what is on the horizon right now. And I know, Aurora, you know about this, is we kind of had two other projects within the 6 months we're working on. So the first one is our meeting and events. And so Chelsea Stadium has a very large white space opportunity for people to host meetings, conferences, not at this scale, but multiple different levels. And so for us, what we need to do is improve that ability to have a external party be able to book the usage of our facility. And I think, again, what you're doing with the website, how you're allowing us to reduce the steps in the process and give that flexibility. For us, this is a revenue driver. It's an incremental revenue driver. I'd say the last project right now that is kind of at the forefront is our Chelsea Foundation, which we have one of the largest foundations in soccer and football. It's a pivotal part of our strategy and our club ethos. But we have very limited digital presence, and so what FPT's doing to help bring forward both the stories that we do in Foundation, but ultimately connecting the communities and the social impact and how we can support the local and global Chelsea supporters within that foundation is really fundamental. So I'd say those are probably the two focuses right now.
Yeah, interesting. So on the screen is the mega store where people can use the...
Yeah, so exactly that. I would say...
store where people can use the...
Yeah, so exactly that. I would say for me, Aurora, I would ask you a question if possible.
Oh, yeah, sure, of course, because I've been asking.
So what do you think are the biggest challenges in applying AI right now to elite sports environments? I think, how does FPT approach transformation with AI?
Great question, Oli. AI is nowadays bring enormous potential for us, but it also bring very real challenge. And from FPT's throughout our supporting effort to so many countries in adopting AI, we consistently see three barriers across the industry: speed, scalability, and responsibility. So if we talk about speed, it is also like sport, it moves fast, right? Yeah. And now, during the adoption of AI, it's critical that we have to turn quickly the ideas into prototypes and into real impact. So here at FPT, we use kind of what we call hackathon style approach in order to compress those innovation cycles from months to few weeks. So one example for the audience here is that with one of our clients, Covestro, they are one of the world's leading material and energy companies that based in Germany. So with Covestro, we have the team turn early concepts into working solutions. This is similar to what we are doing with each other now. And the result is that the hackathon is deliver, for example, a supply chain GPT that help accelerate the request handling process. It was from days to 2 to 5 minutes per request.
Incredible.
Yeah. And another example is that what we call the procurement GPT. It was an idea that the request come to a procurement team is like very various, and they need take time to analyze and standardize. So now with the procurement GPT, the process of standardize can reach up to 99% of security. That had a lot for the team to save effort and solve the request quicker. And I'm glad that, like for example, with our first project of the click and share and the store, etc., we also based on this rapid innovation approach that we can bring the new experience from the lab to the live faster. And at FPT, the second challenge we are seeing is the scalability. Yeah. And of course now AI is everywhere, right? Everything. One thing to build AI pilot. It is another to scale them across teams and location and global fan base. And so it requires stability at large scale and interoperability. And that requires the organization to have strong foundations, which I will explain further. And finally, the barrier that we are seeing is the responsibility. Of course, AI must be fair, must be private, and must be ethically governed. And especially in sport where trust and emotion run deep, right? Responsible AI is not optional. It's to ensure that technology enhance game, the fan experience, and the club. So to address these challenges, we believe that every AI-first organization will need 5 core foundations. And which you can see, this is quite complex, but you can zoom in and just focus on the blue circle of the screen. These are the 5 foundations that we consider that are the pillars that make AI scalable, responsible, and truly impactful. The first pillar is ethics and security, what we call AI guardians. This is where we have to put AI management process in place, as well as security assessment we mentioned already. The second foundation is an agentic development lifecycle. Either it is a software development, system development, or product development. This is where AI is embedded early and continuously throughout all the development process, from planning to testing to deployment, so that the teams can move faster with fewer defects, fewer rework, and more automation. The third one interesting is that the foundation must be an AI augmented workforce. We don't expect that AI will replace us, but AI will help us, assist us faster. We name this foundation Flexi Crew. It means that this is where human experts assisted by digital workers to boost intelligence, productivity, and decision making. Just example, in FPT, 100% of 80,000 of us have to take at least 1 AI course per year to make sure that everyone get to know and know how to master AI. And 100% of the department must develop at least 1 AI agent. For example, my global marketing team, we have built a multi-AI agent system of 10 different AI agents that communicating to each other, just for the marketing team. And we developed last year that helped us to increase the qualified lead up to 50%, and also shorten the sales cycle to half of the normal sales process. And in some key tasks, it's just like from hours to minutes thanks to the support.
That's incredible.
Yeah. The fourth foundation is actually about the digital worker that we talk about.
Yes.
So the third one is actually us, and the fourth one is the agents, the AI agents. So in the company, we also need to not only enhance our workforce with AI knowledge, but also to create the digital worker that help us on each phase of the development cycle. And finally, we should not be like stand alone and playing alone in this AI world. Right? We need to partner with each other. And the core foundation, final one, is the network of global AI partners. Like FPT, we partner with Nvidia, with Microsoft, SAP, AWS, Google Cloud, etc., just to ensure that the stability of scale and the interoperability is ensured. This is to address the scalability, right? And to make sure that rapid co-innovation across the ecosystem. So together, this forms the core of our AI platform. We name it Flexibity. It's a combination of flexible and easy, means that every organization can adopt AI at any scale with flexibility and easiness. And this foundation helps us to unlock very real impact, right? Up to 50% faster rollout of deployment, around 40% reduction in operational overhead, and 2 times faster turnaround from ideas to MVP, like what we witnessed in the progress with the Chelsea project. And so we're seeing that technology helps us to move fast, but it is people to determine how far we go, right? So in this next chapter, I and Olive will mention in the playbook another matter, which is about talent and the culture.
Yeah.
At FPT, that journey started early. We start AI education in school already, and the kids learn how to teamwork, like what they did with the football match, and how to stand resilience. They also learn from the previous generation of the country and the company. Like I mentioned, resilience is our DNA. During the football match, sometimes you win, sometimes you lost, but the matter is that how you play until end of the game, right? This is to be resilient. And I love to hear your view on this as well, Olive, is that how do you see our partnership inspiring talent across Chelsea's world and also FPT engineering team?
That's a great question, Aurora. I mean, for us, I think if you look at our partnership and how a lot of what we talked about, I think really at the start of inception was, you know, we as a club want to be a continuous learning culture. It's fundamental that we provide pathways to progress employees and to continuously learn as we go through. And if that's a career path, if that's the role that you are playing at that moment. So, you know, for us, I think how we provide, you know, hours and hours of continuous learning opportunities through different pathways through our HR. And I think, you know, I think FPT has a very similar thought process, but then also how we can leverage AI platforms to then support that. So how do we, you know, use generative AI? How do we use AI-driven platforms that can offer skill inference, if it's learning pathways, if it's scenario-based assessments, all these elements to then to grow. And I think, you know, something I think we talked about earlier was when we first met FPT and we were getting to know each other, I think something that we talked about was how we could share each other's cultural values. And I think something that really impressed me about FPT, just as a small kind of off topic, was when you have a Parents' Day, and where once a year FPT allows every employee to bring a family member into the company and to celebrate that family member. So if it's a parent, if it's a sibling, to basically showcase and value that person of what they have brought to the company through their child or through their friend if they don't have a family. And I think those elements are where we can really share values and we can really learn off you, and hopefully vice versa. And I think that was something that really stung, you know, hit to us about how FPT operates and how culturally you look at things.
Yeah. So not only we found the common values, but we also inspiring each other with the new values, right?
Yeah, 100%, Aurora. It was, yeah, it was something that really resonated.
Yeah. And so, Oli, how do you see technology and football together can create a global impact?
I mean, it's you know, it's early days for us. I think you know, if we take a step back, we started our partnership Q2 of last year, so we're 6 months in, and I think already today some of the elements we talk about just shows how, you know, how progressive and assertive and agile that we are as two groups. I think on the pitch, Chelsea, you know, as I said earlier, we're born to win. You know, we have that ethos of winning. That won't ever change. And I think our men's and women's team right now are, you know, are firing at all fronts across multiple different competitions. You know, we're midway through the 25-26 season, so long may that continue. And I think that value creation of winning. I think off the pitch, you know, as we discussed today, I think FPT's been central to our digital ecosystem, infrastructure, and technology playbook. I think we, you know, we want to raise the standards in football of how we create digital experiences for our fans, and I think, you know, let's see what the rest of this year brings, and hopefully watch out for the space.
Yeah. For me, I could envision the future of technology and sport is, this is a world where sportsmanship and team spirit amplified by technology and become forces of global unity.
Yeah.
you know that the beauty of sport is the fair play, is the human connection, and the community values. So imagine when the 40,000 fans on the stadium cheers together at the same rhythm, and it creates a power that transcends the stadium, right? In Vietnam, we love football as well. A single goal from our national football team can electrify the entire nation. And I think the mission of technology is to carry that emotional energy across border. And nowadays, AI and real-time analytics will reshape both game and fan experience. So I'd like to end with an invitation. If you want to truly feel the essence of teamwork, of innovation, of the happiness that we have shared just now, please come to Vietnam like Chelsea FC did. And you will feel the pulse of our happiness across the street of our people, of the country and the company. Thank you. Thank you, Olive.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Happy?
Should we have a picture together?
Is there any questions at all? Hopefully not.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, big thank you to Oliver, big thank you to Aurora. I've got some sad news, everyone. Our final session is coming up. The final session for the Storyteller stage takes place at 4 p.m. Hopefully we'll see you all then. Thanks, everyone.
I got to test out the Afila one, which they say is going to be out end of this year, with pre-orders coming in before then. But there's a lot to this car that you can't tell from the outside. Of course, there are displays on the outside that can be customized and changed, and even your license plate can be digital. But the inside is where this shines. I'm going to be honest, the range is pretty modest in terms of an electric vehicle, but where this really shines is the Sony integration, where we have PlayStation 5 Remote Play. There are various sound and video and audio experiences together that you can combine into the panoramic display, which was very cool. It seems to be designed to not distract the driver, fortunately, where you can swipe things over or even have zonal audio if the passenger and backseat passengers want to play, let's say, a PlayStation game. And it seems to be that the focus is absolutely on comfort over other, let's say, more technological functions in the car itself. But more, we're looking at the interior of the car as where we're focusing. And they did say that they're focusing on a smaller production and individual customer satisfaction. My overall impression is that this is a very enjoyable and comfortable experience for the passengers on the inside. It's good for the driver as well. There's a lot of fun additions in there in different customizations and choices that you can make. But overall, I would say this is great for families. We haven't seen a lot in terms of EV innovations this year at CES, but I think what we are seeing here is Sony focusing on what Sony does best, and that is audio, that is screens, and that is gameplay and customization. And I think the outside of the vehicle really doesn't belie how interesting, fun, and comfortable it is inside the vehicle, especially for the passengers. I would highly recommend this if you have a family of 4. Everyone could be comfortable, including the driver to a lesser extent. But it seems to be something that you can ultimately make your own and make quirky your own way and express yourself. I did walk into this thinking, big deal, but after experiencing it, it was very nice.
Welcome to CES 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm here at the Foundry. I'm joined by Denise Colella. Denise, welcome.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks for being here. Denise, you are the Vice President of Global Digital Strategy at Adobe, which means you lead digital strategy for Adobe's media, entertainment, telecom, and financial services. You wear a lot of hats.
Yes, I do.
No big deal. And you know a lot about brands, which is what we're going to be talking about today. Now, can you tell me a little bit about what feels fundamentally different in today's day and age about how brands are connecting with consumers?
Well, I have to start by saying that it feels fundamentally great. We are finally at a place in the industry where we can marry the creative side of the industry and the data that we know about customers to make sure we give everybody a personalized experience.
And what does that look like for when brands are trying to rely on data, adjust and adapt to what their audiences want, while also trying to stay true to their brand identity?
Sure. Well, brands have a soul. Brands always have to think about who they are, what is their norm, what kind of tone do they want to speak in, do they have certain terminology that they use, and that is getting harder and harder as we start to see consolidation in brands and also international expansion of brands. They have to speak to consumers, whether they're here in the United States, overseas, people traveling. So how do they take what they know about the customer, what they know about their particular situation, where they are in the world at that time, and how do they make the message speak to that consumer in the place where they are and the mood that they are in?
Interesting. And let's talk about that data and what they do with that data. So once brands have that, how does it change what they're creating in terms of something like an ad campaign in real time?
Sure. A lot of different ways. First of all, I have to mention that when they obtain that data, it has to be done safely and with respect for the consumer. Nobody wants to think that their data is just floating around there. They expect a value exchange. They're happy to provide the data to the brands if the brands can provide them value in exchange. And that creates for a very healthy, loyal relationship in a time where brand loyalty is actually suffering. Right, so first and foremost, collect the data in a safe and respectful way of your consumer. But then they need to look at that data and really understand how they are going to use it. So when they're considering the data, how is that going to advise the customer journey, the experience that consumer is going to have with the brand? So what kind of devices are they using? Are they looking at this primarily for business reasons, for personal reasons, for family reasons? We know now enough about the consumers as well as how to use that data and let that advise both the journey and then the creatives that support that journey. So brands just have to think about how they marry the data and the creative and then respond back to the consumer interests in a way that is both respectful but also educational to the customer.
Sure, meeting people where they are too.
Meeting people where they are and also making their customers walk away feeling like they received value from the brand, whether it's learning something, whether it's something they want to purchase, somewhere they want to go, a sports team that they might be interested in. There has to be a value exchange because right now there is so much content out there. If there's no value, customers will go away.
Yeah, they move on fast. Goldfish mentality. You move on quickly. Now,
Absolutely.
You touched on something a few minutes ago, that consumer loyalty is low.
Yes.
Why? Why now?
There's so much choice out there, and customers know that if they're not met with the information that they're looking for and creatives that speak to them, they'll move on to the next, especially now as someone goes in through Gemini or ChatGPT. They're getting answers to things they're interested in that provide a plethora of brands, solutions, news outlets, whatever it may be that they're looking for. So they can just move from one to the next if what they're looking for is not met.
Interesting. For brands that do a good job of capturing someone's attention, how do they maintain that loyalty moving forward? I know you said there has to be a value exchange, but say you already have your customer base, how do you keep them? How do you retain that?
Sure. So the first thing is, of course, I mentioned earlier, collect the data in a safe and respectful way. follow all the rules. We've talked about these for ages, but I feel like you still have to say this, right? And then secondly, how are you controlling your data? How are you managing it? Are you collecting data about your customer in different areas where you interact? Do you contain all of your data in one plane? So in so many different areas, data is siloed. So a brand may in fact have a lot of data on a customer, but if it lives in silos, then you're only ever going to look at a small piece. So for example, we do a lot of work with the sports leagues, whether it's the MLB, the NFL, and historically data was kept in silos. So whether it was merchandise or ticketing or whether they were watching at home at a bar or actually attending events. Now these sports leagues are partnering with us to manage all the data on the same plane so they get a holistic view of the fans, right? So managing that data in one place so you can have a holistic view and present back a very engaging, creative journey experience. That's going to be what the customer is looking for.
Interesting. Now, you said before that brands need to be better about communicating in a smarter way instead of just being louder. Can you give me an example of what loud marketing is that no longer works versus smart marketing that does work?
Loud marketing, I look at loud marketing, so you're interested in a pair of shoes.
Always.
Aren't we all? Yes. Right? So you're interested in a pair of shoes. You get another ad for the shoes. 2 days later, another ad for the shoes. Maybe you've bought the shoes. Maybe you get another ad. That's loud. It's so many times, and you get brand fatigue in that way. But if someone's saying, hey, she was interested in our brand for this, then by managing all the data, you know if there's been a transaction. If there's been a transaction, how about a thank you message? How about a recommendation of something to go with the shoes? Sequential messaging and sequential storytelling is so smart, and with data and AI, we can do that. Loud marketing is just hammering with the same message over and over, and there's no excuse for it in today's day and age. With our data management tools, you can manage where a customer is in the process, whether it's fan engagement, whether it's transactional with your customers. You should know where they are with your brand, and you should know the smartest, most polite, if you will, message that you can serve them next.
Yes. You got me with the shoes thing. It's happened one too many times. The Instagram ads, let me tell you. Now, but I like what you said about storytelling. I think it really speaks to the heart of Adobe as a company, where you are always thinking about that creative element. Can you speak a little bit about how data and creativity need to go hand in hand for smart marketing and why that's important for businesses?
Sure. I am so blessed to be at Adobe. I worked at NBC Universal before using Adobe as a customer. And I always thought, isn't it great? Adobe knows so much about consumers through the creative process, and they know so much through the data process. And now I get to work with that every day, right? And why Adobe is really in a unique position is we have two flywheels. We have the creative flywheel, we have the data flywheel, and then when you put them together, it's an infinity loop. So we know the consumer that can advise data development, creative development. So think about it, we can go all the way from creative ideation to creation to editing, auditing, approvals. Then we can go to targeting, audience development, delivery, onto analytics and optimization, and it comes back to advise the next creative. Nobody else has all of the tools that they can get to that infinite flywheel. And it's just so much fun to work with, because we should be using what we know about consumers to advise the creative and vice versa. So whether it's fan engagement in sports, if it's in banking, and how customers want to interact with financial institutions, and we know next best offers, whether it's in media and what they're consuming, or even in pharmaceuticals, right, or healthcare. We actually have all those capabilities to make sure that we're providing a really tailored message to the consumer that means something, because media should evoke emotion, right? And data alone will not do that. Creative alone will not do that. Data advised creative will shepherd everything through the process and elicit emotion, and that creates brand loyalty.
I love that about what you said, that this is supposed to connect us. I think that's a lot about what CES is all about, right? Using tech to connect us. And also what's new and next and innovative. So kind of as our last question, can you tell me what's something that you're really looking forward to in the next year or two at Adobe that combines that creative element and that data element?
I am a huge sports fan, and I absolutely love the work that we're doing with the NFL, that we're doing with the Premier League, Real Madrid. Sports, fans don't want to spectate anymore. They want to be part, right? Yes. They want to experience the sport, right? So we are working with all these leagues to make sure that a fan has the same quality experience, whether they're watching on their TV, listening to the radio. I still listen to baseball games on the radio in the summer. Or they're in a bar, they're at the stadium, no matter where they are. And by using the creative capabilities, we can not only make sports accessible to the fans in real time. The NFL has content creators on the field, over 150 of them, that are sending data and images real time, right? Think of it like an image conveyor belt that they're filming the players. It goes right up, processed almost real time on social media. Now, the fans can get involved because what we can do is work with custom models to make sure that anybody that is using our Firefly or Express products, they're handling the brand in a way that the brand is comfortable with, right? We have guardrails, and they can, for example, create their own helmet. You can create your own NFL helmet. So helmetcreator.adobe.com. You can go and create your own NFL helmet. Baseball fans can create their own posts. Real Madrid, they're talking to over 600 million fans worldwide, right? With over 500 million audience segments in email. When you think of the fan engagement and the fan loyalty, it just takes sports to another level. You're not spectating, you are participating now. And that to me is just so much fun.
That is so exciting. I'm going to go build my own NFL
I love
helmet.
it. Do it.
Faith Pinot, the Minnesota Vikings player, is next for me.
There you go.
Denise, thank you so much for sitting down with me today and joining me in this lovely conversation.
Thank you, and enjoy the rest of CES in this beautiful environment. I love it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denise Colella, Vice President of Global Digital Strategy at Adobe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For more CES 2026 coverage, you can head over to latimes.com or visit our YouTube studio at LA Times Studios.
how Agentic AI rewrites the $1.1 trillion media business. To guide our conversation, please welcome our moderator, Jeremy Woodley, General Manager, Infileon Enterprise.
Oh, this is bright. All right, well, actually, I'm going to kick things off on behalf of Infileon. My name is Marcos Escalante. I'm Chief Product Officer. And let me start with what we already know. AI is here. 3 years ago, we were thinking about Agentic and AI as maybe a research project, something that was interesting, but today it's everywhere. And this is important. It's exciting not just for the tech, but what it does for people. AI has created experts where before there may have been superstars, and now everyone is empowered to be even more impactful. The impact on ad tech in particular is interesting because forever we've promised automation and impact and making things easy, but if we're very honest, we've made things complex. However, that's about to change, we think. And these are teams amplified and not replaced. These are strategists going from 10 to 100 campaigns, analysts going from taking hours to pull reports to providing impactful and insightful insights in minutes, traders working with many DSPs to a few DSPs to many again, but more importantly now with Agentic, perhaps a centralized command center where they can work with command prompts and agents to amplify impact. 3 years from today, 2028, we think that $100 billion is going to be spent through AI agents. And this is not science fiction. We can predict this based on current agency and advertiser investments. Some of those we've heard announced here at CES this week. There is a fork in the road, though. There's two distinct approaches. Number one, the closed proprietary AI ecosystems. This is every platform building their own AI intelligence, their own LLMs, their own sidekicks, as I call them, assistants and UIs, and agencies and advertisers end up with a different AI for every tool that they use. The other approach is an open and interoperable one, where execution layers work with any agents, whether it's built or bought, partnered with companies like those on stage with us today. This is one AI command center, an orchestration layer that enables something different. At Infileon, we've made our choice. It's building for the open ecosystem. This is agencies building their own AI. This is on their data, their strategies, their client needs, their playbooks. They own the intelligence, as they should. So today, I want to show a quick video here of the Infileon Agent Connector. This is why we've launched this product and this connection about 2 weeks ago. And it is the first agent-agnostic execution platform. It's built for agentic buying at scale using MCP. Bring any agent, whether it's custom built or created on a commercial basis with partners like those on stage with us, Stagwell, Mint, Newton, others. And if you could roll the video, I'll give you a preview of what that's like. So what we've got here is an Acme agency agent. Again, this is not the UI of Infileon. This is designed with attempts to inspire and demonstrate to agencies and advertisers what you can build. Whether you build it yourself or with partners. And what happens is this agent can easily and seamlessly connect to Infileon via MCP. And right now you're seeing on screen here a few examples of what's possible. This is launching campaigns, understanding performance, creating reports and interfaces on the fly based on those queries. Again, this is platform agent agnostic. You can use OpenAI, Anthropic, Google Gemini, your own agents, etc. And all of this is intelligence that comes with the platform. This is expertise from Infileon mixed with the expertise of the underlying platform that you're using, and importantly, mixed with your own data, your own first-party data, your own playbooks, etc. What's important here too is this is not just read, this is write. This is actions can be created via MCP and API as if a trader was making those calls straight from this interface. We believe there's a bit of magic that happens when it's your agent, your expertise with our media execution platform. So this is live today. In this ballroom, behind the seats here is an experience that I'd like to invite you to check out to learn more. And the important piece here in the context of this panel is Infileon is just a piece. On stage with us here are the leaders that can help us understand and make the real transition that is going to happen at the intersection of infrastructure, agency intelligence, and real agentic execution. And the question is, what will this mean for us? What will this mean for agencies, brands, builders? And that's exactly what we're set up to dive into next. So without further ado, let me hand it back to Jeremy.
Thanks, Marcos. Jeremy Woodley, General Manager at Infileon. Why don't we have everybody introduce themselves really quickly and what you do, what company you're with? So go right ahead, Mansoor.
Hi, my name is Mansoor. I'm with Stagwell. Stagwell is a holding company of various agencies. I work in what we call as the Marketing Cloud, which is basically an AI-powered suite of software solutions, which not only do we enable to sell to any agency or our own agencies, but also directly to brands as well.
I'm Federico. I am responsible for growth in the Americas at Mint. Mint is a workflow automation platform applied specifically to media.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julio Costa. I'm the Director of Paid Media for the lifestyle brands within SC Johnson.
Hi, I'm John Hochter. I'm a co-founder and CEO of Newton Research. We've built an agentic platform that does media analytics and media buying.
Marcos Escalante, Chief Product Officer in Fillion.
So for anyone who's living in this moment and has lived in prior moments like this, like I started my career in the late 90s in San Francisco in the tech boom, the internet boom then. And it feels very transformational in the same way. There's so much promise. You can see AI impacting every type of job and every type of industry potentially. But just like then, there was a lot of buzz and there was a lot less reality. And I think what we want to do in our time remaining is talk a little bit about what's really happening out there and where reality is sort of starting to take shape around Agentic AI in particular. So why don't we dive into that a little bit? And so the question to everybody here is, and pick this up, anybody who'd like to get this started, what's changing right now really? Like what's actually happening in the real world in terms of this AI wave that's coming, and how is this different than prior tech waves that had a lot of buzz? So,
go ahead. I think is more pervasive than anything else that we've seen before. This at electricity level, kind of pervasiveness, and so people are starting to go through an emotional journey whereby the contract that they're making with themselves is that there is not much of a choice. It's just a matter of how to approach it.
I think it's about efficiency first, because it's easy to understand what you can get with efficiency. You can quantify it, you can measure it. Like any other technologies before, we were trying to grasp it at early stages. Today, you can grasp what you can get.
Yeah, I've seen that you start with efficiencies and automation gains, but you get into other things quite quickly. But that first step is quite true. Julio, I saw you nodding.
Yeah,
Agree?
yeah. I think to me, what feels different this time, obviously it's a scary time because everything is changing really fast. But I think we're moving from getting insights through data to really get close to action. How do we monetize that information and that knowledge?
Yeah, and Jeremy, we made some news this week. Following on to your point, Newton, our agents have been deployed for quite some time. We're very early on building agents and training them on doing various aspects of media analytics, whether it's marketing mix modeling, test and control, incrementality, measurement. And we've been doing that with some of the large agencies for quite some time. In partnership with RPA, large independent agency, we announced that RPA was leveraging Newton's agents to not just analyze past campaign performance, but to actually make a buy. The agent making a buy from NBC Universal and our partners over there at NBC Universal, Comcast, and Freewheel. So that's news that we made yesterday. This was a large, a real buy with real inventory. The agents purchased live sports, football. These are not cheap units. This isn't like a test little buy that you do. This is a meaningful buy that was purchased with agents talking to agents on the other side. The buy side agents talking to the sell side agents. This morning we did a follow-up to that announcement where RPA also announced that in partnership with a large DSP and with a local broadcast DSP, that the buy also went across DSP inventory, so across programmatic inventory, as well as the linear TV, as well as the CTV inventory. So a cross-channel buy being conducted agent to agent, a real industry first that we're really proud of and excited to announce.
Congratulations,
yes,
it's a big one.
Well done. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's very exciting. And just to underscore that too, from assistance to action, it's a very exciting moment.
Yeah. As we are in this hype wave, how can we make it productive? What do we need to do to have the right conversation to get to real action and real value within your organizations out there with brands, agencies? Like, how do we do that? What do we avoid? What do we do?
For us, it's come down to building trust. So when you deploy AI, you deploy agents, we've all experienced the generic chatbots that are available to the consumer hallucinating, being unreliable.
You know what I'm thinking right now? Yeah. Representative.
Exactly.
Zero.
Yes.
Send it back to.
Yeah, how quickly do you say agent, representative? We've all experienced it in the real world. And so you have to build vertical specific, and I would even say like task specific agents so that they don't have that experience. Because once you lose the trust, they're going to go back to the old way of doing things. So for us, it's been about building up that trust with our brand, agency, and publisher partners, and we're seeing that breakthrough. You know, being able to purchase media, you've built up a lot of trust with the underlying customer.
For me, probably, I think it's like, obviously, the dynamic is changing and it's pushing us to play and have different type of conversations with our brand team and also with the media agency to ensure that, to your point on trust, that we are really just leveraging and working together to understand, okay, how are we taking all these signals and where are we comfortable letting go of that decision rights? Because we believe on the ecosystem we built in, and therefore we're able to like lean in and drive speed and efficiency.
What do you think happens from an emotional perspective, though?
I mean, it's very uncomfortable.
Right? You can see them squirming. Yeah, I get that.
How is this different in a year from now, or even 2 years from now? Like, where do you think we're going to be practically a year from now in Vegas? Like, will this be a substantial change to how we buy and sell media, like, and operate our businesses, agencies, and brands, or are we still in test phase? Like, maybe.
I think it's a step function. I mean, this is the start, right? A lot of things have to change. Right? I mean, we are all used to something. So change, I think, is the big word. So the technology is here. The humans have to change.
Right. Yeah. Humans change a lot slower than the machines. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's a leadership issue. It's not issue, characteristic. So, like in your specific case, what you guys did was impressive because you literally grabbed the bull by the horns. You had a challenge.
We tried to.
Well, so I personally think that in 2 years we're going to have a very different conversation if we only focus on the top 25, 30% of implementers. And right now it's only 10%. It's going to grow to 30% in 2 years. That's good. But then the rest of the segmentation is probably remain the same, which is going to create issues with people wanting to move job from one company to another. You might want to stay more competitive if you have training programs and if you are seen as innovative. So it's existential. It's not just another project.
I would say that 2 years ago at CES, nobody was talking about agents, right?
Yeah. True. Yeah.
Last year at CES, nobody was talking about MCP. So trying to predict what's going to be a year from now is very hard.
You're going to predict some new acronyms?
It is growing so quickly. Like, now everyone's throwing around MCP. Like, I remember, I think I was at Ramp Up, which happens in February, and I was talking about MCP, and I could see people's eyes glazing over in the audience because they had no clue what we're talking about. Now it's like thrown around like everybody knows it. So a year from now, I'm curious what we're going to be throwing around that's going to be common, parlance in our industry, because the growth curve of AI is like nothing we've seen before. So I wouldn't bet against this wave. Yeah. It's got a lot of momentum. There's a lot of reasons for it to succeed. The efficiencies that you can gain through AI, the way that you can magnify a human's capabilities in partnership with these AI agents is like nothing we've never seen before. So.
Yeah, I would concur. I think what I've seen in my conversations is that I think different organizations are moving at different paces. So we're not going to have 100% of everybody, on this wave in the year. But I think anybody that makes this move will see tremendous gains and will move quickly to make it a very pervasive part of their business, because there are so many places from automation, efficiency gains to productivity and effectiveness gains available to you in this.
Still feels very exponential, right? You can bet, don't know exactly where it's going to land, but you can bet that it's going to be better. It's going to be more trustworthy, and with that trust comes more autonomous activity, and so bet that'll be very exciting in 2 years.
Yeah. But also, I think there's lots of planes of movement happening. So let's take Jensen's announcement about the chips side. So if that moves faster, what changes on MCP or agent? Is there an effect or slanting effect over there? If you build better DevOps or you build better data engineering pipelines, what happens to that effect? What happens if you build better agents? So all these planes, what is happening is everything everywhere at the same time is happening over here, and we don't know which is going to speed up around. And that's to John's point. We don't know what's going to speed up faster.
One thing, though, that I want to say is that the governing dynamics of existence of any companies have not changed in the slightest. With increased competitivity we're going to have, the competition that we're going to have around us is going to be even tougher for us to decouple the cost curve with the growth curve. And the only way that we can get to a point in which we decouple the cost curve with the profit curve is going to be if we find efficiencies that replicate exactly how we do things without having to deal with a ton of change management. It's almost like they call it now, it's service as a software instead of software as a service. It's basically replicating exactly what you wanted to accomplish. So that's what I'm thinking, and I think that the more time passes, the more new companies are entering into the market, it's just going to put pressure.
Yeah. I think I've talked with all of you about this, is that although you find automation efficiency gains quickly with this kind of technology, the ability to reinvest that time, the human time, that creates amazing productivity gains is really, I think, where this year is going to be a big theme. Like people just doing smarter things more often and being able to do things that humans can only do, like having a better relationship with your client, or figuring out creative new ways to do a campaign, or getting into new formats and ways of doing advertising. So
what's making me think? During the holidays, I realized that you do not know how tired you are until you're not tired anymore. And I think that culturally we're getting to a point in which this is what the world will start feeling. They will start saying, oh my God, what am I going to do with this time? I don't even know what to do with myself. You know what I'm saying? And so you start learning again, you start being more excited, everything starts becoming more purposeful, hopefully.
I like that vision. I would love that.
I'm an optimist.
Mansoor, I'd like to talk about from an agency perspective. I know you guys have been investing a lot in AI. I'd love to you talk a little bit about like what you're actually building and like where you're seeing the future of the agency from your perspective with AI in the mix.
Yeah, so I mean, when we started off trying to build the marketing cloud for ourselves and to build SaaS products, and then AI came into the picture, it was not just about AI-fying a SaaS product. It's about actually rethinking what is our workflows, how are our agencies doing things, how do we bring the AI nature to this, and yeah, exactly like all of what you all are saying, change management is going to drive towards that. And when agents came in, we looked at it and said, okay, let's do a democratic way of how to give all types of agents from everybody, whether it be from start to finish, whether it's a creative agent or a media agent. How do you make all of these agents work together? And in my mind, I feel like it's not just about agents working together, but it's also humans and agents working together. And what those workflows will turn out to be, I don't know, but there is some way to try to drive.
I mean, you already do this with humans, right? Do you think it substantially changes those workflows and those relationships between teams in the near term? I think long term it probably will, but like, is this something that can radically change how Stagwell operates as a business?
I want to. Yeah. I mean, that's the wish, but to radically change, you first have to make sure that what are we doing right now is actually understood clearly, right? And that also sometimes is changing, because you might do something for one client, which is way different than some other clients. And then you have to make sure that those workflows which you have around are systematically possible to happen. And it might be like, you have human, agent, human here for this, but then something else is more about human, agent, something like that.
Right. Yeah, a lot of human in the loop. John, did you have you're working with a lot of agencies.
We work with a lot of agencies, yes. So one thing that we've noticed being out there with a lot of agencies and brands and publishers, the thing that's striking when you deploy the Newton agents is the shift in mindset that now you have access to unlimited analytics. No brand or agency or publisher has ever had access to unlimited analytics, because you're just gated by hiring the analysts and junior data scientists and data scientists to pull off the analytics. So you did some, but you weren't analyzing everything, right? You were doing the best you could. Maybe you would run some incrementality tests. Maybe you'd run your MMM once a year, twice a year. You try to get some of that feedback into the system. So once they realize, wait a minute, I can run really an unlimited number of test and control. Oh, that's interesting. I could feed that back into my MMM. I can actually create an MMM on my own with agents. I don't necessarily need to work with a third party, spend $1 million plus, run it once a year, set it and forget it in terms of my allocations. I can actually control my MMM. Or I can run an MMM Lite just to get kind of a more up-to-date read on what's happening. It's a mind shift change with these agencies and brands. And then they're starting to run that closed loop that has only really existed in slide decks to date, now exists out there in the real world, where you're measuring what's happening and it's affecting the audiences and the media that you're purchasing for the current campaign, right? So much of measurement has been a report card business since the beginning of advertising. Let me send you a campaign wrap report. Let's do a quarterly business review. That's about the history, right? And by the time you get those deliverables, your next campaign is already in flight. Like, imagine a world where you have unlimited number of analysts that you can analyze everything as it's happening, affect changes in real time. That's what we're seeing happening, and it's great to be a part of that shift because it's so obvious that that's the future. Right?
Yeah, I think it's sort of that open conversation we had versus closed. Like, I think it's fair to say that some of the closed environments out there have been able to do this for a decade plus and have done incredible good work. I worked at Google for 11 years, and they do great work at delivering results for advertisers. This open ecosystem that AI drives, I think it empowers brands and agencies much more directly. And so it's just an exciting time. Julio, let's put on the brand hat, the advertiser hat, and talk a little bit about how this is impacting S.E. Johnson and your team about going from more human-driven to more AI and machine-driven approaches. Like, how is that changing your operations and your approach to doing your advertising?
I would say we're in this transition mode, transparently. I think we 100% agree. I think we're moving from the dashboard or the report card to getting more smart and intentional of where we put in energy and effort. And it's forcing some very interesting conversations with our agency partners, right? Because we used to get the reports, and the reports come in a quarter, and then we implement, changes into our media strategy in the following 6 months. But now we're getting to a point where we could be able to maybe do things, maybe optimizations within a quarter that are before we used to wait until our MMA read, which is, in my book, a big win. It's also, I think, as we automate from a media team perspective, it's also forcing us to think not just as media planners and more as a strategist, because we need to think about which ecosystems we trust, which signals are really proving to us that what we do and what we executing is driving value for our brands. And then begin playing with them. I would say that we're transparently in an experimental mode. We partner with men. We are bringing in, looking closer under the hook of every detail of our media plan as we haven't done before. And it's educating us in a way that I envision that would be more as strategists, that we're able to understand, okay, which systems and which measurement tools we trust that we can get with confidence, let them make decisions on behalf of our brands, because it's going to meet the goals.
Yeah.
So we're in that journey. I think it's uncomfortable. We're playing with it, and it's going to free up time that allows us to focus on how do we follow our consumers.
You've mentioned discomfort a few times.
Oh, I know.
Change is hard. We all know that. What would be some moments of joy this is bringing you? In your personal role or even to the company, there's been some of those oh, that was pretty cool.
I think one of on the measurement side, I would say, when you start looking at, for example, retail media investment across some of our bigger clients, and be able to understand, okay, what's the halo effect across, not just the Roundel or the Walmart Connect ecosystem that goes about that. So I think that sort of thing has been cool, because we know that those networks have been closed and well-governed, and now we're able to understand with more precision the impact that has across the total ecosystem.
Yeah, that's great. Fede, I mean, you're the partner in this. You've been working with SC Johnson. Like, what's your experience like working with them and seeing them change? Like, how do you see them changing in front of you?
I mean, he had hair.
So that's one of the consequences of AI.
I think one of the coolest things is the sequence of aha moments. The most pleasant thing was the process through which they took us to build the trust. Mm-hmm. That was the most interesting thing. It was obvious that they could not know everything at the time, but the leap of faith was a calculated one, so there was more focus on, okay, how do we make this work? Mm-hmm. Instead of, is this going to work for us? You're not going to know it until you start. If it smells good and it sounds good, it's probably good. But let's just create ways to manage it in the contract, for example. Mm-hmm. So to create an ecosystem that allows you to experiment. And I think that one thing that Julio did extremely well was precisely to be very careful in making sure that the project was pushed through, but also with the safeguards with procurement to make sure that everybody's safe. Mm-hmm. Everybody's good. That was a good learning experience for me personally. And then the work that you've just talked about with regards to retail, that's also a lot of fun. It's a journey. Yeah, it's a journey.
A journey across trust.
Yeah, across trust. And I have to say that the practical part, the onboarding and all of that, with Agentic AI, there is no onboarding. It's just, you just act like a human, talk to it like it's ChatGPT. Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, Bob's your uncle. Like sort of going back to that open versus closed thing we're kind of touching on, we certainly believe at Unveiling that the future is more of an open ecosystem. Any contrary opinions? Like, how do you see that journey happening? And is there a fundamental change in that in terms of how you work with buy media and approach this? Is that a fair way to think about this moment, open versus closed?
We live in a world today where there's closed ecosystem and there's an open ecosystem, right? I think AI will be leveraged similarly. Like if you're going to go buy from one of the more closed ecosystems, whether it's like a social media network or what have you, that has a lot of interesting data in and of itself, they're probably going to leverage AI to get you to, enter your credit card and buy audiences from them, and they're going to measure it for you, and they're going to optimize for you. And that's great. Like that's unfolding, right before our eyes. But the reality for a large brand or a large agency is that you're not just buying from that one particular source. You're buying across a whole host of publishers, maybe multiple DSPs, social media networks. And at the end of the day, you have to make sense of all of it, right? So there's definitely going to be an opportunity for this open ecosystem, kind of irregardless if some of those sub-ecosystems are closed. And some of those ecosystems could be great for a small brand, right? Like they might not have the wherewithal to buy across multiple platforms today. Maybe in the future with agents, they start buying more stuff, which I think is an interesting opportunity. Today, a lot of the smaller advertisers might just go to one of the big social media networks because there's a lot of measurement inherent to it. It's very easy. With Agentics, maybe it does open up the opportunity for the open internet to get more of those dollars, which I think is an exciting opportunity for us. But yeah, I think there's absolutely an opportunity for the open ecosystem. We're certainly betting on it, being able to help these agencies and brands measure across the whole range of what they're buying and make sense of, did it work, did it not work, how should I spend my next dollar?
Yeah, I concur. We work with a lot of local media companies and local advertisers, and they have a lot of the same complexity of the biggest brands, to be honest with you, and they just have to go with the easy button. And the easy button is the big wall gardens, and I do think there is an interesting moment that opens up for
maybe there's a new easy button.
Yeah, a new easy button. Yeah.
I will agree too, at least from the brand side with John, that I think the biggest fear is getting trapped in a system that is not going to work for us long term. And I think because the landscape is changing so fast, and we already have clear examples, like Retail Media Networks is one that I mentioned, where like you need to look at 3 different reports to try to understand what's working. but you really need never get to true incrementality as you look through them. So for sure, an open system is the way to go. But for that requires trust. Trust on the agencies that you partner in, trust with whoever we buy in the media with, trust in the ecosystem we build in as they're making those decisions. So for sure, open.
I think whatever they said is there, but there's one element of it, right? Remember the current way we do things is that you have to understand what is a closed system, you have to understand what is an open system, how does it work, what is the user interface, what is the experience. And you have humans who are like, I'm really good at how to tweak all this stuff and I know how to kind of move all that. Agentic changes that. Agentic says, you don't need the user interface understanding. You can go inside and get out. You can experiment or you can sit for a longer time and then make decisions faster. So with that fast time to change and make decisions, you're going to what matters more to you, not about what matters, what is inside that closed system or on the outside system. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that you always will find that they're all working well. Even if you're an open system, you'll make mistakes, right? Or even if you're a closed system, the next evolution of your product or your version of your agent might not work as well as it is done. So this gives you the opportunity for competition to change how you're constantly moving. And that's what Agentic is going to open up for us.
One of the things that I would like to add to that, which is more generic, I love the fact that we're moving from a place in which people would come prepared to a meeting with ideas, with opinions more than ideas. And now with Agent, with all the insight that you can extract from so many different things and all the what if that you could possibly play with it, you're coming to a meeting with hypotheses that have statistical relevance, that have been the collection.
And you can test it right away.
You can test it immediately, and you can create microenvironments in which these hypotheses can actually move the ball forward. It just makes you flat out smarter.
Everybody's a little scientist, experimenting,
Indeed,
trying
yes.
things, running mini experiments, trying
and it's
ideas.
so beautiful.
Yeah.
That's right. It's an experiment platform. People who can create that experiment platform, both from a tech perspective as well as a culture perspective, are really going to benefit from this moment.
Yeah. So, I mean, the prediction that we're making is that $100 billion is going to be flowing through agents by 2028. What do you think needs to happen in the next 1 to 1.5 years to be able to like get to something like that? Are there critical moments that need to happen? Technology needs to be deployed. Yeah, like what are some major stages to get to some world like that?
Not all at once, guys. Please.
I mean, I can kick off. I think we talked about this earlier. It's trust, right? You trust these agents to make buying decisions. Do you trust them with the wallet? And the gap between where we are and where that trust occurs, I think, is the next step that allows and enables this $100 billion reality.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot standing in the way besides just change management. I think it comes down to people and getting people to change the way they do things. I don't think it's a huge technology leap from where we are today. And if you look at the exponential curve that the technology's on, like the technology is here today and it's going to be better. You know, the common saying, like, we're working with the worst versions of these LLMs that we'll ever use in our lifetime because they're getting better and better every single day. So our agents are all rising with the tide of the LLMs as well. Agencies and brands are building their expertise into these workflows. So from a technology perspective, getting that much money to flow through agents, making media buys, that's the easy part. I think is getting the people to build up the trust and just to change the way that they operate today.
Most of the system that we're talking about, they're all humanly supervised anyway.
Yeah.
I cannot think of one reason why something like this shouldn't be possible, because A, they're supervised, B, you create the what do you call it, the barriers or the rules.
Right.
They're all rule-based anyway, so it's just a matter of you use it for long enough for it to be statistically plausible that it will work again and again and again, and create the rules in place. One thing, though, that I must admit is that teaching at NYU has taught me something in the executive education courses, that a lot of people believe that the systems that we're talking about are a lot more esoteric than they actually are. Because the moment they start, I mean, look at your team. At the beginning, they were like, oh my God, what are we going to do? And then after about 10 minutes, they were like, oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, so it's going to make our lives easier. So yeah.
So the moment the acceptance of the education process starts,
I wonder if this comes back to that human emotion piece that you were talking about before. And it's, for me, the analogy is self-driving cars. And the first time that you sit there and you let the car drive, and it's kind of scary. And then over time, eventually, like, you know what, actually it's doing a pretty good job. And even if it's not fully autonomous, right? And right now, I think there's an important stage where we're at where you want the steering wheel and the controls in the car, even if you're sitting back and letting the car do its thing. But eventually, we get to a point where that's not necessary because we have enough reps and repetition and experience. And I think it's like that with where we are with agentic media buying and agentic ad tech as well. It's like, once we see this working with enough reps, we'll get there.
Yeah, I think as Infilion's launched our agentic connector, it's been like eye-opening, and when your hands into these kind of technologies, agents, how good they are, how intuitive they are. To your point, John, the LLMs are quite sophisticated already and are only getting better. I encourage everybody, get your hands into some of these, go talk to people that are doing this, like see what it looks like, because it really is sort of a tactile experience. So to wrap things up, I want to do sort of like a quick survey. Going back to the kind of premise, like what's real, what's not. What's not right now? Like what are some of the buzz out there, some of the things that people are talking about that you feel like are not that important right now? Maybe because it's misplaced and it's a longer term thing to worry about, or it's just the wrong-headed thinking of how AI and agents will work. Like, love to hear your opinions on what's...
Humanoids.
Human what?
Just kidding.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think, you know, agentic workflows is important, but we still have some ways to go in terms of better reasoning, better inference, right? So you still have a little bit of work which we are still trying to do, and we'll have to keep improving, and you'll see that going forward as we continue to work through that.
Daddy? I'm going to beat the same drum. I think that the most important portion at this stage is to make sure that education around what's possible happens, because right now I can smell BS, generally speaking, when people ask me absurd questions as to what agentic can actually do. Most people don't know that if you need a level of accuracy above 90%, probably you shouldn't use agentic. You see what I'm saying? And so things as simple as that are just rule of thumb. How accurate does it have to be? 97.8%. Well, we'll use RPA then. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
These kind of things. And so this is why I think that education is what's going to really crack the code and make things possible.
Julio?
I think for me, we feel about AI coming in and replacing some of our roles. But I think it's actually reshaping them and changing the focus of our tasks. So I think it's going to be, at least for us on the brand side and the marketing side, you know, the media piece and the strategy that we build there takes so much time. There's a lot of complexity there as we're trying to make sense that it work and did not work. I think all that's going to be solved because it's going to help us, given how we connect those signals and move things forward. And it's going to make us better marketers, because then we're going to have to keep a close pulse on the consumer. Because at the end of the day, everything we do should be trying to get the attention of those who love our products. So it's going to require us to have a closer pulse on that human behavior, and then ensure that we are tailoring, adjusting, whether it's our product or our communication to meet that.
So I guess my BS meter goes off when I see startups who claim to have these super agents that can solve anything.
Oh God, you're right.
And they're out there.
I'm cringing right now.
And they'll show all the verticals you can use them against. Anybody who's actually working and solving real problems in our industry knows that that is complete BS. Like the amount of time and energy that we spend working on the boring stuff of making things repeatable
one specific
use case. Like we've got teams of data scientists working on that so that when our customers leverage it, they get the same answer the 300th time that they got the first time. Anybody who shows up with a super agent, run the other way.
Yeah, true.
I have a similar take on it, right? I guess my answer is there's a bit of hype curve mentality to this. It's, oh wow, this actually promises so much, and actually you see it operate at 80% of that potential, and you think, oh well, then we get to 100%. And actually there's a trough of disillusionment when it's, oh, this is actually a lot harder or not as good as I thought. But then there's a build back up, and if you're willing to do the work and you're willing to, work with the expertise and put that expertise into the context and everything else, then you start to see impact, and then you're back to optimism. Yeah. Like, this is going to be revolutionary, but kind of had to go through that phase.
Yeah, we love when we bump into customers who are in the trough of disillusionment and we're selling to them.
Right.
Because they know they want it, and they've realized it's hard. And we're like, hey, great. Well, we've got agents that do those things for you.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank you all. This has been a great panel. I think it's a moment in the industry that is very exciting. Having lived through the .com revolution, the RTB, programmatic, this is another moment that excites me personally. I look forward to working with all of you in the future in different ways. And I encourage everybody in the audience to get your hands into this. Give it a shot. Go talk to people. See what it looks like and give it a try. Like you really have to get in the flow of this and give it a shot. You've got to get up that learning curve. So thank you all, and everybody have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's get one more round of applause for our panelists here. Brilliant work. Now, on behalf of CES, on behalf of the C-Space Storytellers stage, thank you to our speakers, our partners, our producers, our managers. This has been amazing. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your CES and safe travels back home. Thank you, everyone.